from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado Aryani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani.
Thirwan Sarnai, my dear Dhamma friends. As usual, at 9 p.m. Sri Lankan time, we are starting our Buddothpado sermons like this way. First of all, I'd like to pay my humble worship towards our noble friend, Reverend Buddothpado for bringing this hidden truth back into the world. So we are set of luckiest, I must say, luckiest people among the entire population of the world, just because we are hearing the truth. So we have to be very thankful. We have to pay our humble gratitudes towards Buddothpado um, for his tiresome effort. So nowadays also he's traveling all over the island in Sri Lanka, all over the places in island by himself, and trying to meet people, and he keeps on telling this truth again and again to each and every individual he meets. So it is it resembles the Buddha era. So there are certain group of followers who always beside him to help him out in his activities. So it is very nice to see. And so if you are a Sri Lankan, you are invited to our YouTube channels and just have a look what is going on in Sri Lanka. So with the intention of giving this message to the rest of the other people in the world, with the guidance of Buddothpado, this PeoTV channel was started. So in the English medium, we managed to give this message as much as possible according to our capacities. So you are invited to listen this, to convey this message to the other people who are seeking this truth. So Nahidam Pitta, Nahidam, sorry, Natti me saranang anyan, natti me saranang waram, buddho me saranang waram. That means we don't have another kind of a blessing unless the Buddha's blessings. So how we acquire the Buddha's blessing? Only through realization of Dhamma. Not by worshipping flowers, not by lighting oil lamps in front of Buddha statues, not by making Vesak lanterns and all these things. Of course, they are important cultural things. That is all right. But other than that, those things, the most important thing is become purified internally with this Dhamma. The people who see Buddha has to see the Dhamma, have to see the Dhamma first. Someone who sees Dhamma is actually sees Buddha. So that was the message that was given by Lord Buddha into the world. So if you want to see me, first you have to see Dhamma. So what does that mean actually? Who is Buddha? Buddha is not a person. Buddha is not an individual. Buddha is not a human. Buddha is not a god even. Buddha is not a preta even. Or Buddha is not a spirit. Then who is this Buddha? Buddha is a certain kind of a state. This state only be achieved by the understanding or realization of Dhamma, realizing this Dhamma. So what is so-called Dhamma here? Dhamma is none other than the dependent origination Dhamma. So in Pali it is known as Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. In simpler terms, it is the explanation of skandha or explanation of aggregates. So how this illusion has been made up is well described in the explanation of skandha. So in order to see the Buddha, what you have to do, what you have to understand this explanation of skandha. Then of course you will be seeing Buddha. So how you see Buddha after realizing this skandha? So if it becomes more um, the amount you realize this Dhamma or the skandha, that in into that extent you will be getting closer to the state of Buddha. So people might say Buddha has been Buddha is only Buddha is a person, so we can assign that name to one single person. That is wrong, my dear friend. So what we have been thinking for such a long period, now it's high time to change this, come out, come out, come out from that those kind of mentalities. Buddha is not referred to as a single person. Buddha is a state. So somebody who is able to achieve this particular understanding or come into that particular understanding, he will become Buddha. So that's why Lord Buddha said, once you want to see me, if someone wants to see me, first you have to see Dhamma. So the Dhamma is not nothing than that the explanation of skandha. So it is very clear. It is very pure. It is now surfacing day by day through these Buddothpado sermons. So as the followers of Buddothpado sermons, we also make an open invitation for you. Come and have a look. See whether it this Buddothpado sermon describe the absolute truth or not. The decision is up to you. The availability of pure truth is now there. So only thing that you have to have certain kind of a will to see the truth. And also along with that, you have to have certain courage to see. So as you start looking from the surface, so you might not uh, see the depth of this Dhamma. So you have to have a certain courage to see this Dhamma in depth. So if you do it in that way, you will be able to realize. So it is it is so profound kind of Dhamma. So you have never heard these things, but we have been hearing as Buddhism is a set of set of rituals, practices, uh, and certain some beliefs and so on. So actual Buddhism is not something that you would believe. Absolute Buddhism is something to be realized. Is there something to be realized? From this that realization, you begin to feel this truth. So if you happen to feel that truth, you want be you won't ever deny this Dhamma because you are feeling this. You start to feel that truth. So if you when you eat a granule of um, salt, so as you feel the taste of the salt, if someone says, come and say, so you didn't feel anything after eating this granule. So can you ever say, no, I didn't feel anything? Because you are the one who is convincing or who felt this taste. So you can't deny that you felt the taste of salt, like as the same way. If you happen to understand or realize this Dhamma, the feeling that would uh, gain within you, with which develop within you, cannot be denied. The, that is why Lord Buddha said it is a certain kind of Dhamma that can be felt. That's why it is known as a Sandittika Dhamma. So you are witnessing the effect of the Dhamma. So then of course you can't deny, you can't say no, you can't say this is wrong, because you will be experiencing this Dhamma as you start to realize this Dhamma. So what is so-called Dhamma here? None other than the explanation of skandha. So what you have to practice, what you have to learn, what is this five aggregate means, and what would happen to you. The internal transformation will take place to happen inside. Then it will carry you to a state of a certain kind of a feel. That feel is the supreme kind of a noble kind of a feel. It is known as Nibbana. So does this confine to a certain group of people? No. The capabilities of the individual will limit these things. Um, will depend on the different capabilities of understanding this Dhamma. So that's why, so it is kind of a universal Dhamma. So even for an animal, even for a human, even for a tree or whatever the thing, so you take as worldly things. So this Dhamma can be applicable to everything. So that's why Lord Buddha was telling that once you understand this Dhamma, you can tell everything about this world like a piece of, like a fruit there sits on your own palm. So you could see every from every angle how the fruit look like. So likewise you can describe, you will be able to describe everything in the world from that particular understanding. So you will be excelling this world. So, so I'm telling it again. So this is a marvelous kind of Dhamma. This is not a magic. This is not a this is not something to be believed. So this Dhamma is something for the people who has some kind of intelligence. So why you need some sort of intelligence to contemplate and figure out this logic. Or even though we say it is a logic, it is a certain system in the nature. So we are trying through this Kanda's explanation, we are trying to understand the system of the nature. So what you supposed to understand ultimately is the fact that how the consciousness has been brought about as a result of ongoing processes in the system. So there are certain processes are going in the nature. So you already you have no such sensors to capture these processes. So only way that you capture these things by your developing your insight. So so you first begin by hearing this Dhamma, then you have to have certain kind of a uh, internal inquiry about the thing that you learn. Then you will start to realize, wow, this is the absolute process that is happening in the nature. So then you will realize the truth. So how this consciousness, the ultimate result, has been brought about as a result of certain ongoing processes in the nature. That is well explained through the Skanda explanation. So this is the Dhamma. This is the entire Patisamuppada. So only thing that you have to learn or realize is this. So once you realize this Dhamma, what will happen? You will understand that there is no such a thing called consciousness. So as you believe that there is a consciousness within you, you tend to develop a certain personality around this consciousness. So that is represented as you. So you have been thinking that you are the one who bears this consciousness. So invariably, uh, you started thinking that you are the one who is uh, you have been born in this world with the certain kind of a consciousness. That's why you are seeing the outside world. That's why you are perceiving the outside uh, changes in the world. So absolutely, it has not been done by you. It has happened as a result of ongoing processes that is happening in the nature. That process will be understood once you understand this explanation of skanda. Then what will happen? Then you will realize there is no such a so-called process that is going on this nature. Wow, what is it? That is the most important part here. So in the absence of such a process that is going on in its nature, so would there be an end result called consciousness? No, there is no way of creating such a thing called consciousness as you think. So if the so-called consciousness cannot be found, so what about the self that has been developed around this consciousness? So it is also become a false kind of conception. It will become a false kind of thought again. So then you will understand there is no such a person as I thought before. Because the entire process of creating so-called consciousness has now been understood. And you understood there is no such a process that is going on in the nature. So there is no way of creating or originating so-called consciousness. So in the absence of so-called consciousness, there is no way of creating a self around this consciousness. So then what you will feel, there shouldn't be a self here. That is the most important understanding that you will gain through the realization of skandha. So this is so it is an utter waste of your entire life if you couldn't see this truth for a little while even. Being a human is a big privilege that you got from the nature. It is a gift from the nature that nature gave the uh, humanoid thing to you to see this truth. So otherwise it is an utter waste. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Appamadena sampadeta, don't waste time. So you have very limited period of time to understand the truth. So be very curious. Try to understand what I am saying. That is the message Lord Buddha wanted to deliver into the world. So once you understand there is no self here, there shouldn't be there wouldn't be a permanent self. So what would be the next step of the understanding? So if there is no person in this very particular moment, so would there be a birth for that particular thing? No. So if now you can't find a person, so who has born? You have never born. So you don't have a date of birth. So if someone doesn't alive, will there be a death for that person? No. So you don't find your death even. You will never die. You cannot be killed. Why? Because you are not alive. So another problem comes along with that. So then who am I? So you will ask. So if there is no such a consciousness, if there is no such a individual nature within me, if there is no a so-called birth for me, if I'm not going to die, then you will ask, who am I? Then what will be the question? So what will be the answer? So you will get your answer on your own after realizing this Dhamma. You are no one. That's why Lord Buddha said, after becoming Buddha, state of Buddha, to Upaka. Upaka asked a few questions from Lord Buddha. My Lord, uh, who are you? Are you a human? The reply was no. Are you a god? The reply was no. Or are you a spirit? The reply was no. Then, if you are not a god, if you are not an animal, if you are not a spirit, then Upaka asked, then my Lord, who you are? Then Lord Buddha replied, I am Buddha. The state of no one is the state of Buddha. It is the brand new definition that was given by Lord Buddha to that particular state. That state had not been achieved by anybody else by that time. It was a brand new explanation to that in that era. So people started to see Buddha from the external appearance, but it is not the proper way of seeing Buddha. Only who attained that particular state of no one, he is the one who sees Buddha, because the states will be same. There won't be any segregation, any separation or individuality in that understanding. Within that understanding, everybody comes into a certain kind of a plane. That is the ultimate uh, reality in this entire universe. So it is known as the non-vibrational state. So you have been, I know you have been hearing these Buddothpado sermons for a little while. You know how these vibrations will make an illusionary world. So when the illusionary world things become not existing ones, when you understand this is completely an illusion, and I myself is also become a part of the illusion, then you will attain that particular state of um, nothingness. So there won't be any kind of individuality within that understanding. So only way to achieve this state, seeing the reality of this illusion. So as I said, the illusion was made through the vibration. So when you comprehend this illusion, you will be getting closer to the non-vibrational state. So ultimate the achievement of the non-vibrational state. So that doesn't mean it does not create that illusion. So illusion will take place, but you will not be there with the illusion, because you understood the way of your nature behaves. You know how the illusion has been made. It happens due to a certain ongoing processes in the nature. But even though it happens like that, you know there is no underlying truth in it. That's why it is referred to as an illusion. So don't ever take the illusion is an existing thing. So people will mistakenly take this illusion is there. So when you understand this Dhamma, the illusion will go away. So it is not the correct kind of understanding, correct way of understanding. So illusion will happen, but through the understanding, what you realize is there is no such a thing called illusion. The illusion is not a real thing. It is an illusion. Illusion is an illusion. The mirage is a mirage. So when you go closer to the mirage, so you will don't see any water in it. So the mirage also moved to uh, uh, move far from you. So that is the way how mirage appear. So mirage is not a real thing, but it is an optical kind of illusion. So in similar way, the entire worldly things, including yourself, is not true. It is an illusion and nothing to be taken as uh, as real in that particular illusion. Same as the mirage that you see when you walk along a desert. So when you go towards the mirage, so it will go far away or it will disappear. So you will be not bothered with that mirage if you clearly understood it is just a mirage. So that is the exact same kind of uh, example that was given by Lord Buddha as well. Penap, I can't remember the Pali words, but so this rupe, this form has been described as a froth. Froth. So it'll just a projection. So and this signal or the perception uh, has been compared to a water bubble. So it will burst. So it is not a permanent kind of a thing. But you can see the bubble. So as such, you can see the perceptions. You can feel the perception. You can hear the perceptions. You can taste the perception. You can. So all these things will be there, like a bubble, water bubble. But it will burst in a fraction of second. It is not a permanent thing. And also, what is happening after combining all these things? So as these signals keep on coming again and again, so it will create the worldly perception. That is the chair that you are referring. So the same way, it has been this same process has been um, described as a trunk of a banana tree. So you also can see. So when you cut the cross section of the banana tree, you will see the uh, certain leafy nature or the uh, stacked nature of this banana trunk. So one after the another around in a one center. So you can peel off one by one. So the same thing happens when these perceptions become real thing for you. So as it keep on coming again and again, it will solidify the feel of the perception. So then you tend to feel this perception as a real thing. The same thing as you can see the banana trunk thing. So you will think that it is a solid kind of a thing. But if you analyze, if you cut this banana trunk, you will. It is very easy to see because the certain banana leaves wrapped around one after the another, so it will solidify it will give some sort of strength to the banana trunk. So that is how it becomes strengthened. So what we see is the banana as a banana tree is not a, an absolute tree. These are known as sankhara. Sanya sankhara. Sankha getting strengthened up with repetitive creation process of the same thing. So it will give certain kind of a feel of existence. That would be the ultimate result. That is the consciousness. This is a clear kind of guidance or clear kind of explanation of these five aggregates. So where are all these things taking place? So you can't say it is happening in my eye, it is happening in my ears, it is happening in my mind, so on. So you can't assign a place for that. So it is happening. It is an ongoing process in the nature. So what will happen next? After creating this certain kind of a consciousness, so some would tend to feel it is an existing thing. So you now take this, you consider this chair as an existing thing. Why is that? Because this particular uh, mm, perception kept on coming again and again throughout your life. So in order to feel this particular existing feel of the chair, there should be a living being in the other side to perceive that particular feeling. So for that feeling is another kind of a transformed feeling in the initial conscious feeling. It has been turned into another kind of a feeling. That is the feeling of self. But now you know the mechanism of which how this feeling was brought about. How was self got strengthened up as it keeping coming again and again. You feel that you have certain kind of conscious feeling. So for that conscious feeling, what will happen next? A figure that you saw through the mirror, it comes and join or tangle or wrapped around this particular feeling of consciousness of self. Wow. The reflection that you saw in the mirror now comes and tries to wrap around the particular feel of self. So from that day onwards, what will happening to you? You will start to build an self-identity for you. So you start to think that you are the one who saw in the mirror. So this figure has certain kind of a feel that is known as consciousness. So then you start to think, because I'm having this kind of a consciousness, that is the reason why I feel the smell, I feel the hardness of the uh, table, I feel the temperature gradient in the sun, day and night, temperature difference in the day and night. So rest of the world things will be settled automatically around you, will begin to settle. So that is the way how yourself gets established over time. So when you are, if you go back to the day that you have been born, up to the age of 2 or 3, you didn't know that you were alive. You didn't know that you are a human. You didn't know that you have a date of birth, and you didn't know that you have a death even. So after some time, as you uh, start to as you get to know about your surroundings, then the I-ness or the self-centeredness will gradually start to establish within you. That is the way how your self has been, feeling of the self has been brought about. Actually, it has not been done by you, and it has not been either not by anybody else. This is the nature. This is the system that is happening in the nature. The ongoing process in the nature will contributed for you to establish a self within you. Wow, how nice these explanations are. Only through Buddothpado sermons you will hear these things. It is, we can say very confidently. Nowadays, if you hear this kind of explanation, so you will hearing a Buddothpado sermons. So this is the exact truth that you can find in the entire universe. This is the ultimate truth. So now, can you ever say that you are a living being? Can you ever say, sure, I'm living for sure? Can you ever say that for sure that you represent yourself as a living being? No, you are not a living being. You have not been born. You don't have death. So you are no one, actually. Due to the ignorance that you are having from the beginning, you took those feelings as real. Then so this misconception contributed for falsely perception to be established as a real kind of perception within you. From that day onwards, you started believing that there's a self within me. Oh, I am a living being. Because why did it happen? Because you were unaware about the process, ongoing process that is happening in the nature. So after realizing, after understanding this Dhamma, what will happen? The reverse process will be the reverse process will be initiated to will start to happen. The reversal of everything. What is it? So as you know, it gradually started to develop a self over the time. The same way it starts to go in reverse direction. What will happen? The established self start to dissolve gradually from the state of non-self. See, only way of achieving this particular uh, change by acquiring the knowledge of truth. So, the acquiring the knowledge per se is not enough. The application of knowledge into your day-to-day life, it is very much important, crucial here. But you are not doing anything. So as you become thorough with this knowledge of skandha, so it will tend to apply whatever the activity that you are doing in the day-to-day life. So that will again convince you what you have been learning is true. So that will contribute for you to get away from this illusion more further. So you will start to get true liberation from the illusion gradually. But it is not happen overnight. It will not happen overnight. As it took time to grow, develop a self within you, and the reverse process might take few days to few years. Probably Lord Buddha says it will lie between 7 days to 7 years. So there's nothing to do from your side, only seeing the truth, only understanding the truth. How you become thorough, how you become more confident on this Dhamma. So that will positively affect your true liberation from the mind. From the mind in the sense, from the illusion. So that is, in other words, so you will be going towards the non-vibrational state from the vibrational state along, as you become thorough with this understanding. So that is why Lord Buddha said this Nibbana is achieved only through the understanding. Sankitte Nibbidaya. So it is very important here. So I think these explanations are sufficient for today's time, for the time allocated. Anyway, we can talk further tomorrow as well, as usual. So come with an open mind. Don't stick to certain kind of strict uh, notions or strict beliefs. Uh, come with an open mind. Be ready. Be prepared to listen carefully. Be prepared to contemplate. Be prepared to logically figure out. For that will make your way more solid. That will pave your way actually to the direction of Nibbana. So we can talk tomorrow as well. So until then, good night and have a pleasant evening. Thank you for listening.
Uh, just I want to bring up two facts actually, two things happening in Sri Lanka these days. One, of course, I think it's a news which has gone all over the world about the disaster that we have faced, and lots of destructions and many lives have been lost uh, during these 3-4 days, and many more are in very difficult situations, losing all the loved ones and also losing all the belongings. Uh, and this actually is a very good example of the uh, anitya or uncertainty, which is explained in Buddha teachings. When you use the word anitya, or the meaning is uncertainty, there's a very superficial level uh, where even a person without a guidance of a noble friend, or even without knowing even Buddha teaching, where the materialistic world can be destroyed within a fraction of a second. So this happened in tsunami some years back. Similar destruction happened not only to Sri Lanka, many, several other countries around. And similarly, uh, this type of damages due to heavy rainfall, floods, uh, occurs in different parts of the world. So you can see that the things which were built up uh, over years gets destroyed, and the people uh, die within minutes or seconds. People who have been fit enough and very healthy, very beautiful people with, and also people with lots of assets and wealth, all are gone within few minutes sometimes. So this is the most superficial level of anitya, or the uncertainty. Really speaking, uh, you don't need a spiritual leader to show this type of destruction, because any human being who can understand, who can see this, not only human beings, even the animals can recognize this sort of uncertainty. Uh, but only the human being, the humankind, will have the advanced mind to understand the nature of this type of destruction. So this is the most superficial level of anitya, or the uncertainty. But Lord Buddha tried to explain something much more deeper. Because as I mentioned earlier, you don't need a wise person, you don't need a spiritual leader or a person like Lord Buddha to explain this type of destruction. What we have to understand is that there are much more deeper levels which can be understood only by the human beings. So we are very fortunate to be born as a human being, and also to be able to hear these true Dhamma facts, and the ability to understand. So we are very fortunate in that way to understand, to be able to understand the levels, the deeper levels that Lord Buddha tried to explain. So what are the levels of this anitya? So you have to sort of go deeper and deeper in the water and dive deeper and see what are the other levels which were explained by Lord Buddha. Uh, Now we know that we, as most of you have been listening to this Dhamma for some time, and also you may have got this information from different sources, that the world is a creation of the senses. In Pali phrase, it says that Salayatana Loko Loko. The world is created by the sense faculties. And now these facts actually we have been discussing again and again, but it is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. And different animal kinds will have different types of senses, and within that capacity of the senses, something called world is created. And the ignorance or the foolishness, I would say, leads to, and it results in taking these creations as real. So that is where everything has gone wrong. So we think that what was created within the capacity of this sense of faculty is real. And another animal who has different types of senses will have a differently created world for that animal. And that animal will take that world as real. And even within the human kind, the different people can have slightly different ways of the sensor functions, so that there may be slightly differently created world for each person. Now, one of the simple examples is that color blindness, where some people cannot identify the difference between the red and green. And there are some finer defects apart from this bold color change. Sorry. And also sometimes, depending on the capacity of the ears, a person may not be able to hear the sounds that another person can hear. So you can see that it's completely a creation of the sense faculties. Creation of the sound means the birth of the sense faculty itself. There's nothing called a sensor faculty which is persisting, and that sensor faculty will create a picture. It's not so. Creation of the sensor faculty equals to the creation of the sound. Creation of the sensor faculty or the creation of the eye faculty is equal to the appearance of light or the creation of the light. So creation of these things always happens due to the rapid speed. So these facts actually we have been talking again and again. And this is the second level that we have to understand. So now we know that it is a creation of the sensor faculty. It is something created at the sensor level. And that itself is not true. That itself has the nature of anitya. So why is that? That's because the speed is a decisive factor in this instance. So always it is the speed which leads to creation and gives rise to the appearance of something existing really. And when you go a little deeper, which is the ultimate fact that we have to understand, creation of the light or the creation of the sound, creation of the taste, smell, and the skin feeling, all these are created due to the rapid speed. So there is nothing. From nothingness, something has been creating. Something is being created. And then you build up something called, it's like a building which is coming up without any foundation or without any base. From zero level, from the level of nothingness, due to the ignorance, we create something which looks like real. So this is actually, these are the facts that Lord Buddha disclosed. And these things actually in simple ways, our noble friend Aryan Mahase tries to explain, and he has given us 4 steps in the practical experience, where stepwise the understanding is given that there is no one here, there is no self here, but it is just a creation happening as the sensor function. So the true anitya level, or the true fact that the Lord Buddha has explained, is that the level of the sensor function, where there is nothing, and what you think is not there outside in the world. We can't say that there is nothing in the world. You can't say that there is nothing, but we don't know. What we know, all what we know is what is created by the senses. So we have to assume that this is what is there outside, which is not true. That is what is really meant by the word anitya, or the meaning is actually uncertainty, but the Pali word is anitya. So you can, depending on the person's level of understanding, these facts about the explanations about the anitya is given at different levels. You have to actually understand from the top level, from the superficial level, because without knowing that level, a person can't understand the deeper levels. For a person who is not into Dhamma at all, what is seen from the superficial level, the destructions of the materialistic world, which has happened in our country right now. So that sort of destruction has to be seen, and the person will that will be an eye opener to the person who is not into Dhamma at all. So the person will start thinking, oh yes, whatever we earned, and we whatever the wealth we had, and then all our loved ones, all our wealth, and everything that was called our belongings, the things that we called our things, gone within minutes. So when you see that, when you undergo that sort of experience, a person who has never been to Dhamma will be shaken actually, and then the person will try to think. That will be an eye opener, and the person will try to think, oh yes, I have been collecting all these things, and I have had a lovely family life. I had all these nice things, valuable things, all gone. What is the point of collecting all these things? Then he will actually try to sort of explore this Dhamma path. So that is a beginning. And then when you turn to the correct path, and when you go on listening to the Dhamma facts little by little, the person will try to uh, listen more, listen to the more and more Dhamma disclosures and the discussions, and then try to understand the deeper levels, where this is all simply a creation. Nothing can be taken as true, nothing can be taken as persistent, and this is all the creation of the sensor functions. This is all sensor functions. There is no self who is responsible for this self sensor function. Uh, so these facts, little by little, I think they try to understand. So that is, in other words, the most important and the most pure anitya level, the anitya fact, will surface when the person understands and listens to these Dhamma discussions. I can see our noble friend R.N. Vahanse also has joined. R.N. Vahanse, Teruvan Saranai. Okay, we will continue the facts that I was trying to explain. And that was one of the important things that I wanted to explain. And also there's some other very important event happening in Sri Lanka these days in our country. Uh, uh, Thai monk Venerable Bhante has arrived from Thailand on invitation of our noble friend. And he has brought some relics of Lord Buddha, and this relics is being displayed in different parts of the country, and also in some places the relics are being enshrined. And that Thai Bhante is also traveling from place to place. He's visiting various important temples in the country, and also conducting some Dhamma discussions. And more importantly, he's also taking part in the one-day practical experience programs. So I think there's a brighter future for us because there will be more communications with the Thai monasteries, where they also will like to join with our noble friend R.N. Mahase's teachings, and also they will also start conducting the practical experience programs there. So in other words, the true Dhamma teaching of Lord Buddha, which were actually hidden for some time, will surface little by little. And we all know that by experience, the people who have been listening to these Buddothpado discussions, most people experience the change within themselves already. So it is something called Sandittika, where the own self will recognize the change, and the ability to tolerate many events day to day in the day-to-day life, and also the defilements, raga, dvesha, and moha, becoming less and less, so that the life will be more peaceful and a tranquil one for everyone. So this is something that people are experiencing. So that is the beauty of it, because most of the people who are who are joining this Buddothpado discussions, they have gone through many other teachers in the country. They have listened to so many Dhamma discussions and Dhamma Deshana, but they have found that it is actually gives a very temporary calmness within themselves. So there is no internal change, or there is no internal transformation observed. So that is the beauty of the Dhamma discussions with our R.N. Mahase. So if we go back to
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala,
Saranai, yes.
We are still in goal, so getting organized, collecting all these donations for this Buddothpado Sahana Yatra, and we are really enjoying this great deed. And here we have one Miss Pramita. She would like to share her thoughts in this forum, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay,
I'll
please.
pass.
Okay, please, yes. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. I'm Pramita.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm
happy to be a part of this forum. Recently I joined this.
Yes.
A few months ago, it happened me to listen to this through YouTube. So actually, I'm very happy to listen to these things, and also now I'm at goal with the other
Yes.
friends, and actually, it's really very happy. Actually, I'm very happy because I became a part of this. Giving helping hand those who lost everything, and
Okay.
also and
Yes.
also uh, with the Bante from Thailand. Yes, yesterday we could join all these religious things in the temples in Gaul, around Gaul, and most of the people around Gaul district joined these things, and actually they really appreciated the things. Those who did not know about this Buddothpado, they got to know a lot of things about this, and most probably this will spread all over the world, more than actually in 2026. I mean, most of
Yes.
will join in hand with this, I suppose. So actually, I'm happy to talk to this with you all to share my things. This is the first time actually I have never spoken to these things. It's the first
Yes.
time I talk to this, so I'm very happy to say that the things, that experience we got, the selflessness while we are doing all these activities. Aryan Vasi is also explaining everything. So doing activities with this, actually this is kind of a meditation, like without myself we work, we didn't feel that tiredness. So
Yes.
yes, we didn't feel actually. So far we didn't feel like we don't think about the food or whatever it is, thinking about all these things, really happy with the activities going on. So I would like to invite all of the others to get in hand with this program. Even we spoke a lot of friends around our families and all, so they will join these things within these 2 days ahead.
Yes. How
Yes.
did you find out about Buddothpado Deshana?
Actually, we were doing something else 10, 10 to 20 years ago. So we were
Yes.
doing, as Arya said, that is Mithya Dushtika, that is what we realized. Later on, we found this. Suddenly, while I was scrolling this YouTube, so I got this Buddothpado, that with the poster. So they are actually the voice of this Aryan Vahanse struck myself. I didn't
Yeah.
know anything actually. I didn't know,
That's
I did
kind of
nothing.
magic voice, isn't it?
Yes, that is the
Yeah.
voice I yes. So I didn't understand what he said. He was reading a book or something like that at about 2 p.m. So so next day also, the second day as well.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Terasana Renwansa. Namaskar
Dr.
Veda.
Chandani, that's a Pramita.
Yes, yes.
He is more than helping us, no? With, today in Gaugol. Pramita and his husband is a Sobita also. It's a huge support giving. Yeah. Yesterday also, the vehicle also giving the Bante, and it's a huge support. Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, Pramita can speak English well, but shy. Oh, fear. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, otherwise she know the Dhamma also. The long period here in this Dhamma, but not coming forward. That's the problem. No, that's the picture. That's why we are. Yeah, you are telling. It's okay. You you come with us and join, no? It's like the Sudharma is yeah. I told her next time is coming Bante and introduce and explaining the Dhamma. No, Chandana is good, no? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Now on, I think
It's
she will
good,
be
yeah.
able to
It's
talk.
okay,
She
okay,
will
okay,
join.
Chandani. Okay, I'll join her. It's okay.
Okay, yes, I think you can join hereafter. Whatever the time convenient for you, there are so many Zoom discussions throughout the day.
Yeah.
So you can, are you still working? Or
Yes, I'm working. Yes, yes.
okay, so maybe what time will you be free? Will you be free in the evenings or
Actually, after 3:30, after 3:30,
okay,
I will be all
okay.
right. Yes.
Okay, so there are two discussions that you can listen. Actually, 7 o'clock there is a discussion, and then 9:30 p.m. also there is another Zoom discussion. 9:30
Yes.
p.m. one it's easier for you to sort of get things clarified, the things that you want to
Yes.
sort of ask as questions and get the explanations.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, during the weekends, you can join any of the other Zoom discussions. We have at 5 o'clock one, and then 9:30 in the morning,
Yes.
and 1 o'clock is the Sutra Deshana, and then
Yes.
2:45 to 4 o'clock we have the English discussion.
Yes.
So you're mostly welcome to any of those. You said you have listened for 3 to 4 months, is it?
Yes. Nearly 6 months, doctor. Nearly
Ah,
six
okay. So
months.
that's a good time for 6 months. Means you may have listened to a fair amount of Dhamma discussions,
I
haven't you?
suppose. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. Yes. And also,
Anyway,
I
it's
have
great.
participated. I have
Ah,
already participated for about not six, actually 3-4 months for the practical experience going
right,
on
right.
Kurunegala, both of us with my
Okay,
husband.
okay.
Yes.
So from Gaul, you are going to Kurunegala?
Not from Gaul. Actually, today I'm at Gaul. I'm at Kadawatha. I'm
Ah,
at
you're from
Kadawatha.
Kadavata. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Yes,
Kadawatha.
actually, Kurunegala has a very well organized program going on. So
Yes.
I think you can, while you are listening to the Dhamma discussions, when you take part in the practical experience, that will have the added effect, isn't it? That will
Yes.
collectively help you to move forward quickly.
Actually, that's right.
Mm.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Anyway, it's great both of you are helping so much in this program and
No,
Aryan
no, you
Vasudeva.
all have done a lot. We are doing a small pinch. We
There's
wanted to,
no.
actually, we wanted to help Aryan Mahanse. We have
Mm,
seen how much he is doing for these
mm,
helpless people. That is what. So,
yeah,
if we can,
yes,
we would
yes.
have done something. That is what we thought. So,
Yes, yes.
mm, anyway, I'm very happy to
So
meet
please
y'all.
do join
Sudharma.
whatever the Zooms that you can. Yes.
Okay, doctor. Sudharma is there. I'll
Okay.
hand. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandani, she will continue to
Yes.
join the English
Okay.
Zoom. Yeah, but
Okay.
after this
Okay.
program, until
Okay.
15th, we will be busy.
You will be
After that,
busy,
we
I
will
know.
continue. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, there is another young girl who has listened to these
Okay.
sermons for about
Okay. Welcome.
one. Yeah, I'll pass the phone to her. She's
Okay. Sure.
Dr. Shamli. Yeah.
Sure.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Uh,
Chandani. I'm Dr. Shamli.
Teruvan. Okay. Teruvan
I'm,
Saranai. Nice to hear you.
yeah,
Okay.
actually, I'm daughter-in-law of Miss Sudharma.
Okay.
Uh,
So you are
so,
helping your mother-in-law with all her work.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
all these Dhamma works, and I'm
Mm,
grateful to
mm,
have this opportunity. I have
mm.
listened to this sermons for around 1.5 years, but I
Mm.
hardly get time to listen to the full session. But anyway, I'm
Okay.
very
Okay.
happy to see. I'm very happy to hear and
Mm.
learn true Dhamma. So this is the first time I have spoken to this forum. So it's actually a good platform to everybody, including the international population. So, so I'm very happy. This is the first time. I'm a little bit nervous.
Talking.
Yeah.
You don't sound nervous at all. Okay.
So I
So
hope
where are
to.
you? Are you also from Gol? Gol?
Yeah. No, and
Where
my hometown is Hakmana. It's Matara. So I
are
married to Miss Sudharma's son. So she's my mother-in-law, and it's a very. I think it's a great opportunity to join this family. Otherwise, I
Yes.
couldn't be able to find this hopefully. But anyway,
Yes.
thank you all of you, and it's a great service. So I want to hear this for the rest of my life, and I
Yes.
will join you soon.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. It's very nice to hear from you. Actually, younger generation should join this more and more. Then I mean, you don't you can sort of continue with your life events in a more
Yeah, of
comfortable
course.
and more tranquil way when you understand this Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, actually with the busy schedule, but I feel this. This is the first thing
Mm.
that I felt. So I want to follow this in
Yes.
future. Uh,
So whenever you can, I mean, you may not be able to join the Zoom discussions very often when you are working, but
yeah,
whenever you are free, you can leisurely listen to it from the YouTube.
yes.
Anyway, if you have been listening for 1.5 years, I think
Yeah,
most of the
actually,
basic
past
facts.
yeah,
Yes,
yes. The past 1 year was my internship, so I hardly got the time for that. But now I'm a little bit free, so
free.
I
Yes.
hope to listen to more and more
Mm.
uh, sermons. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it's nice actually, and I think thanks to Sudharma also for getting you also involved.
Yeah,
It's,
actually, yeah.
I mean, not everybody feel like joining Dhamma discussions, particularly of your age. Younger people tend to go for the different entities, isn't it? I mean, for more
Yeah.
enjoyment rather than going along the Dhamma path, which is,
Yeah,
and you are very lucky in that way because your feel has sort of directed to the correct way, I think.
of course. I also got that my lucky opportunity because the I want to hear this. I want to follow this. That's the only
Yes.
thing, and I will do it in the future. Yes.
Therwan
Okay, thank
Saranai,
you.
Therwan
Thank you for
Saranai, Dr.
talking.
Sakuntala.
Hirosalanai.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
we are introducing this to young people also who can at
Of
least,
course.
like, yes, we should. So we are getting busy, Dr. Sakuntala, because some donations are also people are
Come.
bringing with the
Okay.
donations. So may the
Okay.
Noble President bless you and please go ahead,
Okay.
Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay.
Therwan
Thank you for joining. Thank you, Hirosalanai. Okay, I think we will just continue the discussion that we were doing. Uh, the spirit of what we learn from our noble friends' discussions are that from nothingness we are constructing something which looks like a thing. So that is basically that is what the Lord Buddha has taught us, and we are the uh, we are actually the physical body is being manipulated by the thoughts. It's a string of thoughts that we label it as the mind, but there is nothing called permanently lasting mind. mind is a string of thoughts. Thoughts are occurring then and there at that moment, and then there is a fresh thought. But because of the ignorance, these thoughts, we see them as something connected to each other, but actually the thoughts are not connected to each other. They are always a new thought. And one of the beautiful examples that come from Lord Buddha's time is that the story of Angulimala. Angulimala was a serial killer. He killed about, it says according to the story, 999 people because he was cutting the fingers from each and every dead body to offer it as an offering to his great teacher who taught him from his small age. So that was his reward for teaching him. So that is what the story says. But the important fact there is that he was enrobed, he became a bhikshu because the Lord Buddha's kind eye was directed to him, and Lord Buddha realized that he had the merits. He had the luck to reach the state of arhat. So he knew that he should be helped. So he had this guilty feeling where he killed so many people. Even after becoming a bhikshu, he had this guilty feeling all the time. So he couldn't escape from that guilty feeling. And one day, Lord Buddha sort of made use an incident which happened in relation to a pregnant mother who was screaming in pain, in labor pain. And this Angulimala Bhikshu felt very sad about it. And then he asked Lord Buddha, how can I help this mother? And he was taught a particular sutra, which we call the Angulimala Sutra. But the Angulimala Bhikshu was a bit surprised. He said, I cannot, Lord Buddha said that you make the determination or you make the wish saying that I haven't killed any people, and if that fact is true, when I tell this sutra, this mother should recover or her labor pain should get less and have the baby without any difficulty. But the Angulimala Thero was surprised. He said, no, Lord Buddha, how can I say, because I have killed so many people? How can I say that I haven't killed? Then Lord Buddha actually was very tactful, and he said, have you killed people after becoming a bhikshu? That actually from superficial, from the outer layer, it looks like that when he was enrobed as a bhikshu, he didn't kill people. That's true. But actually what Lord Buddha wanted to explain was not that outside story, not the fact that Angulimala Thero didn't kill any people after becoming a Thero. It's not the fact that Lord Buddha was trying, because the Angulimala Thero was a very intelligent person. He was, as a youngster, very, very intelligent. So the fact underneath that was that the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give was that every time it's a fresh thought. So the thought about being a killer is no more there. And the fresh thought, the one that is born or arises right now, is a new thought. So in this thought, if you are not a killer, then you can't label the person as a killer. So that was the explanation that Lord Buddha wanted to, that was a message that Lord Buddha wanted to give him. And he got it correct. And he said, oh yes, then he understood that this is always it's always the idea about being a killer is only a thought. And each time a fresh thought comes up, and then that thought is gone and another thought is coming. So these thoughts are not related to each other. But because of the ignorance, we feel that thoughts are related to each other, and we take it as one solid mind. So this is one of the very beautiful examples which we get from Lord Buddha's time. And what I wanted to explain was that the formation of the thought is the result of the sense faculty function. And thought is the one which carries you in all this samsara cycle or the samsara journey. So when you do not realize that how the thoughts are formed, and when you do not realize that the thoughts are not real and they are just creations, that itself is the ignorance, and that is what carries you in the samsara journey. So if you go back and further talk about this sense function or the sense faculty function, the eye faculty doesn't mean the physical eye, but the physical eye is needed in the background for this function. So the eye faculty is only the function of seeing, and ear faculty means the sensor function where sound is created. So similarly, the taste faculty means the creation of the taste. So likewise, the nose and skin. So those are the five senses, and all five senses have a materialistic background where the physical part of the body is needed for this function. Because when there is when a person is completely blind, or when the eyeball is not there, you can't talk about any eye faculty. If a person is completely deaf from birth, you cannot talk about a sound faculty or a sound. But still they get a world created. So the person who is blind will have a world with no light, but the rest of the sensor faculties, rest of the information will give rise to some form of world created for him. And similarly, a person who is deaf will have a very quiet world created for him, because the other sensor functions are there. And the common example that we talk always, the earthworm. Earthworm doesn't have the eyes, ears, and we don't know about the taste and the smell. I do not think they have the nose either. So basically what we know is that only the skin sensor for the earthworm, but still with the skin sensor, it feels that it is alive. So this sensor functions collectively gives rise to the thought formation. And the little baby, the baby who is just born, or maybe few months old, will have this information at the sensor function. So the sensors are functioning, but they do not aggregate, or they do not merge together to make thoughts until the baby is a little bit older. So this is a natural process. And naturally, little by little, when the physical organs become more mature, these sensor functions, sensor information tend to merge together, and then what is called the thought. the thought is kind of naming or some form of description of the sensor information. For example, the eye faculty eye faculty is something like a camera. It's like a camera, but the eye doesn't know what that picture is. And the naming of the picture or the kind of description is the function of the mind. So it's, in other words, it's a thought. So everything is a thought, and that is described in 3 ways in Buddhist teaching. They are called sankhara, or some constructs. So every thought is a construct, every word is also a construct, every action is also a construct, because you have a name for that. Now, when you are talking with somebody, you talk about something you did or something something that you had as a thought. So all these are actually, they are thoughts. They are basically underneath that. Everything is a thought. So how the thoughts are formed, that is something that we have to understand. So the thought formation or the creation of the thought is the result of the sensor function. And when the child is a little bit older, as a process, as a part of the nature's process, the thoughts are formed. And thoughts, if we do not recognize, if we do not, if we don't hear this true Dhamma, we don't know that they are just created, and that creates the world. So in other words, the world means a collection of, or a flow of thoughts, and they are taken as real. And this is the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's disclosures, where the understanding of this creation and the more knowledge that you acquire by studying, more things you learn, that means your mind bubble or this created world becomes thicker and thicker. That is why Lord Buddha said that for a 7-year-old child, it's easier to understand this Buddha teaching or the Buddha disclosures rather than a person, an adult, particularly a person who has studied and who has got lots of qualifications, will find it difficult to get rid of or undo what was taught. So that is the important fact. That is why at Lord Buddha's time we know that a number of children, small age children, who understood and who became even arhat at a very small age, because they do not have much wrong perceptions or false perceptions added with the time. I would like to invite anybody else, who have joined now, would like to join me with the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Arabhasa. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Chandani.
Yes.
I just want to add something, how this English Zoom started about 3 years ago, and how it was like then and how it is now. So I'm so happy to see how it has flourished throughout these years. Yeah. So at that point also, I was thinking, how can it be? How can we give this to the world? So that was Arya Mahanse was saying from the beginning, how to give this Dhamma to the world. So now, see, yes, even I didn't believe that. So how can we do this with few people? But now see how it has gone, like it's like the wind, no? So it is spreading like very beautifully. So the voice of true Dhamma is spreading. So that's what I wanted to add, Dr. Sakuntala. So I was there from the beginning, so I know how it has flourished. It has gone through difficulties. Yes, how we overcome those things. Yes, so newcomers came to the Zoom. So likewise, now it is going on very smoothly, I think. Yeah, just wanted to add, Sakuntala. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for your, joining. I know you have been there right from the beginning. For some time, you were one of the very active participants in this one.
So yeah, Aryan Mahansi was like he was always telling we have to give this Dhamma to the world. So yes, it was very supportive at that time. Even now it is going, actually it's spreading now throughout the world.
Yes.
Through Dhamma. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes. Because
Thank
so many. Thank you. Anyway, thank you for thank you for joining. So many people are actually not even Buddhist people, but even the non-Buddhist people. They are turning towards they are trying to find out what is the truth, what is true Dhamma or whatever. The many non-Buddhists, whatever the religion that they have been following, they feel that it is not real, or it is not. They feel that something wrong, and this is not what they have been looking for. That is what they say. And other thing is, there are so many other so-called Buddhist people. By label they are Buddhist, but they have got lots of parts from Hindu teachings, and they have created their own methodology, and then they are teaching it as Buddhism, and they are teaching it as correct Buddhist meditation. So many pitfalls are there for a person who is trying to find true Dhamma, isn't it?
And especially this non-self Dhamma is a bit difficult to understand as well, isn't it?
Yes, true.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. We all have suffering, but everybody understands suffering. But to know that there's no one to suffer is very difficult to get into, isn't it? Yeah.
It's yes. Okay, we can see Dr. Kokila also just joined. I think she had some commitment, so she said that.
I'm actually still in a very noisy environment. I don't know if they are by the background. You might hear that.
Not much disturbances. We don't hear anything, of course.
Oh, that's good. I'm still in the premises. I couldn't leave yet. But I thank you so much for joining in, everyone. It's so good. And from today morning, I heard how Aryan Mahansi was encouraging everyone to come and do the supporting every Sri Lankan, everyone who is suffering at this moment. Suffering actually has so many meanings, but who is suffering at the moment needs support, and then only we can offer support for deeper suffering. I mean, even for someone who doesn't know that there is suffering, the meanings to the suffering, much more than that, they will get the message if we support them now. So it's really interesting. It's really good to do that, and I invite everyone to actually join that massive task Aryan Mahansi is trying to do. Actually, Aryan Mahansi will do whatever he is going to do. I mean, he has that. If he has the good intention, he will just do it. And we all support him in every way we can. And whatever the way we can. So everyone who is out there, we invite all of you to support this the suffering, whether we know that whether it is suffering, whether we know, what we know is what our suffering is. Whatever the description of the suffering, it can vary. The most importantly, to get into the depth of the suffering and get rid of the suffering forever, and actually cessation of this cycle of birth is the most important thing. But to come to that, people should have some kind of happiness, in the sense should have food, shelter, clothes, and some good mentality to listen to them. And this is the chance, I think, to let everyone know that yes, this is suffering. All the disasters are bringing suffering. Yes, we have all go through a lot of suffering last how many years? Yeah, I mean, every time something happens, the whole country suffers. It may be part of it. This time, I think the whole country is knowing the effect of it. So yeah, it is really important. And as we said, if you want to know how to stop suffering, you have to listen to Buddothpado Aranwanse's Dhamma, which is so empowering. How much empowering it would be is actually to stop the death. And how do you stop the death? Is that this death of this body or like that? Not really. Stop the death. You have to actually understand that we were never born. It's really interesting, really important to understand the truth of this life, isn't it? Yeah, it's so good. I think all of us trying to give this message to everyone. We tried in every Zoom discussion from early morning, 5 o'clock to middle of the night, like 2 a.m. in Sri Lanka. I think we are having Zoom discussions, one ending to another one. So anyone who understands Sinhala can join to any of the Zoom discussions. If you are having some curiosity, what is this? Why are we talking about a cessation of suffering? Why are we talking about cessation of this cycle of birth? If you want to really know, just come and listen. You don't have to worry about it. Just come and listen and see. There's so many Buddothpado Aranwanse's sermons out there, thousands of it actually. And if you don't know how to listen to which one to, you can actually talk to this one of the Zoom meetings and discuss which one to and where to start and all that. And definitely you will absorb this very slowly. You don't have to change your position, you don't have to change your job, you don't have to change anything, but slowly actually your suffering will vanish. That is the most important thing, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I think Dr. Sandhani?
Both are here. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I just want to add something. So actually, now Kisa Gautami and Patachara understood Dhamma in a fraction of a second, no? Because they had this acute suffering. At the next moment, they understood it. So likewise, there's no time period, no? The next moment we can understand what, even if it is suffering, if they are suffering a lot, the next thought would be end of suffering, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's so more to it, and so but it's simple. Even 7-year-old understood this, and someone who is working in a house, like as a servant, understood this. And if you're thinking that it's not actually what you know, it's actually how you feel. And if you feel suffering, there is an end to that too. If you feel the suffering of this life, and if you want to end it, come and listen. And just come and listen. You don't have to judge it. You don't have to, we are very, very famous for judging. We judge people. We judge by a lot of parameters. We have so many parameters. If the parameters, I mean, you can't go by them, and you can't go by the outside appearance. You can't go by the actual what the person is doing. If there is suffering, if there's a mind, you definitely can overpower that mind and get rid of suffering. That is the message. The message. I hope everyone would hear this. Actually, yeah, I'm actually looking directly at the moon by the side of the sea, and it's funny, and it's really interesting how Aranwan says Dhamma, the truth has gone through us so much such that everything is so beautiful at the same time. It's nothing, but it's so beautiful, so nothing. So I don't know. I don't have any words more to to how to invite people, how to invite anyone who is suffering to come and listen. And if you can't understand, you can talk to someone. And that's why we have Zoom discussions from 5 a.m. to ending about 2:30 a.m. in the morning, I think. I don't know, something like that. So if you can't in the morning, you have something in the noon. And if you can't do any of the times in that, you have something in the evening. And if you can't do that, you have something in the middle of the night. Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Of course, yes. I don't think any of the bhikshus, teachers in the country will have this number of Zooms in any way. So throughout the day, as you said, anytime if you switch on your phone, you can listen to something. Just a very short sort of intervals in between, isn't it? And as you said, it is the angle that you are looking at it, because a beautiful metaphor has been given by Lord Buddha. It's like a dewdrop which is hanging at the end of a grass blade. If you want to see the rainbow colors of that, there's a particular angle that you have to look at it. So it's kind of focusing, and the angle that the person looking at it, then only you can see the rainbow colors of that dewdrop. So like that, the Dhamma facts that we hear, we know it as a knowledge. We know by thoughts. We can sort of very clearly explain the facts what we listen, but for you to have the understanding of that, or your for the inner transformation, there's a particular angle that you have to look at these facts.
Yeah. I'm so happy that Dr. Chandani has also joined today.
Yes.
It's really, I mean, we need to have a really good discussions. I think we do actually. Every day we kind of out of interest, I think, in ourselves, we start talking, and we when we come to the end, we are kind of in the middle of the discussion, but still we end the discussion kind of like that, because this Dhamma, we can't finish talking about it sometimes.
Yeah. And more people means better, isn't it, for the discussion?
Very much. Very much. And if they actually ask questions, like something like one gentleman asked one day, what is the separation? And something like that, in any aspect, if you can have a discussion, not to like criticize, because we are not like forcefully going to a forum and trying to tell our view. That's not like you can't give right view like that. You have to seek it and you will get it. And if you're seeking right view, and if you have a slightest idea that there may be someone who is talking about right view, yeah, you just join in and just have a discussion, very, very honest discussion though, because if you're not honest, if you're just coming to criticize only, then there's no honest discussion. That would be really useless, and they just have to end it. But lately I have never seen that. I mean, I have seen genuine interest in Dhamma and genuine kind of need to end the suffering. And when this go the mouth to mouth, communication and house to house communication, village to village communication, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. And Lord Buddha is out there. Lord Buddha is actually not a physical thing. Lord Buddha's Dhamma is the thing that is going to lift up this world.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he's happy, he smiles. When he's sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So, then we can observe. So, baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So, even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastrava power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shastrava Swabhavaya. or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes through any of the senses, if it becomes a thing to you or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should pluck that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpado sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers. And I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it. And somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpado sermons, slowly but gradually, but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me. So I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I am thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created. How the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. Because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. It is within you. At this moment, a moment-to-moment creation. So if there is an outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. This is always, there is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merges to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world. Which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. it is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom, because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen, no? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of these speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have a child, husband or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, husband or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, if it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family. Even he forgets the time. Anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning. Just like a child in the Montessori with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China, so he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpado highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration then and there. No one is doing this. So nahidan attakatam bimbam nahidam parakatam agam hetum paticca sambhuta hetubhanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomena. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also there alive. Otherwise, the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. we get only the taste, but the thought comes as I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mind or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent field. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil, but it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle, to feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life or to keep you alive or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people. These things begins to diminish and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away. And you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual. But there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path, and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful, to keep them satisfied, they might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking, or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means Samatha Vipassana Yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But insight meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma, with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought, and that thought also not real. So first, you have to know how these thoughts are created. First, to apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way, with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpado gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by senses, but it's a thoughtful world. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So Aryan Mahansa these days explains a lot about the formless world, where the Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power of defilements. Shasrava, Ashrava, Shinasrava, Anashrava. Anashrava is when the power is becoming zero. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa explains that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world, are in one vibration. So what we have to know is that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there is no self to suffer. So as usual, we invite you all to come and listen to Buddothpado sermons and endure samsaric journey, endure suffering. There are about 12,000 sermons in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours BTV and PeoTV English. Also many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, Aryan Mahansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
such ego and no such concept of an self or an I in the first place. So naturally, the need of the others, the want of the others, comes first and it is paramount in all sense of the word. So just turning back to the Dhamma, Dr. Kokila, something that did occur to me that maybe we can perhaps have a conversation. I hope Dr. Sakuntala also joins. Might be a good discussion. Just on the defilements, I thought I heard, I couldn't finish listening to your morning Zoom or the midnight Zoom, but I thought I heard, maybe it was today or yesterday, a mother asking you a question about the defilements. Isn't this path, when one has got a fair understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, what is actually the path, and how does one know one is on the path, or it was that, but the defilements, because I think you talked about a catch-22 situation about how you can't think. I think I might have asked you the same question some time ago as well. How, there is this different stages of thoughts. One is the active thinking, and one is the almost auto-reflection kind of thinking when there is only something that you are feeling a burning sensation and feel as if you have got attached through either craving or aversion to a sense object, and then you can reflect at that point and feel the sense of that whole binding effect, the power and the vibration of self-perception dissipating. But then gradually even that auto-reflection is also not required. And there is the sense of the defilements of aversion, ill will, etc., gradually dissipating. So in that stage of gradual dissipation, now we talk about the jnana, jnana meaning wisdom. I'm not sure that's a direct translation, but that's the only word we've got, I think, the wisdom. So the fading of the defilements is something that is sensed rather than that is sensed. What I mean is felt or sensed without actually being thought. So that I think I've heard Aaron once saying jnaneta දැනෙනවා, jnaneta asu වෙනවා, sorry. So meaning that it is sensed through the wisdom of the defilements fading. And that if that is the jnana, then that is not the thought, isn't it? So the catch-22, could you explain that in the light of the fading of the defilements being sensed by wisdom?
Yeah, the beginning of the catch-22 is the initial stages, of course, where we try to keep thinking about Dhamma, and it actually helps a lot because each time we get a burning, we think, oh wow, this is where I'm actually having issues, then and you keep thinking about that, what has happened here, why it is becoming a real thing to me. Is that actually happening because it has been the fashion like that for a long time, and there's so much, we can go on thinking like that, and because we feel and we think, I think the best way to put that is that we feel this. In there, what we feel is actually the burning. So we feel the burning and then we think about the burning. And then anyway, because of this, burning goes down, but still burning can happen here and there. And as soon as it happens, you might still you still kind of go back to that and see, well, what happened there, and it will just automatically come. You don't have to sit down and think about it later. Like, you remember, we used to think like, 2-3 days later, what happened? Oh my God, what happened there? Why did I act like that? What was the reason for that? And that would be like 2-3 days later. But now it will automatically, the reflection will happen. But the reflection again is kind of a thought. We then come to the stage of one moment. We talk about for this one moment because initially, if someone has never heard Dhamma and has not felt the no-self Dhamma or the non-self perception, they will momentarily feel it, if in one stimulus, that if it is not a thing, the feel of self is not there. In that, there is no thinking. In that particular moment, there is no thinking. So then comes the next stage where now that system is fully aware that yes, there's no self. The continuity of self that we felt is actually not there when things are, not real. In a sense, when things are not felt as real, I would say. At the same time, you still feel them as real, but underneath, there's a massive change because the view that we have, that there is self, like that strong view, that there is self, is broken. That is the most important thing that happens. But the defilements are still the same. Nothing has happened, but there's no way. Whatever the defilements you had until such time is similar, like still there, same way. But because the self view has broken or the right view has come, the defilements are not going to go worse hereafter. Not going to get worse. There's a lot to cease, kind of reduce, or the cessation. There's a lot to change still because there is vibration here. We know that it is not going to get worse because the right view is there. There's no way that fuel is going to fuel that self view was the main power that gave so much additional power to keep thinking this happened to me. I should, kill him because he did something to me. I should destroy the whole, thing because they are not listening to me or something like that. There's no way that a person or a system would go into that direction because they have felt definitely with Dhamma though, with after listening to Dhamma only this would happen, and you feel Dhamma in that particular moment, you definitely, it is going to affect you for the whole. It's an example how one experience can affect the whole system. So now the defilements, whatever we had, or what it means is whatever the vibration you have up to now, even as a human, because as a human also we have so much vibration, what we were born with. We end up being worse than that because of the self-view. But actually, because our self-view is broken, that doesn't happen. But still, we have a kind of a vibration to slowly cease and should go back to zero. You have felt it once, doesn't matter, but it has to slowly, gradually go to zero again. Because it just happened once doesn't mean that it has gone to zero. It just momentarily went to zero. So this is the area that we get into this situation where we keep, we feel that it is. So we kind of have a meditative state because the self-view is broken. So any thought, power is not there, but like massive power that was there is not there, but still it is, even though that level is not there, still some kind of power is there. Once you start this kind of this stage, I mean, there's no stage, but this like a continuous process, but we can say stage, it's just an imagination again. When we talk about like this, we are turning into thought to say this. So when we talk about that stage, there is dwindling of the reduction of defilements. That's actually the beginning of a reduction where you can understand the whole thing about that these things that we have taken for granted, the lands, money, gold, family, how much value we get, that value starts to slowly go down because we keep on understanding that it's just a thought. But then we also keep understanding something else, that thoughts, this dream, the dream is also ongoing. Still the dream has the power because the dream is ongoing. But we keep understanding that dream actually is not true. The main problem there is because of that, we feel gradual reduction of your power. We feel it, but the catch is there. We try to think about it because that's what we all know. That is where the catch is, I think. Because we are humans. Our main ability is to think. That's the most powerful tool we have. It's okay. And still it is, even for a person who has no, zero power of this self vibration, still has the ability to think. And it is the biggest tool or the biggest change from other species. So this thinking, we have the habit of thinking everything, and the reduction of this power, we try to think about it initially. We try to put that into a measuring cup and say, try to measure it. Because that happens because we are so eager to understand how much is gone, how much is there. We try to think about it. That's kind of catch we get into. Still, it goes on until a noble friend will actually try to tell you, well, you know that there is no self. Then why are you? You know that the the thoughts are not true, then why are you actually thinking in this way? Why are you trying to think and get rid of your defilements? Or otherwise, in another way, why are you thinking about the reduction of the defilements? So there is the catch, I think, where, I mean, there are so many catches, I think, but this is one of them, where we feel, we also think. Definitely we feel, I mean, everyone feels, it's just thoughts are covering that. And this is the struggle is initially, because we keep thinking about the change. We keep thinking about the feel. As soon as we feel that, you know, someone says, yeah, I didn't feel anything. If someone says it as it had no effect even now, it is nothing, we usually, I mean, we won't even remember it, do we? If we pass about 1,000 cars while we are driving, we won't remember. So what happens is, even though we keep doing this mistake, you can't really even call it a mistake. That's our habit. We like to think about these things. You know, what is happening to me? What is happening to, in the sense, even though we don't have that, the idea, we like to think about what we feel. Feel and then think. We'll feel, we think, we feel, we think, we feel, we think. That's how it is. But with time, we understand. We come into several stages. We come into the stage where we keep understanding. Feel these thoughts, this dream is not true. I think the noble friend is the main factor here. I think if you are keen enough, you will hear this message. If you are not keen, you will not hear this message. If you remember, I don't know whether this is a matching example, the person who helped Lord Buddha most, I mean, the rich person who made the Jetvanarama and all that, he felt this initially, and he went on telling, doing stuff, but then there's nothing documented about that person changing. But then later he talked to Venerable Saryu, asking, why didn't you tell me these things before? And then he asked, why didn't you tell me these things before? And the best answer I could think of is, he didn't hear it before. And no way you go to Jetvanarama every day and you just associate with them. You don't hear this beautiful Dhamma. You hear it. You don't actually hear it.
It's true.
Yeah. And Vishaka, same thing. She went. She was there all throughout, but she didn't hear that. And then Anipanasatma asked, why didn't you tell me this before? And then, but anyway, nothing happened. And nothing happens here because they are not ready at that particular moment. That's why they can't hear. Or either they don't hear because they are so preoccupied. So someone has to actually pay attention also, but that paying attention part will never happen just by forcefully. You can't really make a horse to drink water. You can show the water, you can You can try to push the body and, you know, touch the mouth to the water. Horse might decide, no, he might even kick you, you know. Can you leave me alone? Like that. And so horse may not drink water. Horse may drink or may not drink. So it's according to feel again, because whatever explained may not be felt. Someone, in the other hand, may feel it immediately. Just imagine Venerable Sadhu, before becoming Venerable Sadhu, he just heard one line and he just understood in a different way. That means he has been thinking about this for a long time. And imagine Bahir, who came a long way to ask Lord Buddha something. He didn't even ask a question. He said, tell me something. He didn't even know what to ask. And Lord Buddha, because he's Lord Buddha, of course, he said the exact thing that he would hear. And he heard the whole Dhamma in 4 sentences. And there you go. He felt it then and there. He's the most, like the fastest, the story we have, like to understand this Dhamma and to feel it fully into the level of an Arahant immediately. So, see, this is quite difficult for us to understand, but in a way, it is very easy to understand how people feel differently and how people feel, you know, how people would not feel in that sense. Because just if you know, like Aranhasi says this all the time, how Lord Buddha felt so many different stuff even before becoming Lord Buddha. He felt the life has so much more deeper meanings than having a baby, having a wife, and having a whole world at his feet. He didn't feel that, but he felt that there's something more, and to help the whole world, in the sense not only humans, whole world to see suffering, because he saw some kind of suffering, and it is a feel too. So this problem, not the problem actually, the fight between the feel and the thoughts is there all the time, because the feel is masked or kind of masked by the thoughts. Because as soon as you try to think about it, get thinking, actually you can think in different ways. You know, you feel something, you think something. So this is just like a rough example. You know, sometimes you feel that this is not the right thing. Just an example. This is nothing to do with Dhamma. I'm just telling. You feel that this is not the right thing to do, but still, then you think about it and then rationalize it in such a way that you do it, and later you understand. Yes, it is not the thing to do. It is still not the thing to do. But then you still keep doing these things because mind says otherwise, because mind has so many reasoning, so many rationalization, so many plans, so many things, so many values, so many stuff. But actual feel might be different. But this is just a different example, because there the intuition is actually described in a different way. It is not the Dhamma way, because only in Dhamma that we talk about this prajna or wisdom, and only in Dhamma we talk about super awareness of kind of being aware about no self. So it is a bit tricky to discuss these things with the words we have, because I don't know what to say about wisdom, because wisdom is already taken, so it's very difficult to tell anything. But anyway, whatever said and done, what you feel is that there's no self, in the sense, no, this power, dwindling of this power, after knowing that there's no, after feeling that there's no self, this keep happening. And you might feel it again, that there's no self, but then in that particular moment, the vibration you had before is much less. And so it is, I don't know, did I try bit, Sarangika? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Poke, I think that was a really good explanation. And you're right about so many things on so many counts. One is the fact that you said we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, because that is so purely out of habit, isn't it? Because the default position is we think, right? From the point, apart from the infancy days, right? From the, if you think about nursery, is the key point of learning, the milestone, and think about a person who is 30, 40, 50 years of age. That means like 99% of that person's life, that person has been thinking, right? So that is why obviously it is the default position. And there is no room unless, as you say, the point of moment of that non-self moment has arisen at least once, to even have the realization, just like the fish doesn't have a realization that there is a world outside the water, to get the realization that there is something actually without being in the mind, isn't it? And one won't get that aha moment unless that experience, even in a fraction of a second, has actually happened. But even so, I mean, however rare that is, and it is so rare, even after that, there is still
habit is the same, yeah.
It is, it's just incredible, isn't it, how warped and contorted, and the ignorance is at such a massive, it has, almost taken over this whole psyche, the entire process. I mean, it is a process, but it is still dominated by this sense of, from that zygote and self-vibration level, almost programmed to the point of being in the default mind status, isn't it? So
yes, 100%. That's well said.
Which is why you said that it is so important for the spiritual, the noble teacher's guidance right through along the way for that follower.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, that's well said. That is the thing. That is the thing. Because someone might think, what happened to Vishaka? What happened to Nepinusutuma? What happened to them? And Lord Buddha didn't actually give them as an example. He gave, I think, Nanda, Matava, and I can't remember. There was another person. But Lord Buddha actually, for people who actually was trying to understand while in not coming to the actual, all this, under him, like under Lord Buddha, everyone came to him. But even without coming to him, there were instances where people understood into the level of like, the non-returner. So that's what he said. But even that, I mean, even that, he used to tell Venerable Sariut, when he was talking once, why did you stop there? Why did you stop there? You could have taken that person directly to the end. But this can happen anywhere, in the sense, that's where, I mean, this is again catches everywhere, you know, like if someone keep understanding Dhamma and has no experience, again, that's another catch, because the you know Dhamma very well, you know it by heart sometimes, but still there's no room for you to feel it, even for that momentary thing. You know, that's the catch too. I mean, there's such a thing, because in that way also you keep thinking in to the strong level that even one stimulus, you won't feel that vibration and the non-vibration, because you have to feel the vibration and the non-vibration both. And then yeah, it's a bit of a catch, because this is all the thickness of your mind, or in the sense thickness of your the thought, in the sense the power of your thought should be very low, even to for someone to momentarily pierce it. And even that doesn't happen if it is very strong. So that's where some people have the problem when the self view is very strong. Aranwansi says this in different formats. You never know. He says it in different ways, different tones, different angles, different people hear it from different ways. For someone he might shout, someone he might say very lovingly, you know. He might say, Amma, you can understand this now, calm down. Go and make some tea and just calm down. That's fine. You have understood this enough. He might say that. For someone else, he might shout. You know, like he might say, when are you going to do this? Something like that. And he might even shout to the level that that other person might be momentarily depressed, you know, like kind of, oh my God. And none of these Dhamma facts are actually worthful for me, because I can't even understand this. Even though I understand everything, still I don't understand this. So he or she might give up momentarily, so that the thickness of that, you know, Dhamma mind will be less. So it's so, can't even describe in one pattern, you know. Why? That's why there's 84,000 ways of Lord Buddha saying this.
Yeah.
Because it's so different. Everyone is caught up somewhere, and after Lord Buddha feels that, oh yeah, they have become the non-vibration. He doesn't go to explain it further, and we know that. But actually, Venerable Sariyut went on telling things to people who have already become non-vibration, because the feeling is not as strong as Lord Buddha. But I mean, these things can't be that much explained, because the field has so much unlimited extensions. Non-vibration has unlimited extension, and the feel in that can be unlimited. In Lord Buddha, actually, it is said that it is unlimited. But all the other venerables had different levels of feelings, even though they are all the non-vibration state is same. So yeah, that's the thing. So we can't compare one state to another, because the feel can be different too. So if we say what Aranwansi feels is similar to the thing we feel, and it's, I mean, it can be a joke actually. Sometimes it can be a joke because no way that someone can feel the same thing as another. No way. But the non-vibration, that is same. There's no difference in the non-vibration status, because non-vibration status is just Buddha status or just non-vibration. There's no one like different non-vibrations to everyone. Non-vibration status is the same. So isn't this so beautiful? I mean, I don't know. The more you dive through it, it becomes so vast. And but the problem is, if you start thinking about it, you might actually drown. That's the other catch. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's the other catch, isn't it?
Actually that wisdom part, I remember Aryan Mahansa was explaining recently, and I think I kind of get it, but then I didn't want to, as you quite rightly said, didn't want to overthink it, because it's not something that should be thought. It needs to be felt at a point that it can be felt, because it's not something, there is no doing here. So as I think he was explaining to Asanti, the prajna or the wisdom, as you also said, Dr. Kokila, the non-vibration is the same. There is no difference between one and the other, even the arahats. But the level of prajna, the wisdom, is the thing that Aryan Mahansa was saying leads to the abhiññāñāna, the profound experiential knowledge, and that differs relative to the level of wisdom, isn't it?
It's not even level of wisdom, because wisdom was very, or prajna was
Is
very
wisdom
high.
prajna? I don't know whether prajna is wisdom, but I was referring to, prajna, yeah.
Yeah, the prajna was kind of highest in Venerable Sariyut, but the feel was high in
the
Venerable
feel was
Moggallana.
different, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that's the thing. So it's
it's
really
not the prajna, it's the feel, isn't it, that makes it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the feel can be different, but and even the wisdom can be different. So that's what I'm saying. So the extent you talk has that's not the main point. What Aranwansi is trying to say is, the more you get to feel things, you will get more understanding about everything. But still, you have to remember, main factor here is not to feel everyone, not to feel everything, but to master the non-self vibration, in the sense to surface it, because it is there already. Self vibration is the one we vibrate all the time, like we synchronize to that all the time, but at least to surface the non-vibration is the thing, because we don't talk about all the because recently Aranwansi was talking about Venerable was it Hardship? I can't remember.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai.
There is this whole Dhamma discussion going on, so I can show it. Opening
yes,
the
please.
video.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Or are you in a discussion already?
No. It's okay. You can. Are you going to start the program?
Therwan Saranai.
You can start it.
Okay.
එතකොට දැන් සක්කාදිට්ඨිය බුදුදාසන හැබැයි සක්කාදිට්ඨිය අරහත්ත්වයට ඒකට හේතුව අර සිතුවිල්ල තියෙන මායිම තමයි සක්කාදිට්ඨිය මායිම. දෘෂ්ටියෙන් විතර සිතුවිල්ල ඇත්ත දකින්න සම්මාදිට්ඨිය. පටිසෝතේ අනුසෝතේ යනවා කියන්නේ සම්මාදිට්ඨිය. ඒක දැනෙන්න ගන්නවා මේ ලෝකෙත් ඇත්ත නෙමෙයි. මේ සිතුවිලි මෙතන එහෙම කෙනෙකුත් නැහැ. ඉන්නවනේ දැන් බලන්න. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ තමයි ඔය කැත්ත. කෙනෙක් කියනවා ඉක්මනට දැනෙනවා. මම ඉන්නවා. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත කරගත්ත සත්‍යයෙන් කියනවා කියලා ගත්ත දෘෂ්ටිය සක්කාය දිට්ඨිය. විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ සැකන. ඒක නැත්නම්. එතකොට සිරපත පරාමාසන කියන්නේ යා පුච්චලේ මම මේකෙන් කරන්නේ නැහැ ඒක. ඒතර තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ. මම දවස ගානේ දිය වෙන එක බැරි එක. ඒක බුදුරජාණන්. ඒ කියන්නේ අර්ථ මාර්ගයේ කොයිතරම් බුද්ධ භාවයටපත් වෙනවා. බුද්ධ කියන්නේ බව අර්ථ වෙනවා. ඒක බව සංඥා. තියනවා කියන සංඥා. එහෙම එන්නේ. එහෙනම් මේකට අර්ථ වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි ඔය ඉතින් නැතුව දිනතරට කරනවා. අපේ ජීවිතයක් නෑ. ඕක තමයි එන්නේ. කින්න. එයාට දැනෙනවා එයාට මොකක්ද කරන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි බලනකොට එයා හයියෙන් කතා කරනවා කියනවා. එයා වේගෙන් වැඩ කරනවා. කනගුණ වලට දැවිලක් දැනෙනවා. හැබැයි එයාට ඒනකොට එයා දන්නවා මම ඉඳුනේ නැහැ. ඕක ටිකක් සියුම් තමයි. මම විඳිනවද නැද්ද අපි දැවිලක් මම විඳවද නැද්ද කියන එක වෙන කතාවක්. අර දැවිල්ල මම විඳවන කියන එක තමන්මයි දන්නේ. තමන්ටම ඒක සාමිතිකයි. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව මිනිස් කරනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව දරුවන් මොනකම් බලනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව ගෙදර කරනවා. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව මේ කටයුතු වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි ප්‍රතිපදාව අදින හතරක් තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට දැන් සිලපත පරාමර්ශ කියන්නේ මම කැමතිස්ස පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා මාන්නය. අවර කියන මම යන 500ක් දුන්නා. මම දාන දෙනවා. අන්න එයා යාට වැඩි ලොකු වෙන්නේ. අන්න එයාගේ අඳුම විචාරය හොදනවා මම දිනවා. එයා නොදැනුම එයා වෙනවා මාන්නය. ඉස්සර. අවර කියනවා අවර මම ඉන්නේ. ඔය කෙනෙක්. එයා වගේද මට කව තියෙනවා. අර නොපෙනෙන සැඟවුණු මම ඉන්නවා. එතකොට එයා සිතුවිල්ලෙන් අර සෝතාපන්න තැනේදී මේක දක්නවා. අරහතටපත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයා ඒක පරාමර්ශනේ එනකොට මෙයා ඒක කරන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා සෝතාපන්නයි. එයා පරාමර්ශනේ කරන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි තාම වෙනවා රාත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයාට පේනවා යා වෙනවා. එහෙම වෙනකොට. ඒ පේනවා කියන තැන පේනවා පරාමර්ශය නොකරන. පේනකොට ඇති. මොකද අරහත්ත්වයේ තියෙන සම්පූර්ණ පරාමර්ශනේ සම්පූර්ණ ඊට පස්සේ ඒක දැනෙනවා. දැන් එකම දේ තමයි වෙන්නේ. සකදාගාමී කියන්නේ මේ අපි කියන්නේ ආස්වාක්ෂය ඥානය කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සම්මාගේ භවය ටික ටික අඩු වෙනවා. දැන් මේක තමයි බුද්ධ වන්දනා කියන්නේ. ඒක සෝවාන් කණේ ඉඳලා සම්මා දිට්ඨියේ ඉඳලා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටි කාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. ඒකයි සෝතාපන්න ආරයන්වන්සේ ඒක සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාකය තමයි බෞද්ධ කෙනෙක්. අසුතවත් පුතඥ කෙනෙක් බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක අපිට කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. තරක නැහැ. මේ බුදු බෞද්ධ නෙමෙයි. භවය අත්විසකේ බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එයා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකයි. සුතවත් පුතග්ජනයි සුතවත් ආශ්‍රාවකයන් අතර වෙනස දැනගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට දැන් සුතවත් ආශ්‍රාවකයා මේ එයාගේ මමියා දවස ගන්න ඒකට සුතවත් බව තියෙනවානේ. තියෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයාට මේ අසත්‍යය තියෙනවා. නැත්තම් සුතවත් ආශ්‍රාවකයා නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේකේ විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ කියන්නේ එයා දන්නවා හොඳටම මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව. එහෙමනම් එයාගේ මම ඒකට එයාට ඇතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන සිස්ටම් එකකින් අර ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වැඩෙනවා. ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම නැතිව ටික ටික මම දිනන ඕක ආසක්ෂ ඥානෙ. ආශ්‍ර කෙලෙස් වෙනවා දැනෙන ඥානෙ ගන්න. ඒක උඩටස් වෙන්නේ. ඒ මොන ගැනද කොට කතා කරලා තියෙනවා. කියනවා ඉන්නේ. ඒතර දෙයක් තියනවා නම් ඒකට තියෙන 100. අය වෙන දෙයක් නැති බව නුවණට ආසු වෙනවා. අන්නේ. මොනින් දක්වනවා. ඥාන හොති ඥාන සමන්නාගත. එතකොට එතකොටම දැන් තේරෙනවා සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. එතකොට සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ අර මමයා ටික ටික දියගෙන තැන. අන්න සකදාගාමී. දැන් සකදාගාමී කොහොමද ගන්න? සකදාගාමී මාර්ගයේ මෙහිමයි සකදාගාමී වෙන්නේ කියලා එයා දැනගන්න. ඵලසිත එයාට දැනෙනවා. දැන් හරි වැඩි එක. ඒ කියන්නේ සකදාගාමී කියන කොහොමද විහෙර සම්පෝධි පරයන්නේ සෝතාපන්න කෙනානේ. තේරෙනවනේ සෝවන් සකදාගාමී කියනකොට. ඒ වල ආයේ කතන්දර නැහැ. සැක නැහැ. විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ. කොහොමද එයා ඔබතුමා දැනගන්නවා මම සකදාගාමී. එයා කාගේවත් අහන්නේ කරන්නේ. අහනවා කියන්නේම නැහැ කියන එකයි. ඒක සැකයි. ඒකම සෝවන්නත් නැහැ. ඒකත් සැකයි. විචිකිච්ඡාව තියාගෙන උන පක්පක් කරන්න බෑ කියලා උඩ එක වචනේ කිව්වා. කොහොම එතන ඉවරයි කතාව. එතකොට යාට ආයව සිද්ධ වෙනවා දර්ශනයම. ඇයි? යාට දැනගත්ත සුත්තමේ ඥානිකව ගැටලක් නැහැ. එහෙම ඉතින් සැක තේරෙනවන්නේ. විචිකිච්ඡා ඒ කියන්නේ කිව්වොත් දිට්ඨිංච අනුපග සම්මා දිට්ඨියට එනවා විචිකිච්ඡා සැක තියෙන්න බෑ. දිට්ඨිංච අනුපගම්ම සීල ඒ අනුගිය අර සීලය තමයි මෙතන එයාට කෙනෙක් නැති බව ඒක දැනෙනකොට අවුත්න්නේ රකින්න සීලය නෙමෙයි. රකින්න සීලය. එයිද කොහේ යාක දෙයක් කරනකොට මට දැනෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන්නේ යුද්ධයක්. ඒක හැමතැනම වැඩ කරන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාට පේනවා එයා. දැන් කලින් එක්කෙනා නෙමෙයි. දැන් හොඳටම එයාට බුද්ධ භාවයක් තියෙන හේතුව තමයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එකක් පිටිපස්සේ තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා ඒකට තමයි වන්දනා කරන්නේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක. මොකද එයා දැන් මේ රයිට් ලියපු ටික මකා ගන්න දරුව තමයි ඉන්නේ. ප්‍රාසරදිතේ කුංචි දරුවගේ නේ කියලා නෑ. හැබැයි ඊට පස්සේ ලියාගත්ත ටික නෙමෙයි මකා ගන්න වල දුක් විඳින්නේ. දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක පිටිපස්සේ තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ රහතන් වහන්සේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක රහතන් වහන්සේ. ඔව් ඒ ප්‍රාසරදිත දැන් අපිට නැති වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේක තිබුණා පුංචි දරුවා. මේක නැති වුණා. දැන් අපි අවබෝධය ඔක්කොම මේ දැනුම සේරම තියෙද්දි පුංචි දරුවට තිබුණේ නැහැ. කොහොමද? අපි ආයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක යන්න හදන්නේ. එයා තියෙන ඔක්කොම ඩිලීට් කරන්න හදන්නේ. මේ පොඩ මකන්න ඇත්ත හොයන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඔක මකන්න පුළුවන්. යථා භූතම් පජාන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඇත්තටම මේක මකන්න බෑ කිසිම කරන්න. මේ දාන්නේ රහස තියෙන්නේ ට්‍රූත් එකයි. ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියනකොට මේක අපේ කවුද සුධර්මාන ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරනකොට බන්තිට වර්ධන තමයි මම දන්නවා. ඒක ඔයාලට කියන්නේ නැතුව හදන්න. බන්ති අහනවා who body is not me, mind is not me. නමුත් බන්ති ආව තිරණ තන් ටිකක් කියනවා. ඔය illusion මේවා ටික. The Buddha's word is everything here but no one is. Especially one is this. No any other කිසිම ආගමක නැහැ. No any other religion is like this. Yes, that's why especially the Buddha's words, because Buddha's his Dharma is not a religion. Because he, wow, who's telling this Dharma? Buddha is telling other religions. Jatira, Nikanta, Brahmana is the Buddha's time. They are other religions. They are in outside this existent field. They are talking about everything is real. But Buddha is telling nothing in this non-existence. Impermanent. That's it. Now, over the mind, when only අතරම බලද්දු බන්තය ආරණ සංසාරේ කරේතයි බන්තට එක දැනෙනවා බන්තය අපි කවදාත් කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ මම වෙනයි බන්තයයි කියලා කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ we are same කියලා we are going back to the way we are spiritual we understand what is here it's okay that's different experience we have. Yeah, it's okay, no problem. But because we are in the position is same, nobody. So that's all. එන් තමයි මොකද යනකොට අපිට තේරුණා ගන්න. එක එක්කෙනාගේ අත්දැකීම් අනුව වෙනස්. පැහැදිලි කරන විදිහ වෙනස්. ඒ වුණාට එකම දේ නම් ඒකේ අදහස් කරා. එච්චර. ඒකට තරක කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. දැන් මෙතනදී අර යථාභූතම පජානාති කියන්නේ ඒකයි සත්‍ය ඥාන. බුදුදහම සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නිවන් මාර්ගය තියෙන එක. විචින්ච අනුපගම සීලවා දස්සනෙන සම්පන්න. දස්සන සමන්නාගත වෙනවා. කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් භාවනා කරනවා කොහොමද මොනවද කරනවා කොහොමද වැඩක් නැහැ. එකම තැනයි තියෙන්නේ දස්සන. දස්සන සමන්නාගත. අපි කතා කරලා තියෙන එකට එහෙමනම් ඔක්කොම එනවාද මේ ලෝකයක් හදන්නේ කියලා. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමාට එනවාද මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැතිකම. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමා එක දැන් අත්දකිනවා. කොයි තරම් දුරට ඔබතුමාට දැක්සලා තියෙනවා. සාදු. නියතමානීව හරි කවුරු හරි කියනවා නම් ඔව් මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. මම දකිනවා මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව ලෝකයක්වත් නොවන බව. මේ අපේ සිතුවිලි බව ඒකක්වත් නෙමෙයි කියලා. නමුත් මං තාම ඒ මගේ ඉන්නේ. මට තාම තේරෙනවා මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. ඒක නියතයි. එයා හරි. ඒත් එක තරක කරන්න යන්න එපා. කවදාවත් අපේ තරක කරන්න යන්න එපා.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend, just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining glow, Buddothpado.
tipping from mind's deep thirst. Liberation from fear and death. Freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night.
Dispelling ignorance with light.
Dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
Opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening. How every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, our young one say, showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aaron, also for your noble guidance. We'll continue every day about this no self-anger. It's very important to realize that actually whatever you're doing, whatever you're talking, whatever you're thinking, whatever thing happens, seeing, hearing, touching, temperature, whatever happening, it's not happening to a self. This is difficult to in the beginning, but when you keep understanding it, it becomes slowly easier. It becomes easier, and but it has to be fully clear also why there is no self. Self is actually a view which is there forever. This existent perception is a perception which is there, and the self perception is the craving to maintain the self perception. Sorry, existence perception. So this craving, or the tanha we call it, or this power, that power is actually the problem. So we talked about that before. There's 3 types of craving. Perception, the sensual craving. Sensual craving, existence craving, and non-existence, craving for non-existence. When you take the craving existence as a thing, you can crave for existence or non-existence. Because if you feel like chair is there, you can like it or you can dislike it. Likewise, if me or I is there, you can try to maintain it or try to not maintain. Actually, relaxation will happen if you understand actually it has never been there. So realizing that there has never been a self here is realizing that actually there has never been a duality. It's always being just a sensual function. Sensual function in the sense, sensor function. Sensor function will be there until this system is there. What is the sensor function? Seeing, hearing, touching, temperature, smell, and the taste, right? They are sensor functions. Then after mind is formed, mind also becomes a sensor. It becomes a sensor and works. But the whole thing, feel that there is someone there, is actually the problem. But that is due to the self-view. Why the self-view is there is there's a change here all the time. There's a power change. So when the power change is there, in this side, you feel like, this sadness happened to me. So that's also emotional changes, physical changes. So there are two aspects to that. Body, if you take the body as you, then you feel like body is, body changes now. I can say like million things for how the body changes. But that's not the important thing. Important thing is body changes. But the thing is, you take it as my body is changing. That's a different scenario. Body changes. Body get wrinkled, body get less power. It decays. This decaying is inevitable. Whether you are the trillionaire or not, the big decaying is ongoing. You can do a lot of medical stuff, but still decaying is ongoing. That's the aspect of the body, but the problem is not that. The problem is you feel like my body is decaying. How can we understand about that? Is the body yours? Then who are you? Then that problem comes. Body is not me, but it's mine. You can say, my body. Whose body? I mean, someone from normal person might come to an argument. Okay, are you telling this body is someone else's? No, you're not saying that. So is it mine? No. Even we are not saying that. Actually, if you are thinking about the body, it's a thought only. But actual sensations that can happen due to the sense. You can think about the body in any way. Whatever you are thinking is not true. Whatever you're thinking is not true. So when we come to the thinking aspect, we think that this is my body. So I drink water, that's a thinking. But actually I drink water is not what is happening. What is happening is irrelevant to the thinking. There's something happening and we label it in such a way that that is thinking. So this is my body, you can think. It's okay, that is the way you focus about that. This is my body. And then you can be sad about it because now it is going, it's decaying. Degenerative changes are happening. Degeneration, decay is 100% theory about the body, but that's a thought. We can only think, right? Yeah, we can think. Tomorrow sun will come. That's the thinking. Is something called sun there? That's the thinking. It's okay. You can label it anywhere. Yesterday my daughter was saying, black hole is there. Black hole is there in your, I mean, it's a thought. It's okay. You can think in different ways. According to your senses, what you catch, you can think about it. It's fine. It's fine, but if you don't know that you're thinking, that is a disaster. Just know that you're thinking at least. So which news is correct? I mean, every news is through the mind, right? Yeah. It's okay, news is news. But if you try to understand that mainly understanding the mind is mind. Mind is mind. Mind is working. Mind is just mind. Mind doesn't. Mind will keep thinking. Yes, mind. Mind can think. Mind can say any news. So if you take billions of news in the world, which news is correct? Every news is correct, right? I mean, we can say every news is false. Is that what you are trying to say? No, this is not what you are saying. It is a production, it's a creation, it's okay, but it's not actually there. Because it's a mindful world. So in the mind, you can say the body is decaying. Actually, isn't the body decaying? It is decaying. Body is slowly decaying, yes. But that can be appreciated through the mind. But don't you feel that too? Yeah, you feel that too. There's pains. There's difficulty. There's weakness. You can feel it. What you think? Yeah, you can think about it too. My body is weak now. My body has pain now. Not like my young days. Yeah, you can think like that. Even about this Dhamma, you can keep thinking about it. Whatever you keep thinking about, it's not actually true. So when the mind says something, if you don't have some awareness, you will be actually trusting. So your awareness should be improving a lot. You know that there is no self in the mind too, right? Yeah, mind just works. But mind is actually a trap. where we keep suffering. The suffering is actually in the mind. Seeing didn't have suffering. Camera take a photo. Is there suffering in that? No. Seeing doesn't have suffering. Hearing doesn't have suffering too. The ears might get damaged if there is a very high frequency sound. Ears might burst. But actual suffering is in the mind, right? Because, when if there is a very high creaky voice and the ears burst, eardrum burst, it can be painful, yes. But the suffering is when you think about it. Ayyo, my ears, I can't use my ears anymore, I can't hear anything. So due to the high frequency vibrations, ears can get damaged, but that's actual suffering is in the mind. Pain also can happen. So imagine the touch. There is a superficial burn. Superficial burns are very painful, and then deeper burns. Deeper burns, people die of dehydration, not the actual burn. Sorry, not the actual pain, but superficial burn, very painful. But actually, it is very painful, right? Yeah, it's very painful. But actual suffering is in the mind. Like, why did I do that? Why did I act foolishly and got burned? That's in the mind. So actual burning, the burn sensation, it's very painful. You might even jump up and down or put in water. That's a normal thing to do, right? Hold it for tap water for 2 minutes. That's the thing that you have learned to do. And you will do it instantaneously. Same thing with smell. Smell can be really bad. Taste can be really good or bad. But actual thinking you can think, there's no taste today. There's no taste today at all. But actual taste didn't have any suffering. In another way, actual thought didn't have suffering too, but this actual believing that the thought is real is the problem. So in that underlying, when the thought is real, we have the underlying problem that seeing is real as well. Seeing is happening to me is underlying that. It's not very obvious. Who saw that? I saw that. As I didn't see it, but vision happened. Vision happened. We labeled it as I saw it. After that, you actually believed in that. So the mind can say a lot of things. Mind can say 100 things inside the mind. You don't need to talk that it will just say inner radio, we call it. Inner radio will work. Inner radio has to actually calm down if you want to improve your fear. It has to die down. In the sense, it has to actually calm down. If it calms down, that will help or improve the fear. It will improve the fear. So which part of mind is true? Nothing. Nothing is true. Mind is formed by the light wave and sound wave, true, but it acts as a very, very strong sensory function. Actually, all these perceptions, yesterday we talked about it, even the light becomes a light perception. Now, seeing happen, child didn't know anything, no problem, just seeing. But as soon as the mind is formed, seeing also becomes a perception. In the sense, vision or the light becomes a perception. It's a light perception actually doesn't have anything in that. It's a perception only. It's like a vibration. To catch the self vibration, this is the best way to catch the self vibration. Because it's very difficult to catch the self vibration in any other aspect. Existence perception arises with each and every stimuli. Existence perception can't be caught in the seeing by the baby, but baby can't find it. But human, after about 7 years of age, when the mind is formed, one can actually catch this power. Existence perception can happen in the baby also, because light is felt as a thing, but you can't catch it. But when the mind is formed, mother is felt as something. Mother is a perception. So mother is a perception. Light is also a perception. Touch is also a perception. So hard is a perception. Soft is a perception. Airy is a perception. Watery is a perception. So you have these perceptions everywhere now. Oh, they're so soft. You have to have that. But if someone says it is so soft, you kind of understand that. Oh, it's a perception. It's all for communication. We need this. That perception is actually not true. It is used, yes. It's not true. But we have a existence perception with everything. And when the existence perception is there, there's a craving to maintain that. Maintain the first. Now, as a layperson, craving is to maintain the chair. Oh, mother. But at the end, you will realize that there is a craving to maintain the existence perception as well, like maintain the existence. Basically, to maintain the mind. Be in the mind bubble. And there is a craving to craving for existence in the mind. So the mind, no, mind has the jhana, mind has the mother, mind has the everything. So the actual problem is that not the actual mind. The power that maintains the mind, hanging on to mind like crazily, because your new normal is the mind. After about 1 year of age, your new normal is the mind now. And you dearly hang on to that, because that is your world. So you crazily hang on to that. But if you have exited the mind multiple times, you will understand. That's not the big thing. It's just actual tranquility is that. It may be not there all the time. Why it is not happening all the time is also because the mind is still strong. So if your mind power is zero, actually that's an arhat. That means the self-perception is gone. When the power is gone, the self-perception is gone. Zero power to maintain the mind. If a mind has a big power, of course the problem is there. Yeah. But realizing that the mind actually is not true is very important. Isn't it? So this mind, when the mind wasn't there in the baby, we actually told my baby doesn't know anything. Does that mean Arahant doesn't know anything? No, Arahant knows everything. So the mind is actually working still. You know, that is a thief, that is a traffic officer, that is a police officer. Those are mindful world, right? But you know that the thing is getting erased. But the thing is, doesn't matter. In the sense, what do you mean by it doesn't matter? Does it mean that you're not paying attention to legal stuff? No. Don't mistake like that. This is saying you will go according to the flow all the time. You will go according to the flow, but in the field. Non-existence field. So the non-existence field and the existence field. So what do you think? You can think about the thinking, right? Yeah, you can think about the thinking. Thinking is thinking, whatever we are thinking is a creation. Even the seeing is a creation. Hopefully you know that. Creation of the eye organ. Creation of the hearing is creation of the ear. Touch is a creation of this sensory skin sensor. Temperature is a magic of skin sensor. There's proprioception also, where you balance. Yeah, that is also a sensor. Touch is a sensor. Likewise, the taste is a sensor. Smell is a sensor. But the taste, smell, touch, temperature, all that is actually body sensor parts. The eye and the ear, there is a synchronicity. It doesn't need any close contact. But even human seeing has a limit. Human hearing has a limit. That's how the function works. But mind doesn't have a limit. You know that mind doesn't have a limit. Limitless. It's a very important area to understand how this body works, and how we can appreciate the body is only by the mind. We can't appreciate the body otherwise. There would be feelings, like you will feel the pain in the body, but actually thinking about it, it makes the suffering. So the suffering is in the mind. It has to be this will you have to catch the self vibration also in the mind. So even though the mind is a suffering, mind is needed, if you has to catch this self vibration. If you want to catch your own self vibration, this is the best time ever when you are a human. So you can catch it, because Animals can't catch it. The mind is needed to catch the mind. So think about it. Have a beautiful day. And thank you so much, Aranansa. And may Triple Gem bless you all.
This is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddharajanan Mahanse disclosed this Dhamma of cause and effect or dependent origination to the entire world for the benefit of the entire mankind. So this beautiful Dhamma of dependent origination or cause and effect goes beyond all boundaries such as the language, caste, race, nationality, or religion. So religion is not actually what is mentioned in our birth certificate. So according to the birth certificate, you may be a Hindu, a Christian, a Muslim, or an Islamic, or a Buddhist. But this truth revealed to the man, entire mankind, by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse is all about the sense of self or notion of self, or how we feel as if we exist, or the truth of life, truth of self. So, due to the utmost commitment of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, this true path to Nibbana or the liberation from mind is available to us again. So, according to Lord Buddha, the path to Nibbana comprises of three main stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. Actually, the Satya or the wisdom of truth or knowledge of truth, Satya Jnana, is having a thorough awareness of the Buddhist philosophy. So, the first phase of the path is listening to sermons which brings you the message of truth. So when actually Lord Buddha himself mentioned the Janato Passato, Janato, first one should know it, then you will feel it. So if you listen to the sermons even conducted in Sinhala medium by Aryan Wahanse, this mind and feel concept, actually first you should know, then you should feel. So that is the basis of almost all the sermons. What he highlights is this Dhamma should be explored from a practical perspective. So even at the first stage, listening to sermons, it does not mean just listening to them while you are traveling on the bus or while you are cooking or while driving. We do so, but the proper listening is contemplating. While listening, you contemplate on Dhamma points. You try to see the Dhamma through your experience. So, theoretically, you will feel the absence of self. By listening to sermons, that is what happens. Gradually, you begin to feel that things happen without the involvement of a so-called self. Because the truth is, there is no self. It is a misconception. So with that basic message of this cause and effect Dhamma, let's look at another important aspect of the Buddhist philosophy. because so far we practiced Buddhism. We actually practice the rites and rituals associated with Buddhism rather than exploring it through ourselves to understand the mind, or whether there is a so-called mind, or whether there is a so-called self. What we did was practicing rites and rituals. So 8 great skills or 8 great acts of charity according to Buddhism were taken by every Buddhist for granted. So what they believed to be 8 great skills, not they actually, what we used to believe as the 8 great acts of charity or the 8 great skills are offering Katina robe, that annual meritorious program, then building stupas or actually stupas or pagodas to preserve relics, then building Buddha statues, building a kuti or a dwelling place for monks, offering alms, donating lands to build temples, supporting ordination, printing and writing Dhamma books. So these acts of charity were considered as the 8 great skills. So people, they never hesitated to use all their savings to do these meritorious acts or fulfill these needs of the monks, believing that they would attain Nibbana or it will pave the way for Nibbana. But the truth is one should involve in exploring one's mind or the creation of a thought, creation of the mind, and to fully realize the illusory nature of the mind. It should be self-evident to someone that everything arises and ceases instantaneously. That is when one liberates from the mind. One experiences the perfect tranquility. So in that sense, the 8 great skills should be explored in terms of one's research on one's own mind creation. So no true skill can be found in the illusion of consciousness or the mind. It actually lies in the awakening to the moment or awakening to the mindfulness. Actually, in the moment one realizes that the mind or the stimulus is not real, this particular moment one fully realizes that the mind is not real, is known by Lord Buddha as Jnanassa Digamaya Nibbana Satchikiriyaya, which means the attainment of knowledge and the realization of Nibbana, the arising of skillful, wisdom filled thought. So, the true great skills refer to the four paths or Marga Chitta and the four fruitions Phala Chitta. Now, you can feel the depth of this philosophy. We used to perform these great acts of charity, which were also wholesome, which were very good, which helps someone to get rid of craving and to develop faith towards Buddhism, at least to listen to certain sermons based on Lord Buddha's life. They may bring someone the message of Lord Buddha, but attaining Nibbana is a very deep level that one should individually explore. Actually, explore. It's an exploration of mind. By someone individually. So these four paths or Marga Chittas and four Fruition Chittas, Phala Chittas are considered as the true 8 great skills. So as we all know, the 4 levels, 4 stages of the path, stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, and finally the Arahant. So let's explore these 8 great skills of Gautama Buddha Sasana. The first, the stream enterer, that is the understanding that the external world is not real. It is a thought associated with the path. And when this understanding becomes self-evident, it is the fruition or Phala Chitta. So it's beautifully explained. Now, in each level, both the concepts Janato, Passato is beautifully reflected. So, knowing that the external world is not ultimately real, it is an illusion created by the mind consciousness, is the stream enterer path level. And through penetrative insight, continuous contemplation. At some point, the fact that the external world is not real will become self-evident to the practitioner. First, the active and passive contemplation of the point will happen, and then the fruition, it will become self-evident. How does it become self-evident? So you may wonder, aren't we seeing the stuff around us? Aren't we hearing the sounds around us? Aren't we smelling the fragrances or all kinds of smells? Aren't we tasting all types of tastes? Aren't we feeling the heat, temperature, all or other bodily sensations? Aren't we thinking? Oh, actually, in all these questions, I use the word we. So somebody who grasps this at superficial level may question, now you are talking about selfless Dhamma. You started telling there is no self. Then why do you still use I, we, me, mine, you, they, all these pronouns, which implies that there are people, that there are beings? That is to communicate this message, and the language is a system of symbols. It is also creation of the mind for the purpose of communicating. So don't take these meanings as solid, entities. They are just for communication. They are all these words are mere perceptions. Although we feel them as three-dimensional solid entities, I, we, you, they, mine, their, our, table, chair, air, water, whatever the sound, whatever the identification, they are all concepts on. But what happens to us when we use these words? When I say I, the image pops up. When I say they, some image pops up. When you hear the ground, the image arises. The lamp, flower vase, image or picture, flask, clock, stool, whatever the sound, some image pops up in the mind. It's because that is the big mistake that has actually no one has done that. It has happened initially due to some environmental factors. How did I occur in our life for the first time? How did the flower vase or the lamp or the house, sun, moon, temple, monk, all these entities occur in one's life, or let's look at it through ourselves, because all these represent the external world. And the first skill I mentioned that it is the liberation from the external world, fully realizing that there isn't any there isn't anything to be found externally. That external world is not real. So, to understand that, we need to first hear the message from Lord Buddha, or the message of Lord Buddha, and then contemplate it until the heaviness of the weight given to these concepts gets lighter and lighter and lighter, and you feel the illusory nature of the external entities that we used to believe as if existing around us. This includes the people, this includes the animals, this includes all, places. External world is so vast. It includes galaxies. Actually, if we give a kind of range, it is from your body to infinity. Because this body, so-called, which we consider as me, or we ignorantly considered as I, from I to any phenomenon, any entity found in solid form, liquid form, airy form, or just concepts, up to infinity. Everything is the external world. So when we actually fully realize that external world is just an illusion, one actually experiences lot of tranquility, peace, because so far we have been struggling. We have been like in a constant struggle with the so-called external entities. Let it be your job, the children, their education, then the responsibilities of the home front, other responsibilities, social responsibilities. Just check one by one. So it will become self-evident to you that actually it is far more serious than we think. How much we have been entangled in this external world. So you need to actually contemplate a lot. So yeah, let's try to realize or basically understand how these external entities become real to us. None of us can remember the time we spent as infants. Only way to understand what we have experienced at that point is to carefully observe the nature of an infant right now. You must have seen the kids, actually rather infants, in the cots, the babies. So when you give them a certain toy, let's say a doll, do they know that it is a doll? When the mother feeds them with some, let's say, milk, even the breast milk, do they know that they are being fed by the so-called mother, and that is the breast milk, that is not the cow's milk? Or when we touch the baby, do they know that it is my aunt, my dad, my sister, my grandma? Or when we take them to the garden and get them to listen to certain sounds, do they know that it is the robin's call, or it's the quail's call, or it's the dog's barking, or it is the cluck cluck of the hen, or it is the quack quack of the duck, or it is the moo moo of the cow? Or when we take them to the garden, do they know that it is the smell of the dog's poop, or it is the smell of the rose, or it is the smell of the incense? But didn't they feel all these sensations? We know at the birth the pediatrician arrives and checks on the newborn's health. Later on, they will check on the function of the sense faculties. So if the newborn is considered as normal and healthy, definitely the sense faculties function. So, seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, tasting will arise or will occur. But is there that identification as such? Now, just pay attention to our experiences. The moment we eat, we feel, oh, it's pineapple, strawberry, pudding, rice and curry. They are not mere tastes for us. The moment we hear, oh, it's the dog, it's the neighbor's dog, it's the thunder, it's the firecrackers. Smelling, it's the dog's poop, it's the smell of the toilet, or it's the perfume. So, to the eye, it's the mother, it's the father, it's the sun, moon, phone. The body, it's the heat, it's the coldness, it's the solidity, tenderness, it's delicate. So, what's the difference and how and why is it so? We never thought it's important to contemplate on these things. We went on and on with these perceptions, accumulating more and more perceptions in the journey of education, basically. We never knew they are just perceptions. So, the newborn also felt everything, or the baby in the cot, of course, felt everything. What was missing was actually the identification. They tasted, but they didn't taste pineapple or breast milk or strawberry. They also heard, but they didn't hear the peacock crow, the dog, duck, or the cow. They also felt bodily sensations, but they didn't feel the coldness of something, heat of something, solidity of something, hardness of something. They also saw some shapes arose in the eye, but they didn't see the rainbows, grass, the colors, sun, moon, mother, father, ball, doll. So we can start at that point. The arising of the first thought, which made us feel as if the external world is real. This external world includes this body also. So at some point, when the shape of light, because if the eye functions, no one can prevent seeing. When some shape arose, someone made a certain sound to the baby's ear. When some shape of light was occurring, someone made the sound tree, tree, or the flower, doll, dog, plate, cup, spoon, mother, father, sister. In Sinhala, some other sound was made. Amma, Tata, Ayya, Bolaya, Bonika. Just imagine. In Tamil, some other sound system. Appa, Ana. Very different. In Chinese, another system. Japanese, another system. So these sounds were made to the child's ear when those shapes arose in the eye. It's the same with the nose. When certain smells arose, somebody made sound. Oh, dog's poop. That's the rose, fragrance of the rose, fragrance of the perfume. So for all sense faculty experiences, some sound was given to the ear. And that is why when we hear the sound, some image pops up in the mind's eye now. Like when I say doll, doll pops up, the image pops up. When I say dog's poop, the image and the smell both pops up. You know what kind of smell it should be. When I say the coil sound, you hear the coil sound. When I say peacock sound, you hear it in the mind. When I say thunder, you hear it in the... Actually, that sound image arises. That is why our spiritual teacher always say there is no sound in the sound perception, no light in the light perception. So all this happened because of that sound and sense faculty experience combination. Now sound, please take it very carefully. This sound is actually the name given to that experience. Right now I'm using sound was made to the child's ear. That is the name basically given to the ear. When some sound occurred in the ear, the name, oh, peacock sound, or coil's call, or mother's voice, that was made, introduced that way. So from then onwards, don't ask me how, it is the nature. This name got, so much entangled with that experience in a way that can never be separated. until one hears this message from Lord Buddha. That is the beauty of Dhamma. It was such a tight knot, the name and form, or the sound and color simply is such a tight, strong knot that cannot be untangled unless you hear this message from Lord Buddha. So that is why he himself said this name form entanglement can be compared to making ghee from milk. When the milk is converted to ghee, it's always ghee. It cannot be reversed to milk. It cannot be reversed to milk. Similarly, when when it becomes the dog's barking, when it becomes the flower, or when it becomes the orchid or the car, when the smell becomes the smell of the pizza or smell of bread, it's always so. No turning back. This name and form are so much interconnected, they arise together. So that is nothing but the external world. Now, they are not just sensory experiences, sensations, but the baby experienced the sensations. But now they are not sensations. Now they are like we feel, oh, the unspoken part is okay, uh, the tree is there. Now when the moment the light of shape becomes the tree is there, I'm here arises. The moment the smell becomes the incense smell, incense is there and I am here. And when the sound becomes the peacock sound, peacock sound is there, I am here. Basically, it goes, even beyond that. Not the sound, even the peacock is there. So this should be untangled very carefully. The moment it becomes the coldness of the window, the ice or whatever, coldness is there, I'm here to feel it. So when any thought that arises in the mind, America is there, I think of America. Australia is there, I think of Australia. This duality is an inseparable part of this. Duality arises. That is the danger, that is the feeling, actually existence feel. That some, smell or taste or some hardness, softness, then some sound, some shape, something is there. That existence feel in Sinhala, the Itta Sanya. arises, and it is the self-perception that what I mentioned as it's there I am here, existence we learn, this self-perception. So there is an external world and I'm experiencing. It's around me. Although we don't say it's around me, that is what is felt actually. That is the unspoken truth, which is an illusion. So the first level, this Sotapanna or stream enterer, because we started with this 8 great skills to fully realize the external world is not real. This name it form entanglement should be untangled without effort. First it happens consciously with the contemplation. Gradually, as I mentioned before, it gets lighter and lighter. The sense faculties may function, but the weight given to those formations won't be there. You will not be shaken by anything that happens externally when you fully realize. When it becomes self-evident, when the external world, when the fake nature of or illusory nature of the external entities becomes self-evident, you won't be shaken by anything. Even let's say you face an accident and your body parts are amputated or cut off due to medical reasons, that is external. You won't be shaken. It is that much complex. Otherwise, just because you are not shaken when somebody shouts at you, or when you lose 5,000 rupees, or when you lose your gold chain, you are not shaken. So now I have liberated from the no. It's not that. Externally is losing your body even. Won't be shaken. So, having said that, I invite you to contemplate and see where you are in the path. Otherwise, we simply take it, oh, this flower is just a formation of the eye. There's nothing, it's a concept. This sound is just a concept. All are mental constructs. Very easy, very beautifully. We talk about this stuff. But when we really explore it, we feel the gravity of this. Because for someone to become a stream enterer, this external entities, including the body, that is, everything would be fine with you, but when the body is excluded, how much effort you make to maintain your looks, how much effort you make to choose a outfit or like makeup that suits you. How many things do you try? So that doesn't mean you have to behave like a very untidy, you know, just someone who neglects your looks. It's a different level. Don't just take them as words that okay with Dhamma to give up everything. And no, this is something to be realized. This is the this is the path to get rid of your inner burning, doing things with burning, making the world real. Um, I mean, I want to be look better than the others around me. I want to choose a dress that no one else uh, comes in with, to this party, or that kind of, I mean, extremist beliefs. That burning, actually, how much do we get burned with that burning will disappear. Minimalism will arise, actually, if you I mean, when you realize that external world is just an illusion, that you are struggling, you are fighting with all illusions, in the sense concepts. Even the party is a concept, wedding is a concept, the people, guests, all concepts. Definitely that burning will come down. So it's really, really important to realize this through ourselves. So this is the first step. So I said there are 8 chittas, 4 path chittas and 4 fruition chittas. That is 4 phala chitta and 4 marga chitta and 4 phala chitta. So I'm still discussing the very first marga chitta and how it becomes the fruition, the phala chitta, how it, because fully realizing that external world is not real. So you can imagine the tranquility you would experience with that. So when you actually understand this concept, even you feel how much tranquility, how much this akusala, unwholesome things that you get rid of when you fully realize that external world is not real. That is why Lord Buddha said a stream enterer will never be born in a lower realm. That guarantee was given. So when you seriously contemplate, understand this, you also feel that it is true. It's a different level. So deep contemplation is extremely important. So what I actually wanted to emphasize is this external world is not ultimately real. It got it got created gradually due to this sound color or the name form entanglement. The sense faculty experiences were named, and this name form entanglement was so strong. Even now it happens, it's a continuous process. Now with all inventions, new names and forms get stabilized in the system. So it gets so complex. As someone grows up, as someone gets more and more exposure, more and more perceptions may get accumulated in the system. So this is the backward journey. We are going to explore or analyze the true nature of these entities. So let's explore it further tomorrow as well. So actually, I mentioned the 8 great skills I just introduced. We could only explore just one level. So we'll discuss further tomorrow. So as we have come to the end of today's segment, I wind up the talk here, paying homage at our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryanwansi's feet, with utmost gratitude to Buddha Dhamma Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem, and may the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and see you tomorrow as well.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons
by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Ayani, Buddothpado.
Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ayani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, Ayani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, Ayani, loving and kind.
Worshippers' ego, their self-identity view. This ignorance of their self-identity can make them reborn in realms of evil and suffering. King Asuka built 84,000 temples and places of worship, but he was also reborn in a bad realm. You have to understand this dharma, this universal law, the illusion, and that there is no self. If it is not well understood, and if you won't realize the pure truth, the possibility of being reborn is in better realms will be very rare. Queen Mallika gave the biggest almsgiving to the Buddha and his disciples with utmost magnificence and richness. This kind of almsgiving will only increase one's ego and self-identity. They give alms to the priest, believing that the outside is true. They believe that they are conducting a meritorious deed. Again, due to their ignorance of not realizing the illusion of self and the illusion of the outside, they will only be reborn in worlds of suffering. The Buddha said, Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. This means that apart from the Dharma, knowing the illusion of our thoughts, there is no mother nor a father. Knowing the Dhamma is of utmost importance. We honor and respect our parents very much. Yet, for all, the Buddha said that if you realize the pure truth, you will realize that there is no mother nor a father. Amazing, isn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, there is nobody in this world. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said, Nissato, Nisjivo, Shunyo. Nissato, no beings. Nisjivo, no living thing. Shunyo, nothing exists. When nothing exists, how can a mother and a father exist? Could there be? When you realize the pure truth, you lose yourself to the pure truth. Realizing the pure truth is the only way you can be assured not to be reborn in suffering hells. If you have realized the pure truth and has an awareness of the supramundane spiritual path, you are safe from suffering hells. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Pardon Mahanse, until you realize the pure truth, you can never enter the supramundane spiritual path. In almost all the teachings of the Buddha asked only one question: Rupang Nichanto, Anichanto. The Buddha asks if the stimulus from the six senses are they permanent or impermanent. Then his disciples replies Anicham Bhante, meaning that all the stimuli we receive from outside and inside are impermanent. There is a very deep meaning to this question. If you think that there are things outside, you have not realized the pure truth. The Buddha said, Ida bhikkhave bhikkhu. The Buddha says that the path to enlightenment, the path to realize the pure truth, is taught only in the teachings of a Buddha. No other religion or spiritual teacher teach about the cessation of suffering. The path to the realization of the pure truth can be realized only if we see that the outside does not exist. That is the way to eradicate this cycle of suffering and rebirth. What we have to realize is that this is only a dharmatavaya. It is an illusion. There is no living being, nor is there a person. It is only a thought, which is also an illusion. When we drink and when we eat food, it is only a thought. We only associate with thoughts. The Vijnana or the mind consciousness is an illusion. We think that this body is me. We think that we are eating a pineapple. We think that we are wearing beautiful clothes. We think that we are beautiful. All these are only thoughts. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends. It is the beautiful, pure Buddhism we are discussing in this Zoom forum. So we are always associate thoughts form in our mind, and they ultimately bring an illusion. So we don't know that we are living in an illusion. We think the outside is always there and our existence also here. But because of this, the people keep on suffering without understanding this. That is why the Lord Buddha asks, is this stimulus permanent or impermanent? It is actually impermanent. So in order to understand this, we have to understand the pure Buddhism. So today also we start our discussion. So to understand what is suffering and how to experience the cessation of suffering. So let's discuss. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai. So actually, Shani was discussing how we have been in the past, kind of, she started with that, how in the past we have just actually, I can go back to my childhood, how we thought about attaining nirvana was actually mentioned every each and visit to the temple. So we are familiar with that. We have heard that we will attain that one day, and we also had good, really, we learned so many good stuff. But yeah, good attitudes, good deeds. We did so many things. I mean, it's really nice. It's the most beautiful thing because I think it molds a child to do good things, to be a good child. I think nowadays we are nowhere. We don't have that or the Dhamma. So we might not have anything. But at that time, we didn't understand much about nirvana, but at least we were taught like good behavior, good will bring good. So I mean, that's okay. I mean, at that time, that was the only thing that we knew. But now there's a change. We know if we act good, it's good. But we know something else also, because we know that whatever the life we imagine like we have is kind of an illusion, where what happens is actually one thought or one stimuli is there only at one particular moment, and even that moment is not true actually. So we started from there, and then we understood slowly with Aran Hanse's help that there's no self. He took so many examples for us to like kind of even feel this to begin with, that there's no self. But there are things that we feel. What do we feel? First of all, we understand that this mind, or kind of the perceptions, so much perceptions we have, the ability to telepathy or the resonance at one particular moment to anything which has the same frequency is I think the breaking point. I think that is kind of the breaking point. Then there's no time. Time becomes just another notion, because synchronicity or some vibration happening simultaneous, the time, we can't talk about a time because it is the same vibration. So the same way we understood that the self vibration is also something like that. But the problem is to understand this, we have to actually understand how then we feel existent. Even though we say there's no self, we feel something, and then we keep understanding what we feel. First we feel mother, father, brother, sister. Then we keep feeling, that this is my school, this is the classroom, this is my teacher, this is the chalk, this is the blackboard, this is my garden, this is the my village. And you don't have an idea about the whole country, but we call it, this is my country, or we just call a name. And after looking at a globe, we say this is kind of the world. We can't see the world at one particular time. We can't really visualize the world. So looking at a globe, we say this is the world. This is kind of a structure, that this world looks like this. So which came first? The world came first, or we came first? Actually, the self vibration is the beginning of the so-called world. So the self vibration, the reason for the self vibration to telepathy into anything is the cause for that is the avidya and few other things. So avidya is the ignorance. So the actual this self vibration, when there is a vibration to telepathizing into any vibration, any form, in that case, we call it like something, because there is a form we can kind of feel it. But then there are beings and non-form as well, because you can't actually visualize them, or to your perception. To some other species it may be actually form, but to the humans these three levels are there, because the formless is not directly there. And there's another reason that it is explained like that, because that's the way that you feel things. So as I said, we first feel everything is outside. We feel someone is here, and then the toy is in front of me, or behind me in that case, by the side. So do you know, like because we have five senses, this the ability to like visualize around us and have an idea, that is the beauty of the actual this mundane world, where we can actually feel like we are existing, and people or things are existing outside. But then this association, when you understand that the association actually is not there, what happens is the telepathy effect of the perception. This we have to go back to the child, which we always do. Like we go back to the baby in the cot and try to understand. The baby in the cot had no idea about anything at all. What he or she felt was the skin vibrations, or the eye vibrations, or the whatever the vibrations of the sensory organs that they feel. So it's a feel only. It's a feel only. There's no form. But but still, even at that level, even though we can't say anything about defilements, we have that feel that it is happening here, and we try to maintain that. That is the next one effect in the, like the liking. So when you say formless world, also there is a raga, or kind of in needy feeling to enjoy that. That's the only thing that goes. Actually, form or non-formless, or the three layers would be still there, but the entertainment. So that's what goes. The feel that we entertain. Oh, I don't know what's the word for that. Not entertain, but nandi, or feeling it, or enjoying the feel of it. So the kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga, that is the only thing that is going. It actually vanishes. That is the liking towards these things. When we like things outside, we want money. Like money is outside, we want money. But we keep understanding money is needed, just doesn't necessarily matter here. But what we try to understand is what we really want is what we have as a perception. We have a perception that we need to maintain this life, and then we need money. That's okay, but I'm just trying to explain how this happens. So we need the next one like that. So we need to actually, when we are in the sensual world, we need so much things. We can't, like, there's no, the list is endless, because when you're sick, you need something. When you're well, you need something else. When you're bored, you need something else. When you are lonely, you need something else. When you are happy, you need something else. You know, like even the food we want kind of to change every day. You know, the most damaging punishment is for someone is to leave them alone. That's the most damaging punishment, actually. Like in the world, the punishments, that's they don't have an association with their social life or any outside world. Then that is the most terrifying punishment, because this self-perception has no other way to exist. So you need the next one. And if you are in sensual world, you need so many things. It will be endless. So definitely you will have a birth, but it matches how strong you need that. I think we all understand that, isn't it? Like how strong you need to need the pineapple, how strong you need the ice cream, how strong you need need to go somewhere, how strong you need to maintain your children, how strong you think that the children should be there when you are dying, or should be helping you, or something like that, whatever. So this, how strongly you have this defilements, or how deep they are, how bad they are, kind of how strong they are, is the most powerful thing. That's why, you know, in these European countries, there are so many people who really, really very strongly thinks that he is going to be born in heaven. They don't have any question even. They know that they are going to heaven. And that kind of the strong desire to achieve something is the problem, where the vibration gets so high. So the raga is, what is the word for raga, by the way, Sudharma? Do we have a word for raga?
That's Dr. Kokila. Desire. Craving is tanha. So it's more or less the same, right? Rather
Desire.
attachment or desire.
Yeah, okay.
Desire.
So the desire, I think word matches it bit. Yeah, so the desire for the sensual world is different. Sensual world is different. It's like, as we always try to tell, thought is different. The attachment to the thought is different, or the feel that you get it as real is different. When you take it as real, I mean, this is where what happens when it is real in mundane plane. As a normal person, everything is real. There's no talk about it now. So we can go back to our recent past and just understand that how easily we thought that everything is, you know, available here, there, at home, at school, everything, yeah, happening in America, whatever. So the feel that we have that everything is existing is a bit shattered now. Like it's kind of the shaken. So then because of Dhamma, it is shaken. But we keep understanding, how did this desire is the place, desire goes first. So first three things are gone. What three fetters are gone? You know, the first three fetters are all about the thinking pattern. It's actually thinking pattern, because thinking pattern and satyajnana, or the truth, because the doubts about the Dhamma, doubts about the stimuli, doubt about how the mind is formed, which is paticsampada, or the stimuli is formed in this system, and then that there is no self, and all these things are actually clarified in the first three fetters. Then the next two would be actually sensual world. So but in that, even though someone is kind of fully aware that the outside world is not actually existent, that is the perception only, still, because the self vibration is there, you still have the desire, even though you know you have the desire. Sorry. So when the self thought is shaken, self thought is the one first which is shaken, the desire to the sensual world is shaken. When that happens, because there is no self, the thinking pattern has changed completely. Because there is no self, the value that is given to everything is subsiding. The desire goes down. It slowly goes down. It can take a long time, but it will go down. Definitely, if you have felt this non-self perception, at least transiently at one particular moment, if you have seen nirvana, even though you haven't achieved that level, if you have felt it at least transiently, your everything about this living, the feel of existence is challenged, because the feel of existence is there even in the worm, even in the fetus. That is being challenged. That's being challenged, and the non-self perception is evident. So this starts to get more powerful than the other one. So as we talked that day, there's a fight in between. There's no actual fight, I'm just talking. There is a kind of a fight between self-perception and non-self-perception. So each time the self-perception is there, you because it is there, even though you just have seen non-self perception for a second, it doesn't matter to the self perception, it's still there. But because that the thinking pattern has completely reversed, the no self perception is getting more powerful. You have the idea that there is no self, and whatever the desires start to slowly dwindle, and then you kind of understand how this is all kind of useless. Then you keep understanding a bit more. You know that even though we don't feel any craving towards money, any craving towards your daughter, any craving towards your son, any craving towards your house, you know, we would like to come back to our house. So kind of we have difference in everywhere. We feel some kind of difference. So we keep understanding this form level.
That is the kind of where we can telepathy at any time. That form level is again in the mind, but not the value. There's no value, but still they are there. She's still inside the kind of mind. So if you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true, actually what you keep understanding is self-perception is not true. Because in the first time we understood that the first time if you experience this no self-perception, we understood some of the things. But we keep understanding more and more when we feel this, because we keep understanding that even the perception, just the perception, you don't even need it. You know, you don't go after your daughter, you don't go after money, you don't want anything, but still there is perception. So it is still strong, because if there is a perception, there is a birth. So when you keep understanding this, you understand that perceptions are all kind of like a mirage. Then you the craving towards that desire for form world is mind. So the form world, to have a mind, you know, that's where we actually where we have this so much problem about dying also. that is there, because we are scared to die, because we feel that the form world will be gone. So then comes the formless world, where kind of it's not the it's just kind of like a vibration, where it's just the sensory level, the initial level, not the mind consciousness. This is the other consciousnesses, like eye consciousness or the ear consciousness or the bodily consciousness. That is not even true. That is not true. So that is due to the like speedy vibration of the actual sensory organ. This is where the non-vibration would arise. So it's really beautiful to feel this, and this truth is out there now. So when this truth comes out, we all understand this. Remember, in Lord Buddha's time, there was a lady, I can't remember the name. All the sons with the father, the husband went to war, and she was giving almsgiving to Lord Buddha and all the monks. And the message came. She read it, she put it in the cloth, and then she went on doing the task of offering the almsgiving. Do you know how equal those stimuli are? Like any message that can come. We can understand how many SMSs would you get per day? I mean, phone. How many messages would you get? And can one message shock you? Can one message make you to feel the self-perception? I mean, we have the potential, isn't it? But imagine getting a message saying, to the phone while you're offering almsgiving that your whatever the sons, 7 sons or whatever the number of sons and the husband has died in the war. And it's just another SMS and you keep going doing the thing that she was doing. Imagine what kind of what kind of truth should she have? I mean, shouldn't we salute that? I think we should all salute that. And that's where the importance is. Understanding this Dhamma. Whatever perception is a perception, yes. And if you feel that the perception is real, you are there. It's a feel only. You can't think about this. If you think about this, that's a form world or sensual world in that sense. So we can start the discussion. Can you add on Surangika's Dharma? There's some Dharma friends. Well, now, so do you have anything to add, Sudharma? Oh, Surangika, if any. Yeah, Lalana, yeah.
Terasan, Doctor. Terasan, all Dharma friends. Doctor, it's a beautiful discussion you are having with us. Doctor, the non-form world is the problem that we have to undergo because we feel something is there, but the cravings differ with each and every thought, Doctor, but the existing field is still with us, Doctor. So I think, Doctor, non-form world is the most difficult part to understand because existing field also there. So if we really understand, there is not at all in the thought is not real at all. The existing field also diminishing slowly, but it is very the decreasing of the existing field is very slow, no, Doctor?
Yeah, I mean, that's in the mind again. So you're thinking about it. Yeah, if you want to, you can think about it. But that's not the path. It should be with the feel.
Yeah, it should be with the field, Doctor, but not every time we are having that feel, no, Doctor. We are always tangled with the mind perception, no, Doctor. It comes really, no, Doctor, isn't it? So give me Doctor, can you explain a bit about the non-form world, how we feel it, Doctor?
You can't. It's like
it's really hard. Yes, I can understand.
It's
Doctor.
like the salt. We can describe salt, like we can say when you add a little bit of salt to the pineapple or chips, it would make it tastier. We can say that, but the vibration of the tongue, you can't really explain that, can you?
I have a small issue, Doctor. Sometimes my mind says it's a vibration. I know it's a thought only. It does not mention that it doesn't mean that the feel, Doctor, right? So
no, I can't
sometimes
understand
it comes automatically.
I can't understand what you're trying to say. Can you tell that again?
Doctor,
go slow because you're very fast. I don't know what you're saying.
Sorry, Doctor. Doctor, when the thought comes, one thought comes.
What is the thought? You have to give an example. It's useless to say anything like
now, Doctor, I want to eat something, right? I feel hungry. It doesn't matter. So when I eat this, just imagine a chocolate, Doctor. So when I try to eat it once, not at once, I want it again and again. That means the craving is there, Doctor, right?
Well, yes, if you think it that way, yes.
But doctor, at once when I want to eat a chocolate, I just eat and I just it doesn't matter. I don't need it anymore. So doctor, what is the difference between those two? Uh, that means thoughts, and how to understand the form and formless world in this, doctor?
Definitely you are inside the mind.
Yeah, inside the mind. But at once we now
Because the
when
field
I want,
doesn't have the chocolate.
we doesn't have the chocolate, but when the thought comes as a chocolate, I won't eat it now. What is so? How can we understand this, doctor? Whether
You
it is
can't.
mind or the
That's what
feeling.
I'm saying. You
Mm.
can't understand this. This has to be felt. You have to come out of the mind bubble to feel the actual what child felt, the baby in the cot, or the what before the mind bubble formed.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, that's true. So when I see the
So
chocolate,
you
sometimes
can't explain. Chocolate has nothing to do with the baby in the cot.
yes, true, doctor.
So
Yes.
that is the level. So you can't explain this.
Mm. Okay.
You have to feel it.
I understood. Yes, doctor. Yes.
And the way you explain, you haven't felt it.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Yes. I had a trouble in this, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Sarnai.
තුන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් කෝකිලා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරමි. Dr. Kokila, yes, when you started with those childhood memories, now in this section, so Aryan Mahanse explains how people were involved in these offerings, offering flowers, offering making other arms and all those things. But the beauty is, even after understanding the emptiness of thought or this mechanism, we can involve in those also. So in some of the sermons, actually we which they said it's not a criticism, but when some sermons were there those days, if you are heading towards Nibbana, you have to forget all these stuff like participating in pujas, offering flowers, erecting all these, or building or making statues, so on and so forth. But here there are no restrictions. Life is as normal as before. Uh, this happens, as you always mention, and Haryan Vahase always mentions, it is something to be felt, and it is something to happen gradually, something that we cannot get by force or by making unnecessary effort. So there, when you were explaining this Queen Mallika's scenario, what I was contemplating was, in that message, um, that that was self-evident to that queen that there is nothing in a thought, because perception, as you say, the perception of the husband, perception of the children were like she has liberated from them. But Dr. Kokila, is this the queen who got birth in a lower realm after death, like King Ashoka, Queen
No.
No, not this one. No,
I
there
don't
was
think so.
some.
I don't think
Yeah,
so. But
no,
I'm not
yeah.
100% sure. I can't remember so much of this past, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that can't be, no, doctor. And then say, when we feel, or when we liberate from the sensual world, the value attributed to thoughts go away completely. But as now this lady also questioned the form, how can somebody feel that the person has liberated from the form world? It is again
Now I have
unexplainable.
to
You have given, yeah.
because now Lalana is also, I have to tell this.
Mm,
Just because for a second that you feel all this doesn't necessarily mean the actual the you know the what is it called, the outcome or the phala avastha is different to whatever we talk about these experiences. Because so just imagine you just feel it once, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but what you get out of that is the understanding that self-perception is there, but it happens only when there is a thing, and there is something like non-self-perception as well. That's all he can understand, he or she can understand at that particular level. But then you're back in the normal life. You're back in the normal life, and you have all these cravings again. You are having the problems, the patiga and kamaraga, but still this person has at least once felt the non-self perception. That's all it matters. That's all that has happened. Because that, what Lord Buddha says is, if someone has felt it at least once with the knowledge of Dhamma, doesn't happen without the knowledge of Dhamma, with the knowledge of Dhamma, then that person has the Sammaditthi, right vision. Then the right vision, definitely that particular system is going to go to non-vibration. If someone has felt the non-vibration, at least for a fraction of a second, that person is going to go towards the becoming of it. The becoming of it is the most difficult part. Even the first part is difficult. According to Lord Buddha, it is really rare. But still, even after that, it can be very, we have never heard about Visakha being attaining anything else, and like that, it can go on. So we can't do anything here. We can't just do anything here. That's the whole understanding. We can understand finally. That's where we let go. Actually, we keep understanding that we can't do anything. That's the self-perception, has nothing to do here. Self-perception has no ability to do anything here in this Dhamma path.
Very good.
So the non-self-perception get more and more highlighted when the self-perception gets weaker and weaker. It is simultaneous. This happens like once Saran Hanse told about the two roads kind of thing, the railway kind of thing. So when this I'm just giving another example here, like the non-self perception gets more prominent and the self perception gets diminished. This has nothing to do, the power of the non-self perception only will actually, that is actually where what happens with avidya getting replaced by prajna, kind of replace. I'm just telling, it's not like a dhamma fact. I'm just telling, so the more wisdom you have, the less the ignorance. That's what keeps happening. But the answer where what you were trying to ask, you and Lalana, so remember, just because you have felt this like the doesn't necessarily mean that actual this world changes. Doesn't. Nothing changes. You're back. You might feel that again. It doesn't necessarily matter, but you're back in the normal world. What happens is, the one example I told you, you get 1,000 SMSs per week. I'm just joking. I don't know. I never get 1,000 SMSs. 1,000 SMSs per week. One SMS can be really horrible. Can just make you to like really feel it. But once someone has understood Dhamma, it will shock you. But the shocking is not a shock to you, because you know it is එක දෙයක් වුණා.
And Dr. Kokila, now it is clear to me that I have to explore more, kind of go deeper in this Satyajnana part, because when the 2 days ago you said thought is actually thought creation, there are 8 components merge, and you mentioned the body, there we have to think about this, not to think about, there naturally arises the 4 aspects of the solidity, liquidity, temperature, and what does that, and the heat, temperature and the cold.
Air.
No, what's it, Miss Surangika?
Temperature and air, isn't it?
Yeah, potato why. So I was shocked at that time, because and then again Aryan Hanse also explained it in last night's Zoom or some Andolanatmaka Deshana. So it is evident that I have not got it. I mean, I need to listen to it more. Only way to experience whatever that we will be experiencing is to understand this mechanism. That's why it is being explained in numerous ways. So this, how the thought is created naturally, gets created, and although we know it as knowledge, this the mechanism of these resonance vibrations coming together, the merging of sense consciousnesses, all we still need to, like, without any, although we at different levels, I have felt okay, now this is clear to me, this, but when we discuss and when we listen to explanations of people like you, what comes to me every day is we need to still, it is not.
When you put a lolly to your mouth, apart from the sweet vibration, the original sweet thing, there is the coldness, the temperature, the fluidity, or they are also there. So inside the mouth also we have all these feelings, because so it's really should understand, it's not only the tongue we have inside the mouth, isn't it? So we feel all that when you put a lolly inside your mouth. So I couldn't actually tell that bit to Lalna. Lalna has left now, but it's very important. You put a chocolate inside the mouth, which part is chocolate? Which part is chocolate? Is it the liquidity part or the sweet taste, or what? Which part is the chocolate here? Which part is the? I mean, is a really good simile. Yes, Surangika.
There was Dr. Kokila and Sudharma and Dhamma friends. Sudharma, I think that example.
I got disconnected. Yeah, I got disconnected, I think, Miss Surangika.
Don't worry, I was talking about a lolly in your mouth. You can think about it. Which part is the lolly?
No, actually, that was a good example. Sudharma talked to, you can listen to it on YouTube, but Dr. Kokila said if you put a lolly into your mouth, you can still feel the liquidity, the substance, the buttery nature, the liquidity, all in that lolly in the mouth. And that's actually a very good example. I mean, if you think about it. The melting of the lolly with the saliva is the liquid component, but the solidity.
Finally, Surangika, you can't find the lolly there.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually liquidity. It's actually heat. It all that combined, because heat makes it dissolve, isn't it? And it's just those combination of those senses, the sweetness, the solidity, all of which we've then coined a label called the lolly.
And you have never eaten a lolly in your life, and you have never eaten a chocolate. Because Lalna asked about the chocolate only, it came to my mind just now only, but she has left, so we'll try to tell that next day to her.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the chocolate, but anyway, before that, Sudharma to R.N. Mahanse's Andolnatmaka Desana, I think the understanding of the Shuddhashtaka was made so clear by R.N. Mahanse that day. When he talks about the worm all the time, the example of the worm. But that day when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna, so you know how man with the senses have Shuddha
Yeah, it was
Ashtaka.
so beautiful. Yeah.
There was so much of clarity when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna. So the Ashtaka, or the 8 components that are felt in one vibration, is because as human beings, we have these 5, 6 senses, isn't it? And that's why the body consciousness has the 3 that you mentioned. And then we have the eye consciousness, the ear, because we have the ears, there is the ear consciousness, and so on. But all of these sensory perceptions are all felt in one vibration. It's because we have different senses, they are felt, the experiences are different, because it is coming through different doors. Different ayatana or different doors, and that is why there are 8 that a human being can experience. But if you take the worm has the body
but
consciousness.
inside only in the form world this magic is there.
Yes, yeah. So the Shuddhashtaka itself is also not real. So
because that in the mind world only you have this Shuddhashtaka business, not the business, but the actual thought, like the chocolate. Chocolate is not there in the actual the vibration in the tongue or in the skin.
Yeah. And what R.N. Maharshi was trying to say, the beauty of that Sudharma was that even the worm with just the body conscious, now just imagine we have as humans all these senses, right? And all these senses you can get the Shuddhashtaka, 8 experiences through the different senses. The worm only with the body consciousness has that sense of coldness and heat and goes in search of the cold earth. But despite just possessing that one sensor again, gets the feeling of existence. And that is the driving force of Satta, Itta, the sense of existence. So even the worm, puny as it is, still has that existent feel which keeps it going on in this samsaric cycle in some kind of manifestation of a form.
It is there even in one cell, like even if you take a bacteria, because usually under the microscope you can see how vibratory they are. So even that cell has that vijnana sabha, the consciousness, the vibration. Yeah, it's very interesting.
The other thing I wondered whether maybe it should have been explained to Lalana was there are 2 aspects of it actually. One is the Sotapanna stage is the stage where the external world no longer becomes real. And then that is that stage where the first 3 fetters get dissolved or cease. But still, there is Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Aruparaga. So, Ruparaga, Aruparaga is the desire for the form and the desire for the formless world. Those fetters still exist until the point of anagami, isn't it? So, which means it is only when one realizes the mind, the thought itself is also of no value and substance, that one gets that then there is a release or a liberation from the mind to the point of reaching that one vibration, otherwise known as anagami. So that if there's an experience of still having a craving, that is entirely possible on that path, because the Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Kamaraga Patiga is a thing that dissolves, and that is what one discerns through the Asavakka Jnana, the fading of the defilements. But the Ruparaga, Aruparaga is also still there. One can still have, cravings for various things, but it is...
Yeah, but the story keep changing, Surangika, here.
Yeah.
Story keep changing because the someone who has actually felt the non-self experience, or non-self experience, what actually gets shattered is the
external reality is no longer there.
Yeah, but that's kind of a story. But how I feel it is actually the power to the self perception breaks.
Yeah, that is because the whole sense of that object being real is no longer valid.
Yeah, but yes, true. Because actually, you won't be able to even have this no self experience if you are inside a mind bubble. Then you kind of feel all this. In this one particular experience, you feel all these levels.
Yes, true, Dr. Kokila, but still that craving doesn't immediately vanish, no?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In that particular experience, the first time, what makes a realization is, oh wow, there's the fish coming out of the water. It's a wow effect, actually. It's kind of wow, there's no self experience too. Like there is no self experience. That's just the wow effect in there. I mean, I don't know whether I should tell that in that way, but
that's quite true what you said. But I think what Lalana was trying to figure out
in Lalana's question, there is a question in the question, because that question doesn't happen if someone has the no self perception. So what I'm trying to say here is the most important aspect is no one is going to get the no self perception, at least for a fraction of a second, if you keep thinking about this. So at one point you should give up. One particular level, you should have the confidence to give up thinking about this. Then only this will come up. That's the message to everyone, kind of. Whether it's Sudharma or Lalana or whoever, it is the message is because no self-perception is very deep. Like it should be like one arrow going in depth to the perception, isn't it? Like the stimuli.
Yes, so you're
the
talking
cornermost.
Yeah.
So to do that, someone should actually understand them Dhamma and not have much like no value. Like Sudharma was telling that day, like no value at all. You just go out and come back. You don't feel anything. But at that particular thing, if she had the idea of the form world and the non-form world also, there is a chance, because that she's in such a state that the outside doesn't matter. Then if you actually like signaling, it's like vidagena, like
penetrating
the penetrative thing.
Inside.
Penetration could have happened just the penetration doesn't happen if the person is actually outside. So this someone going in this path should come to the inner level, and one particular moment should come out of the mind too. That's where the no self-perception arises. That's the difficult part, I think, because to come out of the kind of the mind bubble we talk about.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Mr. Rangika, Teruvan Saranai to both of you. Yeah, I'm asking from both of you. Naturally, I'm a daydreamer. That was the weakness.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Yeah, those days. Yeah. Now, actually, after listening to Dhamma, I feel that the time that I spend in mind is getting less and less, and from the
That's a 100% thing to do. Then the feel will come, because everyone's problem is the feel.
That's it.
The daydreaming, the thinking, everything actually doesn't help. You can think, it doesn't matter if you are just randomly thinking is not good.
No, I was telling it's a real weakness of my personality. Those days also, it actually daydreaming is very bad. No, it affects day-to-day work also. So thanks to
What do you
Dhamma,
actually mean by daydreaming? Are you imagining things?
Yeah, imagining things and getting carried away by thoughts, and
That's just a common trait of lots of people.
Yeah, those days it was like that. And so understanding this, I mean, day to day normal, this is very, easy for thing. It makes even day to day life easy for getting the path of Dhamma. This our day to day life becomes easy when we understand the real nature of the thought creation and all this, mechanism and etc. So every day your explanations brings about changes naturally, brings about changes. I don't say I'm understanding or I'm realizing or whatever. Thanks to all of you, Thiruvan Saranai, things, little by little things happen. That's self-evident.
Yeah, when you went out, when you touch the broken shoe outside of your house on the road,
yes,
if that form world wasn't there, you could have actually when you touch it, you could have had that. If your mind, the form world wasn't there in the kind of the bubble where this is the broken shoe. So the it's very difficult to explain, because it's a perception world that you penetrate. It's just a penetration only. It's very difficult to say.
It was like Dr. Kokila, original experience.
No, your original experience was different. You just went on like you didn't feel anything. So that's different thing. What I'm trying to say is, when you touch the broken shoe, the touch itself has no mind consciousness. So it's very a good chance to penetrate. That's why the Aranwansa is using this walking meditation as well, because the body sensations it has no mind consciousness part. Doesn't need it all the time. You can, if the broken shoe is there, mind consciousness is there, but it actually in the touch it is not there.
Got it. No, broken shoe was there. Now I saw the broken shoe. No, the only thing was
No, seeing is different. Seeing is different. Okay, now you have to understand this properly. Seeing, then seeing, you have to become the shoe. Seeing, it's different. Touching, then you have to become the kind of the touch. Then the subjective objective thing get broken if you become the thing.
Two sides, duality. Yeah, duality was not there, and
No,
Still,
no, no, no. I'm telling
No.
something else. I'm telling something else. I'm telling about touch itself that will go, but it's like something to feel. And we shouldn't talk about it.
yeah, I can't catch what it is, Dr. Kokila.
So touch,
Only
only
thing the
touch. If you take
burning
only
was. Yeah.
touch,
Mhm.
the consciousness to
Um,
become the Anidasana consciousness. That's the difference I'm talking about.
yeah, I think it's a bit difficult to understand when one doesn't experience it. Sudama, what
Yeah,
is trying
yeah,
to be said is that now
yes.
always the experience that we have is we see something relative to I seeing it. We hear something and relative to me hearing it, right? And then when you touch something, it is you who is touching it. So that experience is that the touch is there without the eye component. The hearing is there without the eye component. It is that basic sense level at the point almost like the baby radiant mind stage where I suppose, I don't know the
Yeah. In that, if you feel that, you know that 100%. You know that because it's completely
Yeah.
different because it's out of mind. Then
And Dr.
in that,
Kokila,
wait. In that, I'm telling this to Suranka. In that, if you have practiced the third one so well, you will definitely lose that the self perception.
Yeah, you can recognize that very distinctly.
Yeah, you will lose the self perception in that particular moment. It's that's the maximum I can say.
The point to come to
Sorry,
Ladana.
Sudharma. I don't know what Sudharma was going to tell.
no, it's okay, Dr. Kokila. No, I was trying to ask at that point if it was only seeing the burning was zero, there was
That
no burning. That
yeah, but you
does
didn't
it
become
mean? Yeah.
anything. You didn't become anything.
No.
So if you become the flower, yeah,
Mm.
that's fine. Then seeing part is like different. Touch
Mhm.
part is different. Hearing part is different. It's completely
Got
different.
it. Got it. That's what Aryan Mahanse always say. Chair and you, there are no two things. You are the chair. You are the flower. You are the whatever you see or hear, you become that. That's the original sensory experience that
Yeah,
you
but
are
in normal
talking.
life, it doesn't happen. The Arahant again living the normal life, okay? The experience is different. The normal life is different.
Yeah, that part I also had a slight confusion, Dr. Kokila, because that becoming that doesn't happen all the time. It's such a rare
No.
occurrence. Yeah.
There are eight chittas to go, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because actually becoming that is after death.
But occasionally there can be an experience, but not all the time. No? That is the thing. Yeah.
No, 8 chittas.
What is 8 chittas?
Marga chitta and pala chitta. Marga
Those
chitta,
things,
pala
the
chitta.
4,
Yeah.
8 there that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I searched about that and what I found for those chittas were part consciousnesses and fruition consciousnesses.
I don't know about the words, but anyway, it's
Yeah.
useless to talk about them too, because this is the more you feel things, you will feel this, because we have talked about these things so much. We know what to feel also. Now we have to let it go. Then only this will come. Do you understand? That's the message to both of you.
Yes.
What
So
what is the message? Can you repeat that, Surangika?
Let go. Sorry, I didn't get it. Let go of. I mean,
Let it happen. Don't think. Let things happen.
Yeah.
Don't think
I
too
just
much.
wanted to highlight it. That's why I asked you to just tell that again, because we keep forgetting that, because the form world is very difficult. Penetrate the form world, you have to let go, even Dhamma. Because the
Yeah,
Dhamma is in the form world.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in all these days also, Aranvanse has been explaining
Same
that
thing.
if
Yeah,
one,
same thing.
if there is a if there is a feeling of nothing becoming a thing, then go with that without trying to overanalyze or analyze even, because that
Yeah,
means you're
now,
going back to the mind.
yeah.
But what I was trying to say, going back to Lalana's question, was that despite that experience for a moment, there is still that Kamaraga Ruparaga thing. Ruparaga, Aruparaga thing, which means that
No,
when one
no,
comes.
I intervene again because what I'm trying to say is, if someone has, if someone is, understanding this, going by the feel, the feelings are different. What you feel is different. So you don't feel the outside, like she said. Like you like Suranka might say, I went through the whole lot of problems in the office and I didn't feel anything, like something like that. Yeah, it's what you feel, that's the most important thing. And then in the Kamaraga Patika, you will feel the thing, but you don't get any problem with that. What you keep understanding about is what your weaknesses are. That's where we keep understanding what is the karmasthana, what is actually happening, because everything will not affect you anymore. There will be one or two then. The whole day you will feel one or two, and then you might have to go back and just analyze that. So you might, so for about, imagine for 30 days you didn't feel anything. But still, the problem I'm trying to tell is, no one will know that you are in the form world until you have felt the liberation from the form world. So the misunderstandings are more. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So as long as you are in the form world or in the mind, just take it as not the form world, just the mind. As long as you are in the mind, you are going to get stuck. That's where a lot of us are stuck, because Dhamma is not going to expand further, because you get stuck in the form world. That's where Aranwanse is repeatedly saying, now Paruva, then it's enough. Just calm down. Just take it easy. That's where he's trying to say that, because penetration of the form world is not going to happen, because we don't really worry about the Kamaraga Patika, because but to actually come out of that, the form world should be understood or felt. So you can't do that unless you have felt it before in that one particular stimuli. That's how Venerable Ananda is aware that what will happen or what is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've run out of time, but maybe we can pick it up again tomorrow, Dr. Kokila, because I think there's a few more things to clarify at that point. But we've run out of time actually now.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Terawan Sanai, Aranwanse Namaskara Veva. We worship Aranwanse, and thank you, Shani, for starting the discussion, and Mr. Bernard for organizing the discussion. And we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Terawan Sanai, everyone.
Terawan Sanai, Dr.
Terawan Saranai, Dr.
Namaskar.
Namaskara Deva, Terawan Saranai to all Dhamma friends.
spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
It's really, we invite everyone to come and do a productive discussion in English language. It's all about this truth. We talk about how mind is created, how a stimulus is created, and how we feel a sense of existence. So this is all we keep talking about. Actually, there's nothing else. So we talk about that every day, how the mind is created, how a stimulus is created, how we feel that we are experiencing that experience or the stimulus. That is the main problem. We feel that we are experiencing this, whatever the stimulus. So that problem is happening because of because of a natural phenomena, not anyone doing this, or anything is not doing. This phenomena is a natural phenomena where due to the ignorance, it's basically due to the ignorance, you feel that existence, the feel of existence is actually there, because we keep feeling this, and it gradually grows into a view that we are here. So it is very important to understand that
how this happened. We talk about this every day, but we can recapitulate because I don't think we can talk. If we are to talk about something, I think this is the most suitable thing to talk about, how this mind is created. So this mind is a very specific feature of humans. The humans have basic 5 sensory organs, namely eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin perceptions. But when these sensory organs vibrate together, we feel another thing. What is that? It's a new vibration, which is the mind or the thought. This thought, there's no problem with the thought. Actually, there's no problem with the thought. But the problem is we feel it is actually existing. We feel it's real. We feel it's out there. First it starts with the perception, and then actually it extends into the view because we feel it out there. When a vibration occurs, the manifestation can be the eye, manifestation can be the ear, manifestation can be in the other 3 organs. It doesn't necessarily matter what is the origin of the vibration, but the main thing is it feels like it's happening here. This problem is there for any cell, any organism, or any animal in that sense, or even to the beings which we can't even comprehend. It's only a vibration. But then it goes into a formation because there's feel of existence there, because of the rapidity of the vibrations, you just feel as existing, but there's no story. The story begins with the first perception, kind of starting of the perceptions. The first perceptions can be mother, father, toy, or food, milk, anything like that. Perception can start very slowly and then grows into a big story. The perceptions itself initially has no value. It's just a perception. The baby might say mother, but that's just coming out of his mouth, but doesn't necessarily mean anything to the child initially, because that's why they can even play beneath the mother's coffin. Sometimes we have seen these things because they have a perception of mother, they might, but they don't have the extension of that perception that that something has happened to mother. Or they might get something has happened to mother, but they don't know what, and they might think she's sleeping. Likewise, the perception world is formed, but the value, it is going to get added with the time, with rapid vibration of the thoughts. You feel that also as existence, and then keep adding, data of so many things around that person or the thing. It can be your necklace, it can be your husband, it can be your son, it can be your daughter, it can be your mother or father, it can be your siblings, it can be your friends, it can be your house, it can be your country, it can be anything in that sense. So your world is full of these things, and the world is really important. Your world is important. You feel that it is the world I see because you don't think that what you think is very unique to you, what you think is only felt here. I mean, that's how it is. The ignorance leads to us to believe that our emotions are personal, our thoughts are personal. Everything felt here is personal, felt to someone, thought to someone, has seen, the seeing has happened to someone and hearing has happened to someone. It is very natural to feel that because it is felt as happening here. That's the value, the world full of value. You feel it out there, and at the same time, there's another burning problem which happens with the same thing. What is that? The whatever the feeling we have that it's happening here mature into a perception, in the sense perception is already there, but mature into a thought. What is that? That is the I, me, mine. It goes on to add so many stuff. This happened to me. I am very kind. I like to do these things in this order. I am this, I'm my father's child, but everyone loved me. I'm a favorite of my teacher. What else? You can keep on adding. I'm not good at these things. I'm actually very bad in handling pain. Whatever. You can keep adding your features, thinking that they are your features. This is how deep you can get, that it is unique to you. These are my features, my habits, my way of doing things. So we have a kind of a attitude now where you have a view that it is me. So the thinking pattern, walking pattern, whatever the pattern you do stuff, how fast you do these things, or how slow you do these things, or how efficiently you do these things, it all, the credit goes to a person, credit goes to the self. Or even the negative side can go to the person too. You might think, oh, my mind is so crowded, I don't even have time to think about any good thing. I don't have good habits. I should try to cultivate good habits. So you keep thinking like that. The more you think about yourself in such a way, the more you get confirmed that yes, it is me. It is me who's actually have this habits. It is me who would have this voice. It is me who would smile like this. It is me who would be very kind like this. No one can beat my kindness. No one can beat my, good etiquettes. Someone might think like, imagine like someone like Isaac Newton or Archimedes might think, no one can beat my, ability to do maths. And someone really good in cooking might say, oh, there's no one to cook like me. So we have kind of an idea about me. don't you have an idea about yourself? And then when we go on self-feeding to self, I mean, it's feeding to self. Yeah, self-feeding to self. It's feeding. It's like a self-fed, like a solar panel. It's self-fed. The idea of me, once formed, is reconfirmed all the time. Yes, yes. This happened to me when I was doing all of us, and this happened to me when I was in my 20s, and I survived. We have a story, and no one is actually lying about these things. It's actually they are telling the truth. I'm not even telling they are lying about it, but I'm trying to highlight how we have these subtle ideas of things. If you have a kind of even imagine someone goes to a meditation center and gets some form of meditative state, dhyana, then that self is again happy. I have this ability, and someone will hear that and say, "Wow, do you? That's so good. Do you know how to do that? Can you teach me how to do that?" Yeah, and then he might teach that too. How to get a dhyana, how to get into a meditative state, and to feel so happy about it. And someone might ask, "Do you know how to get happiness?" Yeah, I know. Take some drugs. Oh wow, does that give you some happiness? Yes, I have tried that. Really, try that and see. Okay, that person also tries. And you go to a la la land for like some time. And you obviously get addicted to that too. Same phenomena there, because you like that kind of feeling. What kind of feeling? Like to be able to forget about all the problems and just be happy in their own way, in their own way. So happiness has so many meanings. We talked about this yesterday also. So many meanings. For a teenager, happiness is very obviously some games, some friends, sports, maybe books, really maybe studying. Then once you come to the stage where you have to take some responsibilities, the whole thing is changing. Then you kind of seek happiness through the status or money, or maybe to say, I have a family, I have kids, and I have a husband, or I have a wife. I have this job. When you go into like very old age, parents keep changing these topics. What are they proud of now? Well, I have done my duty, I have done my duty. I was a good citizen. I brought up multiple kids to this world. And then I earned. Everything is distributed among my kids. I'm a proud father. I'm a proud mother. I can die now happily. I'm definitely going to be with God because I have done so much good in this life. That's what they talk about. Someone might in depth might think something else, like be in fear. I have done so many bad things. Will I go to the hell? Someone might feel that too. So it is very tricky that how our mind plays with this self phenomena. Never ends. It never ends. So the stages changes, ideas changes, targets changes, and then we have a target for the death, good death. Good funeral also. I mean, I don't think that's the fashion in Sri Lanka, but good funeral. I'm going to plan my funeral. I have paid for this, you know, and I'm going to plan my funeral in this way. Yeah, it is my funeral. That's kind of a fashion in some countries. So this will be endless. If I keep talking, I will be keep talking about this whole phenomena of me, myself. Endless. Endless. So your habits are yours, your attitudes are yours, your abilities are yours. Your family is yours. Even your country is yours. If you can put a label to the, you know, the sky above you, you might put a label to that too, because you have a label to the land. This is the land I have, or this is the house I have. Because there's no way of putting a boundary in the sky, you don't put that. But the countries can do that. This is our sky level, don't come. If you're crossing our sky boundary, then you have to take our consent. If you come without our consent, yeah, the plane will be down. So we have boundaries. I have rules. My way of doing things. These are my enemies. These are my friends. So, as I said, this is an endless story. But can you see that it is the mind, it is the product of the, it's just the thoughts, just the thoughts. So this dream is full of this. Dream can be so beautiful at one time, very dramatically sad sometimes, disastrous sometimes, so calm and serene sometimes, full of meditative states sometimes. Yeah, but the dream is still there. Whatever the form, the dream is still there. This dream, Aran Wahanse tells, Lord Buddha told very nicely, this dream is not true. Who would like to believe that? That's very difficult to even think about. Who would like to hear that? I mean, who has felt this some or other, that this film can't be true, or this film must be having some flaws, that why do we feel this as true? Why do we feel this suffering we feel, then this question arises. What did Lord Buddha say? Why did he talk about cessation of suffering? Then only we come to the understanding this mind, this perceptions in the mind, not a single perception in that mindful world is true. And things that you thought that unique to you is actually the product of this unique self vibration, which gave rise to these vibrations in the sensory organ and the vibration of the mind. Mind is a vibration. Do you feel that? It is the vibration. It's all what you heard, and it's all just a production. And the way you act, they're all very, environmentally and genetically molded, but the main reason is the self vibration. So if Lord Buddha talked about cessation of suffering, how are we going to achieve that? If there is this kind of vibration, how are we not going to telepathy into that? How are we going to change into non-vibration? There's only one way. There's only one way. That is to understand this issue. How did this feel of existence arise? Feel of existence arises when the stimulus is felt as real. The stimulus has so many levels, but it is the same stimulus. If it is a chocolate, the stimulus chocolate has that self vibration we are talking about, has that perception of the dream that we are talking about, the chocolate perception, and the actual value we have given it to say that, yeah, there's so many chocolates in my fridge. I like chocolates. It's not good for me, but I like chocolates. So the value, the dream, and the feel of existence, it's all there in the same vibration. If you can feel this, that is the beauty of this Dhamma. The beauty of this Dhamma. When you understand chocolate, you have understood all these three levels. Not just one thing. And if you have pierced these all three layers, you're definitely going to feel the non-vibration, because you definitely know that this is not true. The chocolate is not true. It's just a product of the mind vibration. It's just a product. If you say Gangmatura, no one would say in English. If I go and to an English speaking person, if I go and say there's Gangmatura in our country, they'll be like, is that a food? What is that? But then if I say there's floods in our country, they definitely understand that. So the value comes from the given value to that holder. That's how the holder actually arises. The value of the perception. So what do we understand is in this Dhamma is, how did this value come? How did this value actually give rise to self-perception or feel of existence? Alive feel. Alive feel, we never even knew that it was a problem. We never knew that it was a construct. I mean, someone might say, who cares? Yeah, you can keep saying that until you understand the gravity of the situation where this never-ending cycle of birth, with so much suffering in different ways, there can be some sort of happiness in a very small way. But to maintain this world also, you have to have such a urge to maintain the field, to maintain this dream, to maintain the happiness that we keep looking after. That's why we need to do a job. I mean, apart from feeding all the other minds or the beings, we need so many other things, because there is a self who is happy with these things, because it has to happen in your way. So the origin of this self-perception is very obvious. It's due to the ignorance. But if we change the ignorance, if we understand that you don't have to be ignorant forever, you can actually have some wisdom and understand. We didn't know, but now we know. It is due to the rapidity of the vibration that you feel that they are existent. The I, it's the rapidity of the I that is what is called light, and that we feel it is there. But only thing that happened was the very fast vibration of your eye. Not your eye, actually, it is the function of the eye. Even though we feel it as two different things, function of the eye is the rapid vibration, and the function of the ear is the rapid vibration of the ear. And what about the rapid formation of mind vibrations? It's the same thing. You feel existing. You feel as alive. So when we come to know that the power which was mounting every day, like getting increased every day, suddenly come to a halt, thereafter no defilements can increase. So for someone who has felt this no self Dhamma, no self truth, the defilements is not going to go more than that, at whatever the cost. Lord Buddha has given you the insurance. The moment you telepathize to the Buddha state or non-vibration, that system is never going to go more than the vibration that you have. That means it's never going to go down to the lower realms. The lowest would be human. Well, Suramika is also here. I would like to invite Suramika to add something. It would be boring to hear someone talking longer. Do you have the ability to add something, Suramika?
Yeah, I think everything that is core to this Dhamma teachings, which is quite unique from the other teachings that one has heard before all these years, is the Dhamma philosophy revolves around understanding one thing, and that is understanding this thought process and the fact that this is the no-soul Dhamma, as we call it, or the whole shining the light on the fallacy of this self-perception concept. I think we talked about it yesterday as well, about the anatma or the non-self angle to this Dhamma. And sometimes for some people that can be quite unpalatable. For some people, they might think that they might have a rudimentary knowledge that, yes, Buddhism talks about no self, but wouldn't have fully understood the depth of it and what it truly means. It is only a person who has actually listened to these Buddothpado teachings, really understood the philosophy, how the mind works. Is there anything called the mind? What is the thought? How is the self-perception? How is the self-existence? How does that come about? What are these so-called light consciousness, sound consciousness, and so on? Going into every bit of this detail, that once that is done gradually, and going and looking at each of these aspects through vidarshana or penetrative insight, one then gets enormously deep understanding of how this whole process from end to end works, from the time of the baby in the cot to the point of how this self vibration became stronger and stronger. How did it even come to be? How did it get stronger and stronger? And what are the core areas of ignorance which makes this that zygote level vibration that is there as a almost like a dying ember, but is still there in a dormant form in the zygote level. And it is that self-vibration that then starts gaining power when the functions of, when the sensor faculties continue to ripe as the baby grows older, and then takes on things that are learnt from the conventional world. And it is this learning that is the undoing of this whole process. The learning is the thing that brings the ignorance into the fore by the acceptance of the things that are being taught to be real. And then this external world that we call our mother, our father, our house, this is our car, this is the school, and then those things exist and I exist, and this whole sense of everything being there, the feeling of existence that these basic consciousnesses generate, or the stimuli, you can call it stimuli, each of these objects generate a sense of those being there. And that sense of existence, the feeling of existence, is the thing that then spins off into what we call the self-perception. Because if there is something, if there is something existing, then surely there is a person here witnessing it, experiencing it, and also feeling it. So that experience itself is put, an identity is put to that experience. Why? For the sake of experiencing it, savoring it, enjoying it. The tanha component, the desire, the craving, is an innate part of that self-vibration, and that is the thing that then starts propagating. And how does it propagate itself? By taking this world to be real. And with that, the power and the vibration that is there at that dormant stage continues to build up. And as I think Dr. Kokila, you mentioned before, this perception that we have taken on through the senses, and the senses then combine to become the mind consciousness, i.e. the thought or the stimuli, then can take on various forms, isn't it? Various forms, various images, various concepts. It doesn't have to be just material objects. It can be even, you know, the concept of Sri Lanka, or like my cricket team, or this is my belief in something. This is my religion. This is the way I do things. I'm this kind of a person, or I'm honest, or I'm straightforward, and or you can have habits, as you said, various kinds of habits that have grown over the years, and you have got so attached to them, they have become an ingrained. And this is what you think because of self-perception, that these are your habits. This is what I am. You can't change me. This is how I work. Some people, you can hear people say that. And that, you need to change your attitude sometimes, they say. Or, all kinds of things people say nowadays, and they don't realize how did those concepts, habits, various perceptions become an identity, and they've identified with them so much as if they are part of that personality. So where did this identity, personality, and so on come about? Because they've considered that there is an I and a persona here, which built up from the days of their childhood by taking the so-called external world and the reality to be true. But if they had access to this true Dhamma and went into the core of those sense faculties and understood the basic message that the Buddha said 2,500 years ago, that it is the senses and the sensory perceptions alone that make up this world, and that one has no sense of reality of what is encountered in a so-called external world other than what is actually perceived through the senses and senses alone, then one would understand one by one, from one sensor faculty to the other, how are these formed? How come we, thought that this light was something that came from outside, and that we can see the light through our eyes, we can hear the sound through our ears, we can get the smell of a jasmine flower from our nose and the smell sensor, and so on. Because all those are by themselves the way we learned them in school, wasn't it? Like in nursery, or when our parents taught us these things. Everything was there outside, and then everything is introduced to you as if these things were there, and now you're the little baby, you're the child, and you have to learn all these one by one. There is a thing called the sun. It comes up every morning, and then there's a sunset in the evening. There is a thing called rain. There is a thing called dewdrops on blades of grass. There is a thing called Poya Day. There is a thing called Christmas Day. We go to the beach. There is a thing called the sea. There's a beach that you can play on, and so on and so forth. And the list goes on and on and on. So this world, as you call it, has not got created overnight. It has been built minute by minute, object by object, concept by concept, all through ignorance, by millions and billions of stimuli that has been taken to be real from the childhood days. And the understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, to unravel the whole thing, is where our noble spiritual teacher says that you have to understand the 3 types of wisdom. When you analyze the thought and you break it down, if one understands how did this thought come about, what is this stimuli, how did this thing become real to me, what is actually the components of thought, and then one would realize that these are things that have been made up. These things were not even true or real for the baby in the cot. And so how did these things come about? Somebody actually showed us an image gave that image a sound, gave that image a name, and then the reinforcing of that message through the sound, through the image, has ingrained as a kind of vibration attached to that. And that vibration is the thing that resonates and keeps on providing that stimuli. And it is the telepathization that then continues to happen through millions and billions of stimuli over and over again, which we then call existence, which we then call life. So this is, I mean, you can't even, it is so difficult because one aspect itself can be explained to the nth degree. There is so much to be learned. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So you can even explain the Pupe Nivasanusati alone by taking so many examples only on that aspect. But if one can actually understand the three types of wisdom, the Pupe Nivasanusati Jnana, which is the I think the wisdom of seeing how the thought stimuli came about in the first place, then one would be able to understand the stimuli occurring in this very moment, and that the thought itself has no substance, which then together, which is called the Chutuprapata Jnana, and which then together with those two types of wisdom would help in making the defilements of craving, ill will, delusion, and so on gradually dissipate. And why is that? Because when one shines the light on the thought is never a thought, isn't it? The thought is always my job. The thought is always the car. The thought is always my mortgage, my personality, what I'm getting attached to, this and that, and all these things. The thought is never a boring stimuli. The thought is always something that one fantasizes about. The thought is always something that you're craving for a house. You've got a dream to build a house. You've got a dream to get married to somebody and have kids. You've got a dream to go to another country and make a lot of money. You've got all these dreams. What you consider as dreams is just that stimuli. It's not as boring as a stimuli because you've given names to it, you've given images to it, you've created this beautiful dream in your head, and you are running after this dream, not knowing that it is just a mirage, that all these are perceptions that have been formed through the basic consciousnesses that are arising out of one's own sense faculties and sense faculties alone. So there is no way of explaining how beautiful this Dhamma is when one actually understands that that is all there is, that these are just complete manifestations of vibrations happening and telepathizing in this very moment, which we call thoughts. And it is these thoughts only that is giving this false sense of existence and false sense of self-perception and keeping that alive, which itself is such a fallacy. And putting that to rest means one is awakening oneself to this nirvanic state, which has always been there, but has been clouded by the shrouds of ignorance and by delusion. So we invite, I think, all our English-speaking listeners, if you can access the Buddothpado teaching through these YouTube channels. There are websites as well, wisdomofasia.com, Buddothpado-dhamma.com. There are English books as well. To continue to search or go into these websites, listen to some English talks, and try to see how one's own mind works. How does the suffering come about? If one has a curiosity to find what the truth is, then at least try to seek the truth, because the seeking of the truth and ending one's own suffering is something beyond religion. Everybody is entitled to know the truth. So that is what is being taught by the Buddothpado teachings. This is not a religion. Nobody is trying to propagate religion or further or pursue, get people to believe in a religion as such. No matter what caste, creed you are in or nationality, it doesn't matter. The truth belongs to everyone from a conventional way, if I can put it that way. But understanding of the Dhamma itself will finally bring to the fore one truth and one truth alone, that there is no soul here. It's only this non-self vibration finally. But to come to that, there is a journey, but the journey is a fulfilling one because it brings an end to the samsaric cycle, which you may not know is giving you the suffering, is the cause of the suffering, but gradually through the understanding of the truth, that is what ultimately happens, because with that real self-realization or the realization comes that whole sense of non-self vibration. Yes, Dr. Putla, you can correct me if I said anything wrong in or anything in that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think we talk about this every day. It's really nice when after understanding this truth, what happens is inevitable thing to happen is the burning to subside, the vibration to subside, and that is the status that we once thought that we can never achieve. It was like, one day we might achieve that. I still remember when we were children, we used to say that the minis apakela, something like that, like you entertain all the good things and then end up in.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah. And we thought, okay, maybe then we go there and then go from there to there. It must be a place like, as a child, I still remember being amazed at the descriptions that were given. But now we understand it's just this mind, and within this vibration, we definitely, yes, we pass those status anyway. Because this vibration, even within this body, the vibration can have these levels anyway, within one stimulus. And this is the beauty of this Dhamma, and the non-vibration is here as well. Non-vibration is not somewhere else, it's here in this one single stimuli. If you don't telepathize to the vibration, it is a non-vibration. It's not a new vibration. It is the absence of the self-vibration. And the time that we were dreaming about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just talking about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just, optimistic about nirvana is gone. We are actually understanding and feeling the non-vibration, and that is the beauty. That is the importance of listening to this Dhamma and trying to understand what is being said and to feel, at least momentarily, it doesn't matter. But what Lord Buddha said was, understand it fully. Yeah, even someone who was a non-returner, Lord Buddha said, you just came out from the like a pit full of feces. It's just smelly. You go and have a bath. And that was actually the example he gave for why don't you seek the truth and become the truth? Because an unwritten has not become the truth. And why don't you try to become the truth? And that will be the no self-perception will be the normal. And that is achievable. This is the message that we are trying to give. It is achievable. And all gentlemen and ladies, that is the message here, that it is here. You just have to surface it. You just have to understand. If there is no value to the stimuli, it is non-vibration. Just simple as that. People get it so confused, it becomes so difficult, yes. But it is simple as that. If the stimuli has no value, non-vibration is there. Already here, happening now, not next minute, not next time, not next birth, nothing like that. Isn't it, Suramika? What do you think?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, and I think Karan was saying in the morning also that, this, we are continuing to talk about it these days in the Zoom because of the flood situation in Sri Lanka. I mean, the tragedy that has befallen so many people in our country, poor people, I mean, it hasn't discriminated, nature hasn't discriminated whether one is poor or rich or whatever strata of society. Nature has taken its toll, and with that, there have been lots of lives lost. And again, the message was that, suffering is inevitable in this sense of existence, whether it is to animals, whether it is to mankind, suffering is inevitable. And whilst one can temporarily alleviate the suffering by doing an act of kindness or performing a good deed, giving somebody to eat, providing some shelter, and all these things are so important now at this point, particularly for Sri Lanka. Ultimately, if we can give this message to a person and say that there is a permanent way out of this suffering, not just a temporary assuaging of hunger that you feel today, or giving you shelter for a couple of weeks or a month, but here, and what can you do if you are just trying to provide relief in that sense, but that mother has lost the mother's children or the husband in flood waters, then can you provide them relief? Then can you give them solace? You can't, because that person thinks that those things are there. For that person, the world is true. That is that person's reality. And until such time, someone gives the true message to that person and says, open your eyes to the truth. Open your eyes to the Dhamma of that there is no self here. And until such time, they won't get it. And that is what the Buddha explained to Patachara and to Kisa Gautami. There was no advice saying, you have to do concentration meditation, or you have to give alms givings and make sure that this doesn't happen to you next time. This time it happened, so can't help it. You'll have to just bear it and try to, do good. At least next birth you won't have to face these hardships, won't have to face these sufferings. Now, is that going to help that mother who is now distraught? No. So that is why our noble spiritual teacher takes all this trouble to have all these Zoom sessions and do so many activities and take so much effort to spread this message of the true Dhamma teachings to people, because the teacher sees the suffering far beyond all of us ever can, because that is a state of non-vibration, and to that the suffering of everybody is kind of the whole purpose of being able to, is the whole motivator of being able to, work night and day without even thinking of one's own welfare. That is the driving force behind the teachers' efforts and the dedication and the commitment. So if that message can be given, the suffering itself is not going to be so, there will still be a certain amount of hardships, but that is only something that one will have to still endure through, by the very fact that there is an existence until in this life. But other than that, there was also a conversation in one of the Zooms that I heard that people even listening to Buddothpado talks have undergone hardships in the last few days with this situation, but there is that innate sense of calmness because of that understanding of this Dhamma. And that has brought them so much of solace, so much of peace, that there was a mother who had even been displaced and is living in some temporary shelter. But the calmness in the voice, the tranquility in the way that mother spoke volumes of the understanding and the peace that has become so entrenched and embedded in that person's life by understanding the crux of this Dhamma. So I'm sure the mother must be having probably no food, no proper clothes and all those things. But those are all just thoughts, isn't it? Finally, end of the day, if that understanding is there, that means if death is also surmountable and death also becomes a thought, then what can one say about all other so-called suffering, isn't it? Human suffering, because suffering would then also be just a thought, isn't it, Dr. Gopinath?
Yeah, it's we always talk about this. We try to put some, meaning to this meaningless ongoing cycle of birth, and actually try and escape suffering. And just to understand that there had been no birth at all is someone who has won the death. Do you want to win the death? Do you want to beat death? Then I think the most important thing is to hear Lord Buddha's Dhamma. He definitely has beaten the death. How? It's by super awareness and wisdom, because we thought we are born, we thought that we are living, and we thought we are lying, and we are sick, and then we thought we are dying. But then with this Dhamma, we kind of understood and actually felt that the thought, birth, is just another thought. What actually happened was different. Whatever we think is not out there. Whatever the thought that we thought existed is not there. So the thought of being born or thought of dying, it is the same phenomena, just same phenomena. And Lord Buddha asked Angulimala Thero, do you want to do what is the thing that he did? What do we call that in English? Like satyagraha, like
Oh, yeah.
it's like a vow kind of thing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's like a vow. You can say vow, yeah.
Yeah, and Lord Buddha requested, why don't you? Because that a mother was suffering from pain with the birth of the child, and when Venerable Angulimala felt so sad about that. He just heard that and came and asked from Lord Buddha, can we help her? And Lord Buddha used that exact opportunity and told him, yes, you make a vow saying that you have never killed anyone. And he was amazed. And Venerable Angulimala asked, how can I do that? I have killed so many people. And then Lord Buddha reminded, have you killed anyone now? And likewise, we just come to understand being born is a misnomer. It's actually happening here and now, actually. Because self-vibration is telepathized only when the stimuli is real. If the stimuli is not felt real, the alive feel is not there, that means you are not born, because you don't feel born. Isn't that beautiful? Will you have a fear of death then? And the death is another misnomer, because death, we attach that to the physical death, but actually the self-vibration keep telepathizing. It's not someone is going from one place to another. It's just synchronicity of a vibration. It's all no self Dhamma. And I think we can stop today, and we will do the discussion tomorrow. And I thank all the Dhamma friends I worship Aran Wahanse for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma, and we will try to give this to the world as possible as we can. So may Triple Gem bless you. Terun Sanai, so Terun Sanai, everyone.
Terun Sanai, Dr. Poki, Terun Sanai, friends. Pay our worship to our Mahansa in this kind of way.
Is not happening today, but actually this English Zoom is happening. So I invite all the Dhamma friends to join if possible. We discuss Dhamma according to Buddothpado and Wahanse. It's a beautiful thing to study and understand first, and then we have to feel that too. So what we discuss is no self truth about this world. I think today in Sri Lanka also we are undergoing so many hardships. Everyone is undergoing so many hardships. If not for one, somebody is going through some kind of hardship everywhere. And this is happening worldwide. It's not happening just into one country at one particular moment. Different points, different areas of the world. Somebody is dying, somebody is unhappy, somebody is having problems. At the same time, there is entertainment of this sensory organs as well. I mean, Lord Buddha once said, if there's anything that we can say happy about, something happy here, something to enjoy fully, I wouldn't say this Dhamma, he said once. So actually, in one way or another, we only would be going through something, because if you like something, you need to get that, and there's always some hardships you go through, but you don't feel that because you have a destination, you have a plan, you want this. But then in the end, you know that even after getting that, the happiness that you thought that you might get from achieving that is not there. So this is kind of the life we go on thinking that is life. So what is life? What is life is? Life is actually what you perceive through your sensory organs. So what you see, what do you see? You see a lot of news articles about how people are suffering, how people are undergoing floods, muds, slips and stuff, and how people lose their lives into this tragedy. And they are the news articles, and you might see when you inside the house, you might see what is inside the house. When you go outside, you might see what is outside. Like that, we keep seeing things. We have a world. That world is full of stuff. You can name them. You have a meaning to them. You have a meaning to yourself as well. So who is experiencing? We are experiencing. Kind of, I am experiencing. So so the suffering is at the point where you feel like you are experiencing something. That is the meaning of suffering. Actually, suffering, we extend that to like losing someone you dearly love, or you have to live with someone you don't like, or you lose your wealth, you lose your part of your limb, or you lose your freedom. You can name it, we have it, anything. But in the depth, actually, the fear of death, or this feel of existence, is the actual reason for suffering. I can see Surangika has joined the Zoom discussion. Surangika, do we have like a topic to discuss today? Because I think we started the Zoom a little bit late, but anyway, we have about almost 1 hour to discuss something, so you can start the discussion or a topic as well. I was just discussing about Dhamma in general. So because we keep inviting people to come and discuss about this Dhamma, and I know it's very rare for someone listening in Sinhala medium to come and discuss in English medium, because they already can hear in Sinhala medium. But the language does matter, because to give this to the whole world, we have to tell this in another language too. But this Dhamma is very important for you to end suffering, and suffering has so many meanings, isn't it, Surangika? Yeah, we can build up a discussion actually.
Yes, Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Pokila, and Thiruvan Sarnai to all Dhamma friends. I think I just caught the last bit of your last 1 minute or so on YouTube before I switched over. I think you were talking about the flood situation and not only in Sri Lanka, but I think it's moving over or already moved on to other South Asian countries as well. So affecting families and a lot of things across the country, economy, agriculture, livelihoods, families, lives have been lost as well. And I think you also mentioned the fact that things that have been held dear to people, houses that they have worked hard for years and years, maybe a lifetime, to build, have been washed away in certain districts and areas. Lives have been lost as well. So these are things that I think R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, mentioned. I think it was the morning Zoom, saying that isn't this the fate of mankind or society, isn't it?
And
There
also,
is,
isn't this
yeah,
enough to understand how the suffering can, suffering is endless in
suffering is
different
endless,
ways.
yes.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I mean, we talked about the stories in the Buddha's days about Patachara and Kisa Gotami and things like that. And again, our spiritual teacher says to understand Nirvana and to seek the liberation from the Nirvana, one needs to first feel that suffering, feel the dukkha. And if one feels the dukkha, one will then want to find a way out of that dukkha or suffering, isn't it? And that can be to get to the point where the Buddha actually meant what is suffering. One has to actually, even at a very what shall I say, mundane or conventional, in a conventional term also with the outside world, one has to feel that suffering at that stage first, isn't it, Dr. Pokila? I think that's a good place perhaps to start. How then, the anicca has to be thought of in so many ways before we come to the Arya Satya. There is Dukkha Satya and Arya Satya. I think that might be a good and timely discussion. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, we always talk about this in different angles, but today we can see how dukkha or how just general suffering is interpreted in our minds. I mean, we don't need any kind of explanation to that, but because we already know from childhood to until now, someone have always has lost someone, like dear to you, and you have lost something that you held dear to you, and you might actually lose your health, your whatever. But even status and even the good name, because these carry a whole lot of things. Some people say, I don't mind dying, I need my good name. We have heard so many stories like that, how people describe their pride, or their name is the most important thing, not the actual life. So kind of we describe this in different ways, but it's something outside. Actually, we kind of describe these things as we are holding dear to us something, and when we lose that, we kind of feel sad. Or that sadness is just the general sadness we feel in any way, but that sadness brings us to the reality that the life is not rosy as it is, and life can have these ups and downs, but someone can actually feel okay, that is okay. Life is like that, and go on like that, not seek any reality. But Lord Buddha did was, he just heard, am I going to die like that? He asked from Channa, and he's like, wow, I'm going to die like that. Interesting. And then he saw someone who is ill, and then asked, can that happen to me? And he was amazed at that can happen to him, because actually the father of Lord Buddha's at that time was able to actually hide everything, every suffering from him. So likewise, he went on understanding that, okay, I'm going to go through all this, then what? Is there any way to stop suffering? That's how he went on. He started the research by himself. He was not scared to do that research. He was driven very beautifully to do that research, and he found, at the end of a lot of years and years, he found that actually it's in a view. And isn't that beautiful? That's all suffering is in a view, and all the suffering is in the mind. That I mean, that is the truth in this world. And to find that suffering is in a view, and how it happened. He understood the view part as well as how the view has arisen. And the view arises from the perception, self-perception. And the self-perception can be in the, the mind, where you feel as alive, because you feel alive, because you in that stimulus you feel that is existing. So this truth, that whole suffering is in a view of me, myself, is wonderful. If someone has ears, I think they should hear this. If someone has a mind, I think they should hear this. If someone has some wisdom, I think they should hear this, that all your suffering is in one thought, just one thought. That one thought, by the way, is a product of every stimulus. That is the problem. Actually, if it is just one thought, you delete that one thought, you're happy. No, that's not that simple, because then because you know, when people get angry with your own son, you delete son from your family history. Isn't that what the fathers say? You never come to this house again, I will delete you from my memory, you are not my son anymore. Isn't that how they talk? They never delete them. They suffer from inside, but they're actually acting as they are deleted. But in the mind, that deleted son is still there. So the dukkha satya is still there, because until that mental image is there, they're suffering. But actually, when people say that, people think, okay, they're like that. Like in that example, just delete the thought. What? The myself, me, myself. Just delete that thought. It's very easy. Just forget about it. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful to say that. But the problem is that doesn't happen that way, because this is kind of not something like you forget about it and just live on like as you forgot myself. Even person with dementia has the self-perception. They always feel the temperature happening to themselves, the light happening to that self, everything. So this thought can't be deleted like that, even if you want to. Then we have to understand, how did this thought arise? This thought actually came to light because the self-perception was there. Why? Why the self-perception is there? That is the magic here. Actually, understanding this solves the whole lot of problems. Why the self-perception is there is that the stimulus is felt as a thing. Stimulus has a value. You feel that the stimulus is actually there, and then when you feel like that the stimulus is actually there, you want it because it is giving you the feel of alive feel. So once the alive feel is there, it is without anyone's knowledge, without anyone's intention, we feel like maintain that. That is what is happening in self-perception. We kind of maintain that. That is there from even a small organism to whole big animal like elephant or a human whatsoever. Even in higher realms, whatever the in the mind forms also, it's the same thing. The alive or a feel of existence is there. A life feel is kind of with this mind we talk about. How we can assess this is only way through the mind. But the beauty is to understand that we can't delete this me, my, I, me, mine thought. We have to understand the mechanism. So we keep understanding the mechanism, how this is happening. We understand that at particular one time, there's only one stimulus. This stimulus is the only thing that happened, but we feel a duality. We feel a duality. That is because of the ignorance. This duality will never be a normal thing to an arahant, but to someone who doesn't understand Dhamma or who hasn't felt the Dhamma or has not felt it fully, this duality can be there in different ways. But the duality is the normal in mundane world. Duality is the normal. Tree exists, I exist. That's a basic thing. Even if it is, if the tree has a value and you feel like that is there, that is my beautiful rose tree or the rose plant. Of course, the person who is the owner would be there. But even when you try to delete the ownership, still the perception would be there. The tree, the dream would be there. You're not bothered whether it is yours or not. You're just in the dream, and that dream still gives you a perception. It's very subtle now. It still gives you a perception. No burning as such, but still having the feel of existence, and even the life feel actually. And even beyond that, if you go to the feel level, still the feel level also, it is felt as something happening here, and there's tendency for you to maintain that feel. That is the self perception there. It is very subtle now. The eagerness or wanting to maintain the feel. But the beauty of human mind is you can understand this through any stimulus in the human mind. And we just understood that we can't delete, even though we now know suffering is through this thought. Suffering is due to one thought. What is it? The I, me, mine is the thought that gave the suffering, but still now you know you can't delete it just like that because it is a co-product. It is a co-product. It's actually it is just arising in one particular stimulus is just arising. But because this is arising so fast, we feel like we are existing. This is beautiful Dhamma. And if you understand this, you understand that feel of existence is nothing other than a construct. Nothing other than a construct. And someone who can understand this will feel the beauty just by hearing it. Just by hearing it. And if someone understands this, they kind of feel a relief because you just heard the most beautiful words. What is that? That the feel of existence is a construct. Thank you, isn't it? Thank you, because we thought the feel of existence is like a thing with which will last forever, and that is bringing suffering. No, it's just a construct. You feel you as existing, but that is actually a construct. And it's beautiful to know that, even by knowing. You don't have to feel it, just by knowing. Then we get to know this more and more. The more you know, more you feel that how many things that we have been attached to has been kind of a mirage. What are the things you are attached to? I mean, we wanted to get a better place. You wanted to get a comfortable life. You wanted something. Who wanted it? You wanted it. And that is with all the perceptions that we have, better life. Even that word has a kind of a heaviness. I have a bad life. I want a better life. If someone says, do you know how heavy those words are? They actually mean that. They're not lying. They actually mean that. And they are kind of struggling hard to maintain that or achieve that good life. They even don't know what is good life is, but they are trying harder in whatever the views they have. Okay, if your aunt had a good life, if you think in that way, okay, then maybe that is the good life. Or if you see your friend doing something good and you might feel, oh, that is the good life. Or if you see a monk and you might say, oh, wow, that is the good life. Anyway, we start the life like that. We have been cruising through this whole scenarios like that because we wanted a better life, better circumstances, quality life, if we say. What else you can add, Surangika? There's so many things we want, isn't it? But then we keep understanding doesn't necessarily happen in that way. Just because we want something doesn't necessarily mean that. Doesn't necessarily mean everything will go beautifully like we want. No, we can dream, but it doesn't. And these calamities, the natural calamities, natural disasters, keep proving this to everyone again and again, again and again. And we race from that and we just forget about it. How many died? 300. Okay, then, oh wow, 300 died. But you don't really feel it unless it's someone of you or someone close to you. Even if it is your dog, you might feel better than that. So that is how it is. It has to hurt you to feel something. And then if it hurts you, you kind of come out of it by thinking so many things. One is Dhamma, one is, okay, this is life, or this is karma. And something like that. Someone might pray for God and might feel some solace in that. Actually, it is okay because temporarily this mind can go into a shock or can go into despair, can go into depression. That will hold for some time, but this is temporary. This is temporary. And the moment you close to death, the utter despair you are going to be in, can you imagine that? Can you just imagine dying just now and see how much shock you would be in to leave this world, because you feel that the world is there and I'm here. The alive feel is in this dream. Feel of existence is actually even below that. So this is a construct. Everyone, I hope everyone hears this in whatever the language, in Thai language, in Sinhala language, in English language, whatever the language, doesn't matter. If you hear this, it is a construct. This feel of existence is a construct. And even the consciousness is a construct. It is just an outcome of this sensory organ. And a live feel is actually the part of it only. Then do you have anything to worry about it? No, just go on with your life. Help other people. Just do whatever you can do, because you can do what you can do. You can't do more than that, but you can do a lot of things to help people to understand this suffering, how the suffering has arisen. I'll give Surangika, I think she can add more to this discussion, isn't it, Surangika?
Dr. Vogler at that point, so that with this Dhamma, the feeling of existence is the thing that diminishes, isn't it? But the existence is there in terms of one has to carry on, and that was the point you were trying to make. But the beauty is it is the field of existence which propagates the self-perception and the self-vibration. And that is the thing that diminishes. It's like two sides of the same coin. If there is one, then there is the other. And that is also, I think, the Buddothpado Samuppada, isn't it? This is there, then that is there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. And more we understand this become more beautiful, and more we feel that everyone should feel this. And if someone has, Lord Buddha could go to his family and say, be ready for death. He could just go there and tell, because every one of them understood Dhamma. He could go there and just say, death can't be prevented. There's going to be a war and you all will die. And isn't that great? That, do you think in current life, like current trend, if someone comes and say, oh, be ready to die, will anyone be happy to listen to that even? I mean, they will be like, oh, you are cursing us, go away. What is this? We don't want to hear that. We are not going to be like, we are not going to be defeated like that. We are going to fight and we will live. But Lord Buddha could go and say that because they understood that this Dhamma, they were in different stages, so they resonance to that Dhamma. So Lord Buddha actually could go and say, it's coming. It's coming. But yes, this end is coming. The war is coming, then end is coming. And we know that the whole the clan or the family circle got killed. And he tried twice, apparently, to prevent that. But couldn't. But what is the difference of mundane war? mundane world, there are wars. Do we like, okay, say the war is coming, yeah, be ready and just, succumb to that? That's not how it happens, happily die or kind of happily succumb to the situation. I don't think we can imagine that unless someone actually can resonance to that. As someone could say, if someone says that in nowadays, they might take it with ill will, like misunderstand that totally, Oh, this person doesn't care about us. He does care. He tried, but he cared more than that. He actually made you to understand Dhamma, so that they die without any self-view that I am dying. They felt it. If they are in different stages, it is according to the stages how much you will feel. But of course, the pain will be felt. Of course, if there is a wound will be felt. As we said, all the sensory faculties are working, but this sense of existence, because it is not there, or the non-self perception is there, it is not taken as happening here. And this becoming this is even we tell it from the story. It's such a beautiful thing to even say, but to experience it's a different story. But at least if you have felt it momentarily also, there is a massive benefit, because kind of, it's not happening to me. And when Lord Buddha comes and tells that, they know. They just know, yeah, it is happening. Yeah, it is happening. So same way, any calamity, any disaster is happening. So it is happening. But for this, everyone should have this knowledge of Dhamma and should feel it. And when you feel it, at least the continuity we felt that we are living is not true. Because this continuity has been broken because of the non-self perception, or the absence of self vibration. That is where wow, we thought this is the normal thing. That's why we struggle to maintain the life. We have so much struggle to maintain the life, maintain the sensory organs into our likeness, like our preference. Anything to add, Surangika? I'm glad that you came, because there's not much people today. I think a lot of people must be having problems also. So Dharma is involved in that, yeah. I saw.
Yeah, fully involved in the Thai monks program. So I mean that external part of the anicca, because anicca has different understandings in society or amongst Buddhists as well. So one of the traditional understandings is of impermanence, isn't it? And I mean, our noble spiritual teachers said that, look, even to that extent, if there is an understanding that is, I suppose, better than nothing, but one has to,
at least,
gradually progress, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, at least, because if you know that at least this environment is not going to be permanent, there's impermanence in that aspect. There's some solace in that, some good feeling that it's okay. But the actual impermanence means this continuity, the self-perception which feels as continuous, that is the depth where actually the impermanence is fully important. I mean, that what you said is important too, because no one will actually understand about the impermanence of self without understanding the impermanence of the outside.
Yeah, but the other point with that is that if one just thinks about the impermanence, that is based on objects which are impermanent, isn't it? Because then there is something that gradually decays. There is something that gradually dies or grows old. So there's an implicit acceptance that there is something.
The dream will
that
be
is,
there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the dream will be there. That is dukkha satya. The dream part is the dukkha satya, and the next, the feel part is dukkha satya. So the dream can't be erased as just because we think the outside is impermanent. It's a bit difficult. Not bit difficult, I think 100% difficult. Because you can't just erase a dream just by saying it is impermanent, because what is impermanent is there. Yes, it is impermanent. Tree is impermanent, but tree is there. So, and that is the beauty of this Dhamma. How we describe that this is just a kind of a vibration of the sensory organ where we keep understanding the tree. Where did the tree arise? Tree arise actually in collaboration with the sensory organs, and that's it only.
And I mean, I suppose you can always say, not the tree. The best example is the person itself, because if you can say, you will grow old, you will get sick, and these are the usual calamities that will befall a human person, kind of thing. And then what happens? That person gets used to the fact, or that person will try to do things to prolong the youth,
The life.
And prolong life. And then it is also the me here who is getting old, or the me here who is trying to stop getting old and stop getting wrinkles and stop getting sick and all that. So the actual core and the core truth has not been reached and has not been understood in that concept, which is at a very surface kind of level. I mean, it is okay to start with, but that is not what the Buddha finally said. If one has to completely liberate, then the mind has to be fully understood, because there lies the cause of suffering. And if one doesn't understand that, one is just merely almost lying to oneself, and that is only just going to cause this samsaric cycle to continue, because the vibration will never come to an end. The vibration will keep on self-perpetuating. It will, this life and the breath might go out, but as long as the vibration still remains in that last breath, the telepathizing will continue, and that would go on. So the end of suffering, as per the core teachings, is not just that kind of surface level anicca. It has a deeper meaning, and that is what these Dhamma teachings are trying to explain. Yeah.
And the basic understanding of this Dhamma, even the basics, I think gives such a relief to people by even understanding the actually what is outside there is just a perception in our mind is a big, I think, step, because that is even difficult, isn't it? Like even this body is outside, even this self thought is outside. When you say outside, is actually the existence of the thought. So when you say the tree is there, that you already have given a value to that. But in contrast, it is much more value to your body we give. That is what it's very specific actually. The body, the when we say we understand that the outside is just a thought. I don't know how many mothers even get this clearly, because when you put the camera to the outside only, sometimes we just keep interpreting everything outside only, but actually this statement, when we say what we think is not out there, it even relates to the body as well. When we say my head, my leg, my chest, my lungs, my liver, my kidney, whatever, my hand, my body in that sense, whatever, that's implying that it is there. That implication, that idea that it is there, if you keep understanding that it is just a perception, it's a massive step, because the value that you have given to your body will be much less. This keep improving, and when you understand that all perceptions are actually constructs, the body doesn't have a value at all, because then it is by understanding, because you're still using the body. I mean, it's still there, it's functioning, it's fine, and you can feed that, you can you can do whatever, but you dress up, and you just cover that. When it's cold, you can cover it with a blanket. Yes, do that, it's fine, but the understanding is very deep here, and that's the thing, that when you say what you think is not out there, it implies about the human body too. Human body, the self view, that I, the thought I, is also like that. So when you understand that the self view is wrong, you have already understood everything about this, because you can't just experience this non-vibration once without actually going through all these stages. You have to understand that outside, whatever you think is not there outside, and whatever you think is not actually true. That those are two different things. Whatever you think is not out there, yes, and whatever you think is not true, it's actually a construct of other 5 sensory organs. And then to say other 5 sensory organs are also felt as a thing because of the rapidity of the vibration. And that's it. Because when you have when you are not inside, kind of not, when you have peers that mind bubble in one thought, one particular stimulus, the vibration you feel is just why we say it's a vibration. Actually, this should be clarified too, because we can't. I usually use that word because it's a feel. We can say feel, but it's just a better way of saying that, because what you feel is a feel. It doesn't matter whether it's the ear. It is kind of similar to the other sensory organs. Whatever it is, a feel. It's a vibration. That's why we call it vibration. So don't misunderstand. It's not an inventing thing. Anything inventing. It's just there in the same stimulus. Just stages of the stimulus. And whatever you feel is the feel of the sensory organs. The rapidity of the sensory organs. That's what you feel. So in that moment, you will definitely feel the more self-perception, and this will keep manifesting again and getting more stronger. And that vibration is going to dwindle each time you experience it. And once you become the non-self vibration, that means there's no vibration at all. Yeah, anything to add, Sarangika?
Theron Sanai, Dr. Kokila. I think it's, for our English speaking listeners, I think it's a gradual journey, isn't it? A journey that has to be taken with small steps, because this is a type of teaching which is not prevalent or has been heard of before. I mean, there are teachings of Buddhism right around the world, true, but as we spoke of earlier, there are different types of dukkhas, and what in the traditional sense of the word, what was considered to be dukkha as the Buddha taught is not actually exactly that. That can be part of it, but there is, as we said, a deeper meaning to the word anicca, and it cannot just be the impermanence, as Dr. Kokila just explained.
I think actually now people are starting to talk about anatta. In that case, the anatma, or the no self. I hear in Australia some of the Dhamma sermons are slowly adding that now. Starting to talk about more about anatta or anatma slowly.
Was that like a Sri Lankan monk
No,
kind of thing?
No. English one.
Oh, English-speaking ones, because I mean the monasteries that I go to generally, there is still the person being here, and the talks are generally around. I mean, there is on one side there is Vidarshana.
No, only just starting. It's
yeah,
not
but
in depth.
Yeah, but there is still a lot of conversation between the monks and the lay people about doing good karma, making sure you go to a good place, that you have to keep on doing, because this world life is not going to be your last life, and so it almost completely nullifies the Vidarshana, which just then goes to show that did they really understand what the Vidarshana means in the correct sense of the word, isn't it?
Contradict themselves.
Exactly. That is because they don't have that core teaching that our noble spiritual teacher has given, because they found this word and they think the deep reflection as one goes into concentration, meditation, or otherwise, a deeper reflection about non-self almost in a theoretical way, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Some kind of...
And also someone can feel the, the absence of vibrations because that's the other way around. They talk about not the absence of self vibration, they talk about other vibrations, so they don't feel the surrounding, and that's the point they take as maybe this is nirvana, but they're still, the person is there, because
Yes, that's the thing. I think
that's
that's
the thing.
where the thing confusion lies as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't feel anything. They say, yeah, I don't feel anything now, and that contradicts itself as well. That's not what Lord Buddha was trying to say. Yeah, and in you can turn this to English better than me. Like that, once he said, "නැති වුණා නම් නැති වුණේ, ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියලා ගත්ත එක විතරයි නේද?" How do you
A
say that?
thought only, yes, a thought, exactly.
Yeah, Lord Buddha said that. Lord Buddha was asked, I think it's like a mental discussion that he had. Did you get anything? And do you remember that?
Yes, I think, as you said, it's of course a mental, almost kind of a conversation between, yeah. So I think upon being liberated or with the self vibration dissipating completely, there was this thing about, so now that there is full liberation, are you happy? So then the Buddha said, what is there to be happy about? And then the question was asked, then are you sad? And then the Buddha replied saying, what is there to be sad about? Because the only thing that was lost was the thought of there being something.
Yeah, that's the most beautiful thing in the world. That's what I was trying to say in the beginning. It's only one thought we are struggling with, that the self-view or the self-thought or the self-perception or the self-vibration. Isn't that beautiful?
It
That
is very,
to
very
understand
beautiful.
that suffering is not there when this thought is actually dissipating, and not like hiding it somewhere, because in concentration meditation it hides. It just hides. Basically, arupa dhyana means formless. Dhyana means it's hiding, just hiding, and it comes back.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's the thing. I mean, it's the suffering has so many variations. Suffering has kind of three ways to discuss. Also, there is so many stages of liberation too. One will feel so kind of tranquility, kind of absence of suffering is what the word is actually for the there, because tranquility or the happiness there can't be compared to just normal happiness from getting something, because this happiness is from absence of self-view. The first one is absence of self-view brings such a relief, and that is the word. I think the good word is relief. Such a relief. When you have just imagine you put a 5 kilo rice on your head and you start walking, how much you would feel. I mean, I don't know whether someone would feel 5 kilos, but just imagine that it is heavy, or 10 kilos in that case. And then you release, and 5 kilos, you would feel less suffering, isn't it? Like that. The relief of releasing from self-view is also massive. And Lord Buddha said, now there was a simile he told, what is that rock? That the big rock,
Or the Mahameru.
That big rock. The Keles was like a big rock, but now it is less. That's less because the variation, which can go from human to the lower realms, is not there. Why? Because that much vibration can't happen without the self view. We have to have the self view to give a fight, do stuff, do so-called bad stuff in that sense. So Sila
Right
is
view,
inevitable. Right view brings the Sila, inevitable Sila. You don't have to do anything to get the Sila because there's no self-view. The struggle that we do to maintain the view is not there. So the right view brings such a relief. And also, just by reducing the defilements, brings more relief. And when one ceases to enjoy all the perceptions, there is so much relief more. And the final relief, the full relief, is actually liberation from self-vibration, or becoming the non-self vibration, or non-self perception in that sense, or absence of self vibration. So that's sukha, I think, best word for sukha, because it's the absence of suffering that means the sukha, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think putting any other thing to it will give it a wrong interpretation.
Idea.
It is the absence of vibration itself.
And everyone listening to this Dhamma can feel it to different stages. Even though we haven't become that, we feel it to different stages. And even in someone who is trying to understand this, just imagine someone has not felt it fully, but who is thinking about it will feel the same thing, because whenever they get the self vibration, they are thinking, wow, what did I do to get that? What became real? That's the that covers the whole thing, because that person can't go more than that, because that insight comes.
Yeah. And
What
the
brought
measuring, the measuring itself is the fading of the defilements, which is
not the actually the you can't really go by the amount of relief. But the amount of relief should not be confused with this dhyana also. People can get confused with the status of we can get stages of dhyana. So you don't have to confuse that. This is a relief you have, and in massive burning point only you will understand how much relief you have. It's beautiful to know that. I mean, you can only understand that by day-to-day life. And actually, there is a beauty, I think, even with the difficulties of day-to-day life, of being not being a monk, but being living in society. You are always bombarded with difficult positions, difficult situations, difficult the hardships or calamities, whatever. And more you feel the relief, more you become, like Aranwanse always says, ice cube in between fires. And
It's that
that has nothing to do with that. It's nothing actually to even tell. There's nothing to tell in that sense,
I think
This is
one of
just
the
a
most,
feel.
yeah, I think one of the most beautiful examples is the lotus growing out of the muddy water, isn't it? It's completely untouched, but still, what is that term? Velovat midila thing.
Yeah, you have liberated from this world
Both
as
from
well
both
as the
worlds, yeah.
the other world is actually the I think I don't know how to explain that even, but the feel and this dream, I would say this dream is the this world, because this world is like 45 years of age or 65 years of age, whatever the dream we have here is the here.
The sensual world, and then the others can be form and formless or formless,
yeah,
perhaps.
formless, yeah. And movie talk about this, actually it improves everyone, and I don't know why. I think people should talk about this no self dhamma, and everyone in the village. Just imagine, Surangika, if everyone in the village start talking like this. Just imagine, and one tells the someone going, the father, so son dying, and tells someone, please tell my wife to bring only 2 food and some light, some fire, and that person goes very nicely, tells that to the wife, and wife does the same thing, no questioning, does the same thing, knows
Just
very
imagine
well, knows very well what is happening, and comes, eat, and then light the hurt, the body, and does the rituals and go home. And isn't that if the whole village is in this kind of mindset, isn't that a possibility?
Exactly.
Yeah. And isn't it possible now? It is possible now, even now, in this era where entertainment of sensory organs is massive. You entertain by games, you entertain by films, whatever. There's so much more things than that time. But still, is it possible? It is possible. And actually, we invite everyone. If you have any idea about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and that he has told the Dhamma, he has enlightened everyone with the Dhamma or truth, which is going to give you end of suffering. Just come and listen to the truth. I think we'll finish our discussion today, Swangika. Thank you so much for coming. It would be a very pleasure to have a discussion rather than keep talking alone. Everyone, Sanai, everyone, and we'll worship Aran Wahanse. Everyone, Sanai.
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai, Namaskaram.
non-vibration itself. So the noble friendship will be something that even the vibration will actually succumb or fail or to the power of the non-vibration, because we feel like non-vibration must be not having any power, but actually Aranwanse tells this all the time, like non-vibration is the power. That is the power actually, because we have different powers in everyone through the vibration, but non-vibration is the power which is actually radiating to everything, to the trees, to the beings, and the whole world. It will be felt. It has to be felt, and it will be felt knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly is the people who actually know that this must be a non-vibration, but then unknowingly, it's happening unknowingly too, and that's beautiful, because the non-vibration to manifest in an era is very rare. Lord Buddha has explained that non-vibration, there are times that non-vibration does not manifest, like Buddha Shunya Kalpa. Buddha Shunya Kalpa means that it is not happening. You can't telepathy into non-vibration in that, so there's no noble friend, because noble friend is none other than the non-vibration. It's not we feel as like a person. We might specifically in the beginning you might feel it as a person. It's not. The noble friendship is not with a person, and it is not actually standing beside the noble friend, because you understand it has nothing to do with standing near the noble friend. It is synchronizing with the noble friend, and more you synchronize, more you are closer to non-vibration, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, and everything happening at the moment in the world and in Sri Lanka and in Tombogoda. It's all about this spreading of kindness, compassion, and love. Yes, Thirusan.
Exactly, Dr. Kokila. Exactly, because the first advice given in that Venerable Bante's sermon is also you have to be humble, kind, and compassionate. That is because in the form of these perfections, in the discussions, in these groundbreaking revelations, also Dr. Kokila Aryan Wahanse took all these points one by one and explained actually the real meaning of all these perfections. And so to be humble, be kind, that is actually selfless love, selfless kindness, which is completely free from selfishness, because otherwise the kindness, love, whatever we say, there are different levels of that. So this is actually basically the without the involvement of a person self, if you can spread love and kindness. So from Domagoda he that happens actually with this beautiful ceremony held today. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, it is important to remind the people, all the devotees of Buddothpado, this ceremony it will actually go on for near 1 whole month. From today, the next enshrinement of sacred relics will happen at Matara. Then the procession will proceed to Tissa Maharama, then to Badulla, then Mahiyanganaya, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Kurunegala, Kandy, then Kalaniya. By 17th of December, they will arrive at Tumbakuda International Meditation Center once again. And the beauty is it is not just enshrinement of sacred relics. Along with them, there will be sermons and the opportunity for everyone to take part in practical meditation programs. So actually, we can make an open invitation for everyone, although due to this extremely bad weather conditions, they were unable to take part in the main celebration, this ceremonial enshrinement of sacred relics at Dombagada, but they still have the opportunity to join the religious ceremony in their localities and also to participate in meditation programs. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Devansan, I think Surangika is also here. I think she can join in and tell us few words about today. I don't know whether she has seen the whole program, but yeah, she can join as well if she is in a possible place to talk.
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Sannai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I did have the chance to, not the whole thing, but to view a little here and there of the ceremony. I did also see this morning, the late last night arrival of Bante from Thailand. And as R.N. Mahanse mentioned, it was truly beautiful how they had decorated the entire area, I think from the road where the turn off to the Pagoda, I believe. I mean, I'm just guessing because I haven't been there. Decorating the whole thing with those streams of light right up to the monastery itself, almost as if it was daylight. Lots of people with great gratitude, appreciation of R.N. Mahansa's Dhamma have got together at the meditation center and in order to welcome Bante with the sacred relics. And not only that, I think this opportunity, as R.N. Mahans and quite a few people had mentioned in certain talks during the day, what is so significant about this is that this relationship that is being closely bonded kind of thing with Thailand and this Thai monk and the Venerable Bante is just a prelude to things to come, to a stronger relationship between the countries, stronger relationship between monasteries, Sri Lanka and the Thai monastery that the Bante resides. But not only that, the word that would spread because of these good deeds and the ceremony that is being held here, not only, as Sudama said, not only is the enshrinement of the relics and the opportunity to see them and worship them, but also because the practical program of R.N. Mahansas is going to be also part and parcel of this program, as the Bante makes his way across the country to so many Metmal Aranas and other monasteries. The combination of the visiting and seeing the relics along with the practical program is going to attract so many devotees, and most of them, or possibly, quite a lot of them, could be people who are new to Buddothpado Dhamma or the true Dhamma philosophy. And that is going to be the greatness of this whole endeavor, isn't it? Because that is what Aryan Master has always tried to do through this community of people who have got together after listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma, and we have been spreading the message, spreading it through leaflets, pamphlets, books, to temples, schools, monasteries, so on and so forth. And this is going to be another big, massive step in that direction because of the relics, as well as Bhante being a close, having the close relationship with Aryan Mahansa. And so all these things are going to be draw cards for people to not only come to these monasteries, come to Metmalarana, but then the curiosity will also be there. What is this Dhamma? Why is this? Why are these people so, feeling so light, feeling so greatly liberated? You can, as Sudama said, if Bhante itself noticed that about the people who have got together and are working so harmoniously, so peacefully to this cause at the International Meditation Center, so too will other fellow Sri Lankans, other fellow Buddhists who have not heard of the Dhamma but come to see the relics will wonder, what is this? We haven't heard this Dhamma before. There must be something here. And then that is going to be the way that will open the path for them to listen to this Dhamma. So I think that is the far-reaching effect of Bhante's visit. And the next whole month is going to be a magnificent opportunity for that. So I think we are all truly grateful for Aryan Bhante for forging these relationships when he was in Thailand, and for Bhante's visit. And we thank and worship Bhante Thero from Thailand, as well as he continues his tour across the country. Theruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, you correctly said actually this is an eye-opener for everyone. For the people, actually, the devotees of Buddothpado, of course, they will also be inspired and they will kind of feel, I mean, whatever the level that they are in the path, they will get, they will be motivated and seeing the unity of the people who are directly working towards this goal, one goal under the guidance and instructions of Buddothpado Aryan Mahathir. And also there is a revival of Buddhist philosophy, Buddhism in Sri Lanka right now, because in this ceremony also they were advertised on television channels, in programs, the program presenters mentioned about this beautiful ceremony and made an open invitation to everyone. And similarly, since this is going to happen across the country, everywhere, like Hill Country, then the North Central Province, then Anuradhapura, those areas also, the people will see, as you said, correctly said, this is not just an exhibition of sacred relics or just the opportunity to come and see or worship them alone. They will go back with this beautiful message. They will definitely go back with this beautiful message. So, Theruvan Saranai, to Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika, I beg your permission to leave. There are some programs and people are like getting ready to leave also.
That's
So
all right.
please.
Actually, we can hand over the Zoom. Yeah, it's all good. We can hand over the Zoom at any time to the Zoom, Sinhala Zoom discussion. I don't know whether it's Indrani who is here. Not sure who is actually holding this.
I think you can continue with as usual, Dr. Kokila. I don't know whether you're going to join the Zoom from here. If it is so,
Okay.
they will
join.
I will know. Yeah, please. Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. So, yeah, it is very beautiful, and we talk about this Dhamma every day, and it is
it is, I mean, we need to kind of reach, Dhamma should reach, the truth should reach people, and for truth to reach people, we kind of has to do something, and we do things like we put the sermons into TV programs, we put the Dhamma sermons to radio, and this is kind of another way of actually getting the truth to all the people in the world. And that's not easy. And just by getting their attention, it doesn't mean that it is definitely going to be understood. Some people might say, oh, it's too much, too difficult or too deep. But still, someone definitely might try and understand too. So this is open for everyone. Even if you come to criticize it, you might find that how beautiful this Dhamma is if you are an open-minded person. The difficulty is we are not open-minded people. We are usually close-minded people. So it is like pouring water into a close cup, isn't it? But then no water will retain. Sometimes it is like that, but we don't stop there. Lord Buddha's message was to give Dhamma to everyone, and Aranwase is trying his best to do that, and we all support him for whatever the way we can. And we try to put a little notice saying Buddothpado and put the YouTube channel sites there. Someone may actually see it and check on it. Who knows? Likewise, we try to put it out there so that, like, very randomly only we started listening to Aranwase. So it never been told to, never been pressed into listen to anything. We just listen, and it's like kind of used to inspire so much. We just continue to listen. So likewise, there would be people who just by one sermon would be so attracted to that. And even though the truth may not have been felt, it doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is being open-minded and being able to actually do a little research about this Dhamma, which is not that bad. You have to have a kind of ability to research on something where kind of another way is just take it wholeheartedly without any argument and just take it as it is. That is another way as well. That can happen to any mother in the village also, because they might take it so literally, so they are so close to that truth, and they will feel the non-vibration, the Lord Buddha state. But another one would be having so many arguments about it, but still that also might open up the avenues to understand this. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something there?
Yes, definitely, Dr. Kokila, because it just came to my mind that Aranwase has said that, when someone is not having 3 meals a day, or at least even 1 meal a day, when someone doesn't have a roof above that person's head, when someone doesn't have a meal, you can give that person a large parcel. You can give that person some food. You can maybe provide that person a temporary one night's shelter. But then that is only temporary, isn't it? That meal that is given is going to assuage that person's hunger only for a day. You might give the person for a week, but can you keep on doing it? No, you can't. And that person's hunger is going to come back over and over again. But whilst that kind deed, and no one is going to say no to that, everyone, a person who is humane will still do that. What is going to be done, or what is being done by giving the true Dhamma message to a person, is that we are turning the person from that whole samsaric cycle and paving the way for that person to realize through innate understanding and bringing a cessation to this whole suffering by understanding that there wasn't a soul here, that this is a non-soul existence, and this whole so-called existence has been created, and the suffering comes from this whole misconception of a self and a persona that we think and we have created purely through ignorance. So the true Dhamma message is by far the most profound message one can ever give. It is the most profound act of kindness in every sense of the word, but definitely not from a conventional sense of the word. One can think about it from a conventional term as well, but the kindness, the compassion that we talk from a metta perspective, from the Dhamma angle, goes far beyond that point. And Sudharma explained earlier about the Bhante saying, be kind and happy, be humble. But when Aryan talks about those words, it is not a person here being kind. It is not a person here being humble, isn't it? Because when one realizes the Dhamma, and when one realizes there was nothing here in the first place, and there was never a person here in the first place. And when that whole self persona and the self vibration melts away, there isn't anybody here to fatten the ego. There isn't anybody here to protect and to enliven or to give value to, and so on. And if there is no one here, then it is that selflessness that comes about automatically, isn't it? And through that itself, the protection or the interest is only of the other person, of wanting, of the doing good, is the doing good in the sense of liberating or helping to liberate or show the path to liberation for that other person and to others, because there is no longer an agenda for the self, because the self has been annihilated because there wasn't a self, and that realization itself brings that understanding, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and the in Sinhala we call metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha, and not exactly sure whether we are telling exact the meaning when we say loving kindness, compassion, and no, yeah, I don't know whether we have any specific words for them, but I think it is kind of beyond our normal day-to-day life. What we talk is actually far less than this one which will be felt by a noble friend with non-vibration. So what is important is how much loving kindness would be felt by such a system about the whole suffering, people with suffering. Suffering can be really variable, but everyone suffers in one way or another. But actual happiness is in the same place. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to actually seek anything. It is here. It's just that we don't know. And that's where we get corrected every day by the noble friend that actually non-vibration is just here, and the absence of suffering is just here. And it's actually the absence of suffering which we call the extreme kind of tranquility that we get when we understand this Dhamma. So it is so beautiful, and the programs like this will actually attract the vibrations, and it will lead to more and more non-vibrations. And if this is to make any difference to the world, this power should keep increasing, the non-vibration power. So it has to happen. If there is a considerable effect to happen, it has to improve. It has to, Lord Buddha, if he's just alone, he can't keep giving this to everyone. This one person. I mean, nowadays we have Zoom meetings, we have internet, we have YouTube, we have more opportunities, but the power is having more power of non-vibration, or and that is what is going to happen, and that is what is important. So everything will be balanced, because imbalance, if the vibration is too much, the imbalance causes problems. Naturally, this Buddha status or non-vibration will surface due to the toxicity of the vibrations. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we think about particularly having these type of ceremonies will also pique the interest of the Thai people as well, isn't it? I mean, in these countries, Australia, New Zealand, also when we go to monasteries, Ajahn Chah monasteries as well, we know there's quite a big community of quite a big Thai community of
Yes,
people
the big
who are,
one. Yeah.
yeah. So even the one that I go to as well. So they are so devoted to the temple and to the rituals and
I think
following the
much
Dhamma.
devoted than us, I think.
I think so, exactly. So if in these monasteries and through these visit ones, think the word spreads as well, if they get the opportunity, what we'd like to say through this English Zoom is approach, if you haven't heard of this Dhamma before, approach it with a sense of curiosity. If you think that this is something that will help you in your path, you must have heard about Vidarshana, because Ajahn Chah teachings are very, very famous worldwide. You have heard about it, and even the monastery that I went to recently said that they are moving into Vidarshana practice quite a lot, not just on concentration meditation. So that seems to be almost like a change or a twist into the right direction. So this is essentially Vidarshana practice that Buddothpado and Vahasi is trying to propagate through these teachings and through the many monasteries in Sri Lanka. And this is, I'm sure, the topic of the foremost topic that he has chatted so many times with Bhante from Thailand. And if you are interested, if you think you are having a personal sorrow or suffering, if you think you're suffering from depression and you can't find a way out, or if you want to if you're just curious, or if you want to just think that, okay, I know Buddhism this much, but I haven't heard about this stream of Buddhism, I want to just find out just for knowledge. It doesn't matter. If you come with any kind of intention, it's okay. Come and see for yourself is the Buddha's teaching, because in whatever way it is being given, the message can be given true, but finally the understanding will come if you approach it in any form. Sometimes, as Dr. Kokida said, it can be through a quiet acceptance of the message without question. Sometimes you might have already a lot of knowledge and of teachings of Buddhism in different types of Mahayana or Theravada. It doesn't matter. And you might just want to find out more, but it's okay. In any of those ways, just come and listen, come and understand, or join the English Zoom, or come to the International Meditation Center. Bookings are open through, I think, booking.com. It is very easy to come down to Sri Lanka and spend those days. It's a beautiful environment, and in that environment, very conducive for listening to these pure, absolutely pure Dhamma teachings. And you will find a difference. You will find that the things that have probably you might have had questions about will gradually start falling away, and things will fall into place when you start understanding what these true Dhamma teachings are, understanding this whole self-conception and the drushti, or the misconception around that, understanding the mind and how the workings of it is. So there's a lot of potential to bring this peace and calmness into one's lives, and then take away this message into your countries and into Thailand as well, and to those beautiful monasteries out there. So we invite people to think about all this and either participate in the proceedings. If you are, there could be Thai people in Sri Lanka who would be interested as well. You can take part in these proceedings. But then even for the international community as well. Yes, Teruan Sannai.
Yeah, that's kind of a summary here. The beauty of Dhamma is unspeakable. Actually, we can't actually finish talking about it. I think Lord Buddha once said, if I start talking about the value of Buddha or the features of Buddha, even if my lifetime is over, or he used some other words, that we won't be able to finish it. It's kind of a verse in Lord Buddha's time. And we can't finish talking, or we can't actually express much about it. That's that deep. But we can have glimpse of that, and we can understand how beautiful this Dhamma is. And the nice thing is, it's not that deep either. I mean, because we have so much knowledge only, as I said, we have so many questions, but even a 7-year-old, there's a tendency for a 7-year-old to understand this Dhamma, how a thought is made, how this body is not the self and the thought is not the self, and then what is the thing that you're feeling, and it is just the vibration of the sensory organs, and that's all. And isn't it very simple? It is. It's just that we are not prepared to listen to something simple. We just need it to be complicated, so we like it to be complicated. Only some of us. I mean, even kind of in the beginning, I think even scientific things, we kind of make it a thing to try and understand the science through this too, but this Dhamma actually doesn't need any of these sub-knowledges. Someone cleaning the road, someone cleaning the toilet, someone ruling the
country in Lord Buddha's time, there's so many examples. The kings, the wealthy people, as well as the poor people, without any problem, understood this Dhamma. It's just that you need to have some keenness, some effort, some understanding, some ability to research this truth and application. The main challenge is the application, but it's not that bad. It's actually as much as you feel lighter, you get closer to the child of you, and you will definitely feel this. The application will get easier and easier, and the picture will be bigger and beautiful. Isn't it, Sranka?
Yes, it's and as we said before, it's when you say come and see, it's the Hipasika nature of this Dhamma, because one has to come and understand, one has to listen to the teachings initially through the spiritual teacher's guidance, because that is almost a compulsory thing. You have to hear it, the authentic teachings, and you have to be guided by the noble spiritual teacher. But once you do that and you embark on the penetrative insight, because what we have got so used to doing from our childhood days is, apart from the time of the baby, where the radiant mind operates, from probably the age of 3-4 years of age, the mind takes over because of various facts and data and stimuli that we have taken on. And then the mind becomes more and more powerful to the point that we can't think of anything or conceive anything outside the mind. If we say the feel, one cannot even fathom what feel is, because the mind has become all-consuming, isn't it? And because the mind has become all-consuming, you think that you are feeling, you think that you are thinking, you think that you are seeing, and you are hearing and touching and tasting and so on. But that again is because the mind has given a twist to everything that has been discerned through these sense faculties, by not allowing one to have the insight to understand that these are just sensory perceptions, but giving this twist that the mind consciousness that no, it is you. There is something out there. This is the object. This is your mother. This is your father. This is your house. This is your favorite car. This is your toy. These are your friends. By making all this to be real. So this is the function of the mind sensor. It is not anybody's doing. Neither is it your doing, nor is it anybody else's doing. But because of ignorance, the way the world goes along, the conventional world and society, is that we have built a world around us. We have built this world to be the world that we want, whether it is good or bad. Whatever it is, it's a world, and you still want to be part of this world because you have taken this world to be real. That's the way the understanding has happened. It's not your fault. So understand it to understand how this whole thing works. It is not an easy task, but there is the teaching and the guidance available through these true Dhamma teachings that we are trying to pass a message about. And with that understanding, one will understand this whole mind. It is the mind that is then seen as the cause of suffering, not understanding the mind, not understanding the self-vibration, which is causing the suffering. So if one can see those through penetrative insight by prajna, and arise the wisdom within oneself, which is always there. the nirvana, as we call it, has always been there, the non-vibrational state. It is because of the mind becoming too powerful and therefore the self-vibration becoming too powerful that the nirvanic state is completely clouded. But this true Dhamma does is brings that to the fore by gradually dissipating or making the self vibration cease by seeing through, cutting through the shroud of illusion, cutting through the shroud of ignorance, and making this whole process, the mechanism in which this mind function works, very crisp, very clear, so that one can see through that delusion to be able to allow that nirvanic or non-self vibrational state to emerge. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, but it is something that one has to come and see ehipassika. Yes, Dr. Pokira.
Yeah, we are able to give this Zoom discussion at any time. Just if anyone wants to transfer this to the English one, just let us know. We can do it easily. We are talking about this truth every day. Actually, yesterday also I reminded we have multiple Zoom discussions throughout the day, and any of you who feel like joining can join to the YouTube or Zoom discussions, as well as if you go to Buddothpado website, you can find Aranwanse's thousands of Dhamma courses, like sermons. There are some are discussions, but some are not. Some are actually sermons from himself, and they're such a valuable asset to everyone because this has to be heard, and this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. So there are three levels. It has to be heard, but this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. And so if someone is keen, you can go to the website Buddothpado Dhamma.
Yeah, that's Buddothpado-Dhamma.com.
And there's another one too, isn't it?
And there's another one called Buddothpado.lk as well if you're in Sri Lanka. But there is also, I think there are quite a few websites, but there is another one called wisdomofasia.com, where there's quite a lot of reading and insightful YouTube videos about quantum mechanics and concentration meditation, and how that itself alone is not the path to liberation of mind. So there's quite a bit of material there that you can read through and try to understand. All of these are very, very informative websites. The Buddothpadadhamma.com also has the Sutra Deshana from the Pali Canon, the Tripitaka. Of course, I think those are in Sinhalese, but that website also has a section for English translations of Aryan Vahansava's spiritual teachers' talks. So True Dhamma Awakened, I think there are 6 volumes along with some other books as well, isn't it, Dr. Pokira? And that is that series of books are the ones that we use daily in the English Zoom to start off the English discussion.
Yeah. If you are keen, you have it all. There's no problem. And if you can't understand anything of that, you can find the Zoom link and join to a Zoom discussion, which if you are someone who doesn't know to handle a phone, you can always ask your granddaughters or grandchildren or children in that case, or friends' children who will have an idea of how to do that. And and also there are
there's like a radio recorder kind of thing where you can have 300 odd sermons in there. So there are so many ways for you to hear this Dhamma. It's non-soul Dhamma. That's with the no self anger, and this is definitely rare. Explanation to this level, explanation into three worlds of sensual, form, and formless has never been heard. If you go through a lot of past discourses, you will understand that a lot of them were not sure what they were talking about when it comes to the form and the formless level. So no one can actually become non-vibration even for a moment without without knowing about these things. In the sense, without feeling these things, these levels. So we saw the beautiful ceremony today, where some of our Dhamma friends had the chance of seeing all the relics and worshipping relics, and as well as being close to Bante from Taiwan, as well as Aramanse. And yeah, I think it must have been very empowering, very, very beautiful, very soothing experience. And yeah, anything to add, Surangika, for the closure, kind of last few minutes?
No, not really. I think we've discussed quite a bit of it. There's not much of time without other people as well to embark on a longer or deeper discussion. But I think for people in Sri Lanka, even Buddothpado followers, or for others as well, if you're going to see the relics, I think the message probably from us is try and listen to a bit of Buddothpado Dhamma. You will, and in those monasteries, wherever you go, there will be, I'm sure, free books that you can collect. And other kind of, maybe the radio with the 300 odd talks, there might be those available for sale as well. It's a very nominal fee, I think, maybe 3,000 Sri Lankan rupees, 2,900 or something. That might be available, or you might be able to apply for one. But certainly the books are free for distribution, and you can collect them. You can sit and listen to a talk, or you can, in certain monasteries, the relics ceremony is combined with a practical program. That's only a one-day program, but you get a good introduction of the true Dhamma philosophy. And then you also get an introduction to the practical program of actually putting the Dhamma philosophy, what you learned, into practice, and trying to understand, trying to experience how the non-self vibration, how the senses work, and the fact that this is all thought-driven. So all these aspects one will be able to experience through the practical program. So I think we encourage you, if you haven't done it before, to go in search of it, go find it, because there needs to be an effort if you want to find a path out of suffering. And that if you haven't found it, despite 30, 40 years of going up and down to the temple, being as you would call it, a good Buddhist, being, as you would call it, always giving alms and all that, but if you're still suffering, if you're still feeling the pain when you lose a dear one, then ask yourself, have you found the truth? If you have found the truth, should you be suffering? And importantly, in this Dhamma, you will find that, was there a person here to suffer? What is suffering? Well, who am I? All those questions, there will be answers. But, you know, some people, you might get the Dhamma by listening, turning on the radio and listening it. But for the person who seeks the person, that person will find it. So there needs to be an effort from you as well. And if you go and listen to it, as lots of us have, you can hear one sermon and then you will never turn back. And for some people, it might be 5 or 10 sermons, but take that first step. And that's what we would encourage you to do. Yes, everyone, sermon.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I think we are coming to the end part of the English Zoom discussion. We can hand over this Zoom to, I don't know whether we can hand over or we leave the Zoom so that they can start the 4 o'clock one. I think.
Yes, I think there's enough people. I think there is Neela as well, who is one of the co-hosts. I think she was there for the rest of the program. So if we just leave Dr. Kokila, I think the others will continue
Yeah.
with the program.
So
Everyone
we'll worship.
Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Thiruvan Sarnai will worship Aran Wahanse, and we actually salute him for what he tried to do to extend this Dhamma to everyone. And thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you.
Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruvan Saranai. Shani will not be able to join today also, I think.
Yeah, we can continue discussing. Do you have the next part of that bit, or shall we keep it to
I have the,
Shani and
yeah, Dr. Kokila, we
which
can
one?
keep it to her. That is, I think, page 17. She has read up to page 17. And yes, we have to discuss from page 18. We can even go ahead without that. She will join after this program at Dombokota, I believe.
Yeah, so we can
we can start the discussion. We worship our Anvanse as usual, and may Triple Jim bless you all. If someone can actually bring up like a fraction, like whatever the fraction that we can speak about, then we can build up a discussion on that.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, in the next page, what is mentioned basically is that the creations, projections of the five sensory organs are a natural phenomenon. So that is what we have been discussing, I mean, every day. So can we discuss based on that?
Yeah.
And Dr. Kokila, I have to request from you that you did a beautiful explanation regarding consciousness and five aggregates yesterday when somebody questioned. So if you can explain further about that, it would also be very useful to clear our doubts about that consciousness and how Lord Buddha talks about non-vibration.
Yeah, it's difficult to like you know, I mean, to talk about that spontaneously, but Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a question or something so that we can start the discussion? I think Surangika had something yesterday, but she hasn't joined yet. I think if we are talking about the consciousness, I mean, there's nothing much to talk about the consciousness. It's a basic function where you feel it as a thing. And that is mainly because of the ignorance that we kind of feel it in different way. But once the main thing to understand here is, I think, I don't know whether it came out yesterday, the understanding of one stimuli. If it is chair, actually all these three layers, if it is chair sound, like we discussed yesterday, the chair sound. Actually, we discussed it with the milk toffee thing. The chair sound has a sound ear consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. That's where we struggle a bit anyway, how these things work, because we can't separate. Once made, it's a chair. Can't really separate, but then in the kind of to feel the non-vibration or absence of vibration, in that sense, better sense is absence of vibration. Someone has to actually get the specific vibration, specific stimuli where the mind consciousness is not a thing. That is where the struggle is, to feel this and also feel the basic consciousnesses, and to know that it is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ only. So So the practice, actually, what Aranansi has brought about is just a reversal of the experience, and the best way to actually bring about no self-experience, but no one will actually feel it if they have deficiencies in, like, pitfalls in understanding about the truth. So yeah, you can add on, and we can build up the discussion. Yes, anything to add to this?
No, I only have questions, Dr. Kokila. So now when you say actually we have to go back or reversal journey, because we have by now created a very thick world due to ignorance. So basically now we know through
The
this
difficulty is actually
yeah,
understanding even these words we talk, or these
yes,
thoughts are
yes,
not true. That's the
yes.
difficult part,
Mm.
because we get carried away by our own thoughts, and when we get carried away, we get to know that the chair, there's no chair. Even the the thought of chair is not real, and everyone says yes, that then that yes also has that meaning, same meaning. That is where people can struggle, but then with practice it's all come to more into our it becomes a practice to know that every thought is the same. Every thought, even if we say yes, this beautiful Dhamma, it's the same thing. That is the areas, the most important areas that we struggle, because as soon as we say something, we feel as like, yeah, that's true. But no, actually, none of these things are true, and we have talked about this a lot. And if you even not tell anything, you turn around, everything will be leaving a mark. That is your mind consciousness, even though there is no valley. So you know what happened, and that kind of thing. And none of these things are true. In that sense, one particular moment you will be able to actually get into the level of the vibration or the change. And if we have practiced so hard about that, it is only because in the 10th level or the feel level, you can't do anything. You can't think again. If you think again, it's just thinking again. This was highlighted even yesterday. I think Karan once tried to talk about this even yesterday. It wasn't a full, I mean, it didn't go far because there was no much questions, but he tried. I don't know whether it's this morning. I can't remember now. Actually, it maybe even this morning. He tried to tell this again and again. He keeps telling this, that if you are in the mind, there's no chance that you can feel. They don't overlap. They don't overlap. It's either the feel or either the mind. But the problem is sometimes you feel and then you think, and the feel is again becomes useless because you're thinking about it. So
and Dr. Kokila, it's very difficult to differentiate the feel and the mind. I
you
heard
don't have
once
to. You don't have to. The one who tries to do these things is the self. So that's where the problem is.
Yes.
Letting go has a problem because people don't know how to let go, because they are scared to let go, because they want to do something, they want to understand something, they want to do something and keep doing this, and then it is again the self which tries to do something. So there's pitfalls everywhere where you can actually, if you try to do something, yes, you have to understand, and yeah, it is the mind, because you can't try anything without getting something true. So if you want to, like, imagine the word you said, this is just for an example I'm telling, because you might be telling these things for the sake of the discussion. So when we say it is so difficult to differentiate.
Differentiate, yes, actually.
That's again the same thing, because then there is something to differentiate. What is there to differentiate? That's where the actual value of Dhamma, when it comes to this level, is massive, because it's all the thoughts, not just one part of thoughts. Because if you are to get rid of you, you can't just keep one part of the thoughts and just keep praying that the you will go. You can't do that. So if you are to leave you, all the thoughts can't leave like a trace. I mean, should not be a thing. So if there's something for you to compare, yes, definitely there must be something interesting there to compare. If you want to compare something, isn't it?
Yes, there is the person and there is the thing to be compared. That's what you have been trying to like convince from the very first example that I gave that day too also, but still I can't get it somehow. I am actually, that's why trying my best to kind of
No, I
come to
think you are
terms.
getting it.
Yeah.
I think you are just clouded by the secondary thoughts. Like you get it and then you forget it, like kind of like that, because that's the thought power. That's the I power. That's the war between me and the non-vibration. And if you have the actual understanding, you won't succumb to your self vibration. You won't succumb to that. So you keep understanding. Oh, the understanding can't come keeping you safe and then keep understanding that this is not there, this is not there, this is not there, this is not there. That's not the point. The you is actually the comparison. If you think there is a value in comparison, yeah, that is you. If you think there is value in nibbana, yes, that is you. And if you think there is a value in getting rid of taints, that is you. But the thing is, we can't comprehend this fully sometimes. But that's the importance of letting go and just take it easy. Those are the two words that we can't do. Basically, we don't know that. We are so full of energy. We want to do something and we want to take things seriously. We are waiting for that. Can you give me something serious? Yeah, you can have something serious.
Yes, you've done that for entire life. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that is the life actually is this happening of these things. So we have a story, we have a thing to do. We get scared when there's nothing to do. We are actually lost, kind of, if there's no stimulus which can actually bring up your self vibration. That's why we change from dal and some, in the morning, if you eat rice with dal, you can't eat rice with dal again noon, and you can't eat rice with dal again in the dinner. because this self vibration that needs some, it wants to kind of
some change.
In the sense, it's actually the change is the self vibration. So it is just the manifestation of that which keeps going, because the life is this going feeling, because we feel like something is happening and I'm living. Yesterday I lived there, I went to school or I went to work. Today I'm home because I can't go, it's raining. Tomorrow I might be able to go, because if it doesn't rain, So we kind of have a story. Don't misunderstand. The story can be there, but the actual doer, when we keep understanding this value, will not be there, and then the doer will not be there. So the story, it's just floating like another, leaf fallen from the tree. Has no meaning, has no power. It just falls. We have Dr. Sakuntala as well as Surangika has joined. So you all can add something to make this discussion a bit more interesting and, live.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Actually, as you said, it's the thought everywhere. Thoughts are the ones everywhere. I mean, whether it is the thought as it is, or whether there is a word or an action. Everything has the thoughts in the base.
Actually, when you said that, I just wanted to add this because it might not come again. When you say, that Arananse's example where he read a book, that we don't have to actually read the book, but we get the point, remember? We see a butterfly and a flower, we know like butterfly is going to the flower. Kind of we have that image. That's the mind world. That's actually the form world, because there's always the question about these things. We don't have to think about that. But this how do I say this? So the Kamal Ambagar Satanagi, we don't have to really say that when we how do we say that in English? Okay, we are reading a novel, then we read Kamal is climbing a tree. Then we read it, we don't read it loudly. We just kind of see the sentence and don't you get the meaning? You get the meaning. You don't have to actually read it. Likewise, the dog can be there, the old shoe can be there, the new shoe can be there, the train can be there, the accident can be there, everything can be there. Still, self-vibration or the self-perception is there too. This is the point I find it difficult to give across. I think it is our kind of problem of communication here, our inability to communicate it properly. But in the context that actually that sound didn't have a sound, that kind of thing, it is very beautiful if you can understand that the dream, even though we don't talk about it, we don't do any action, it is still there, kind of. But then when we understand that even that is not true, can you imagine how light you would feel? And if you actually do this in one stimuli to the point that you don't even get the mind consciousness part and directly feel the tense or the direct feel, then you have to have the practice to understand that it is the you know, like function of the sensory organ only. That is where we turn. Actually, we are turning the cards. We play a card game and we are turning it. Actually, that's where the game is completely turned. The river is flowing upwards. The everything is changing. That particular point is because if that happens, then the feel of existence will not be there. Then you definitely know that feel of existence is a product. But now we can't. If you don't know that, we just feel it. That's normal. But if we know something else, we know that it's a product of sensory organs. And chair is a product of sensory organ, but it has those two levels, but still it is a sensory organ. So when you read a book, even though you haven't uttered a word, you haven't uttered inside your brain, not the brain, the kind of inside, you know, the radio that works. Even if that is not happened, you still get a perception. And if you feel that as real, the self-perception is there. But if you actually go through and through that, it is the direct vision you get. If you are looking at a book, it's a direct light perception you might get. So it is very beautiful. We can only like discuss in different ways, but sometimes it can be very complicated if we keep talking about that. So we go back to like we keep going back and forth, you know. We tell about this a little bit and then go back and forth, talk about the normal stuff, because it is very difficult to take this straight away. So our mind is not ready. But once the mind is ready, or kind of self vibration is low, it will happen, just happen. No one can plan, no one can do it. If someone is trying to see some, you know, compare and things like that, no, that's not there, because there's not no self vibration, like no self perception, because that is self perception. If there's something wanting, someone wanting, that self perception. You should at least have that basic understanding that if someone wants something underneath, even subconsciously, it is the self-perception. In Sinhala language, we don't have this subconscious part, I think, that much, but in English, we can actually talk about it, because they talk about this, you know, subconsciously needing something, subconsciously wanting something. And actually the subconsciously what you want is to have the next one, have the next one, have the next one. If you can't even get what you want to have the self-perception going, because you are scared that the self-perception, if it is not there, there will be a calamity, like there would be a problem. But if this non-self-perception has happened at least once, you know that there's no problem. It's not a problem. We cling on to the self-perception because we think that is the normal. But we feel that we are clinging on to the son, daughter, you know, my brother, my sister, my family, my money, my lands. We feel like that. But actually what we are clinging to is the self-perception. That's from the self-view. I think maybe today morning, Aranwansa was trying to explain that how actually this extends, you know, once, I think we have discussed it too, like once the baby to the child level, once the child level after about 7 years of age, how the self-view is the perfect, strongest way. So now everything happens to you, everything happens here, everything everything is important to me, and the me is the boss, me is the Katanayaka. What do you mean? The what is the word for that? Like me is the what
The
do you
main
call
role
that?
or something? Can you
Yeah,
say
main
main
role.
role?
Yeah, main role. Because you don't know how to become another one. You are the main role. That happens after about in about 7 years of age. That has happened already. That's why the self-view is already there now. So the self-view is the most difficult thing to break. And that's why Sotapanna is the most difficult thing to happen, because the self-view is so strong, it clouds all the thoughts. It is clouded. All the thoughts are clouded by this one particular vibration. What is one particular vibration? When there is consciousness, there is a kind of a feel that it is a thing, and then it becomes. It is the vibration that actually vibrated or synchronized to the zygote. But what keeps on happening is it is going to get stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. And once you become like a 20-year-old, or even before that, you are fully into self-view. So the main character, that's the word, I think, main character.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah, the main character is here, and everything is happening around. And that's the problem. And that's what is going to dissolve. You're going to become everything around. There's no self here. That's what is going to dissolve. The feel of self here. And this is so beautiful to even contemplate. The contemplate word is taken. So even to even think about this, to even think about this, to think deeply about this, that is also beautiful. Let alone feeling it, experiencing it. Even thinking about it is so beautiful, so that you feel so relaxed, because you keep understanding whatever happens, this separation, this duality, this whatever that we feel, that the main character, like the center, the feel, that is wrong. And that's actually wasn't the case. But due to ignorance, that is the case. Yeah, someone can add on to that?
Yes, actually, this perception now, when we call, we can tell it in Sinhala, the Shabda Rupe Shabda Naha. So in other words, the sound perception doesn't have a real sound in it.
Yeah, that's a
And light
vibration.
perception, yes. Light perception doesn't have a real light in it. And in the same way, self-perception has no self in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the perceptions does not have a real thing in
Nothing.
it, but nothing, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Even the self vibration, you keep understanding that there's nothing like that.
Yes. So,
That's
in
what
other words,
we keep understanding.
Yes. So, in other words, perception means some fast occurring vibrations which look like a perception, which looks like a
It's the
sound
manifestation.
perception.
That's the beauty of these sensory
Manifestation,
organs.
yeah.
It's the beauty of the sensory organs. But if you think about Opapathika, or I don't know what that word is, but the birds where there is no kind of big
physical body.
Physical body,
Yeah.
Then we can't even talk about these things. But then still there is
Just a
vibration
there, isn't it?
just there. So the consciousness is there. There is always but that organism or whatever that the body that has that problem can't solve it. Only humans can understand this. That's the beauty of being humans. And that's the beauty of listening to Dhamma. And that's the beauty of actually feeling this for a moment. And that's all the beauties that Lord Buddha has explained. I don't know what he used the word. These are the human pratilabo. The word pratilabo. Isn't it the word pratilabo?
Yes, pratilabha. Yes, pratilabha means, when you say, you can't say an achievement, isn't it?
Yeah,
Meaning,
all the words are biased. So, but
nice.
yeah, kind of something which, yeah, in simple words, that's the beauty of being human, beauty of being able to listen to Dhamma, and beauty of being, beauty of having an experience of non-vibration. Those are the three things, I think. Is there more or just three? I can't remember.
You mean the types of birds?
No. Those are
No.
Lord Buddha's words. Manushya, can't remember the words. In Sinhala it is ධර්මය ඇසීම ප්‍රතිලාභයක්, මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතේ ප්‍රතිලාභයක්.
Yes, being able to listen to the true Dhamma is one of the things. Being a human being is one of the things.
Those are the
and
things
then,
I was telling.
Yeah.
And being able to
And-
experience this for a moment. The non-vibration is the other thing. Is there any more? That was the question I asked.
I think there is another one. There's another one. Yes. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
The Sudharma, Sudharma or Surangika, I don't know whether you
I think it is Pratirupa Desavasut, isn't it?
Even that Lord Buddha, the Aran Mahanse actually told that is the same
gives
thing
a different
as,
meaning, isn't it?
Yeah,
it
he gives
different, yeah.
Is to turn against the stream rather than go along with the stream, isn't it? That itself is so rare.
Yeah. And
actually what we heard was being born in a land where the Dhamma can be heard. But
we can
Maharaj gave a
understand
different, yes.
We can understand that it can't be that simple, because even
yes,
Brahmas can understand this Dhamma. So being born, or like this it's okay to give a broader, I think, idea for everything. Anyway, the most important factor is being able to feel this, but we have kind of everything, because we have the chance. The main thing is to practice. It is difficult because we are addicted to our mind, and we feel that the mind is our power. Actually, it's vice versa, because mind is the power, but at the same time, mind is the trick where we are tricked into this Vijnana Maya. Do you have a word for Vijnana Maya? It's a consciousness.
It's illusory consciousness, Dr. Kokila.
Illusory consciousness. So it is there everywhere in any consciousness. It is a light, it is a sound, it is the tactile sensations, whether it's the nose, with the smell, whether it's the taste, whether it's the mind. But apart from this tactile stuff, and the feel stuff, every other thing has mind consciousness directly related to that. But the skin and stuff, the fluidity, the solidity and stuff, they don't necessarily need mind consciousness for manifestation. That's why it is easy for you to get these experiences with the walking meditation. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need only that. No, that's not the point. Anything else? I don't know whether we are deviating, but we don't have a book today, so we can
It's so
talk freely.
enlightening and insightful. When you mentioned main characters, at once I was like thinking now, in this family, now I have this, if we use words, now main character, so a self vibration, and I have my own world. So there I am the main character. But we never ever thought the son or husband or my mother or other one has, the others had their own different worlds. We used to make decisions and do everything from our perspective, because we ignorantly thought everyone is thinking like me. It's the same world. So it's very interesting and enlightening, Dr. Kokila. That made me think of a simple activity we do in school also. I don't know whether it's relevant. If we take a simple story like Red Riding Hood, it is revealed to the world. The story is narrated from Red Riding Hood's perspective. So we get the children to narrate it from the wolf's perspective or granny's perspective. So that way, I don't know, when we understand this little by little, it can be applicable to any situation. And I think that is how the wisdom emerges, isn't it, naturally? Theruvan Saranai, and thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I mean, then and there, while listening, we like make some realizations. That what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for these beautiful discussions.
Anyone else to add anything? Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yesterday's yesterday's question, I think, was just trying to ask you if you could explain about the fish example, because I know we talk about it a lot in the Sinhala Zoom, but for the benefit of our English listeners, I thought that example was actually quite good, because there are not many people who actually ask questions on the English Zoom. It's good to illustrate to them by giving some practical day-to-day examples, if you can.
Well, the best way I can, I mean, there are several ways to tell this, but best way which comes now is the best way is to go back to, again, this, go back in the sense actually become the vibratory sense in the zygote, and how this, the vibrations got manifestations slowly. And after the mind